This is Audible.
Lord of the High Reaches. Written by James Haddock. Performed by Daniel Wisniewski. Chapter 1. I sat in the drizzling rain watching the village below. The village had been my home for 16 summers. All was quiet, except for the light breeze moving through the trees. Even though I wore no garments, I was not cold. The wind and rain did not penetrate my chameleon fur, which kept me warm and dry. Time seemed to drag. The last 3 years had been the worst of my life. 3 years ago, my father, a human, had left. He was to return to us the following year, but never did. A scout trader, I thought he was invincible. Apparently not. That was a hard lesson for me. My mother, my beautiful mother, died a year later from the fever. It was a mercy that she went quickly. My uncle, one of the best hunters and an honored member in our cat clan, was killed while hunting earlier this summer. My chances of becoming a full member of the clan died with him. Uncle would have stood with me before the clan council to be tested and passed into adulthood. My last chance was tonight, when the council recognized the boys who were judged worthy to stand for the test. Once again, I was passed over. "You are dismissed, Cole Ha," the clan leader said. The clan called me Cole Ha, which means shame in our clannish language. I was a half-breed, but my father, dismissive of the derogatory term, called me a hybrid. I think part of why they deemed me unfit was because my face, though covered with fur, looked more human than cat. I stood before the council shaken, not from fear, but barely controlled rage. I did not show teeth, which would have been a challenge. But it was a close thing. "You have judged me unworthy because of something I have no control over. I have met all the requirements set forth by the clan, just as these others have. The clan teaches we should each be judged on our merit, our honor. I see now that was a lie." A male 2 years my senior, Dark Eyes by name, sprang to his feet to cuff me. Ducking under his swing and turning into him, I hit him in the stones, doubling him over, and then punched him in his temple. He hit the floor face first, unconscious. One of his friends, Red Flank, rose growling. I turned to face him. I'm not overly large, but I am strong and extremely quick. "Enough!" clan leader shouted. "And another lesson falls this night," I snorted derisively. I thought it was forbidden to attack anyone in a clan meeting, where everyone may speak freely. I could see the clan leader's jaw muscles bunched. He was not happy, though I was unsure which one of us he was angrier at. "You have had your say, Cole Ha. Either take a seat with the other youths, or leave." I nodded, looking at the clan gathered round the fire. There were no friendly faces here. "Yes, clan leader," I said. Bowing, I turned and left the clan lodge. I never acknowledged the name they called me. Father called me Cam, which is short for camouflage, or sea cat, which is what humans call us. After Mom died, I had kept our hut, and this was where I headed. The small fire was burning in the center of the single room which had been our home. Taking off my vest and dropping it in the fire, my kilt and moccasins followed. I broke the flint knife and spear and dropped those into the flames along with everything else that I had made as part of my rites of passage requirements. It was done. There was nothing and no one for me here. The clan had never fully accepted me as one of their own, and never would. I would take nothing but memories with me. I would live the old way, by my wits and claws. I would make replacement garments, tools, and weapons as soon as I could. Though I was hardly without weapons, I extended my claws, looking at them. Taking one last look around, I took down the door covering, signifying that my hut was abandoned. I walked away from the village and into the forest. That had been an hour ago. It was raining harder now, bringing my thoughts back to the present. I rose, and with one last look down on the village, I turned and leaped up into the trees. My plan was to head for the river and follow it north. Hunting would be easier along the river, and unlike most cats, I did not mind the water or getting wet. That was one of the gifts from my father, who taught me to swim and enjoy the water. As I traveled, I watched the riverbed for flint. A few small pieces were found, but a bigger one was needed to make a knife. Someday, I would own steel weapons, and maybe even a short gun like my father. But that was still in the future. Plant fibers were plentiful in the area and easily gathered as I walked. Braided together, they would make a strong sling. Later, I'd make a leather one, but this would do for now. I had made a lot of these. I would practice with them until they broke, then make another. I was a good shot with a sling and killed a rabbit for dinner. Over the next 2 days, on and off, I began to have a sense of unease, a sense of something being not quite right. As this inner disquiet became more pronounced, I frequently looked over my shoulder. At some point, the feeling became a mixture of wariness mixed with dread. Something, or someone, was coming, and it or they were bad. Suddenly, I felt like prey. And in that instant, I knew I was being followed and what to do. The prey needed to become the predator. Heading toward the river and deliberately breaking a few twigs along the way, I left a good set of prints leading up to the water's edge and entered. The river had a current that moved with moderate speed. I let it carry me downstream a ways, but not too far. A place with partially submerged trees looked like a good place to exit. Grabbing low-hanging limbs, hand over hand, I pulled myself onto a small, somewhat rocky shore. It was a good place to avoid leaving tracks. Now was the time to backtrack and circle around behind my pursuers. Gathering a few stones for my sling, I began circling and eventually found a trail. Looking at the disturbed soil, it was easy to see 2 sets of moccasin-clad feet. Judging by the size, they were full-grown sea cats. I followed them quietly through the forest, gradually closing in. As soon as I saw them, I recognized Dark Eyes and Red Flank. There was little doubt what they were here for. I had embarrassed them in front of the entire clan, and they wanted blood. Since I was no longer under clan protection, I was free game. Unfortunately for them, so were they. I continued to follow them, being careful to remain silent and unseen. Finally, they reached where I had entered the water. The first stone from my sling hit Red Flank in the back of his head. He fell like a tree, face first into the water. My second stone was not as accurate and only glanced off Dark-Eye's forehead. He was dazed, but not out. As he regained his balance, I closed on him. Unsheathing a knife, he lunged toward my chest. It was easy to parry with my forearm, turning it aside and digging my claws into his wrist as it passed. I pulled him along, then reversed his motion, stabbing him in the chest with his own knife. Surprised, Dark-Eyes looked down at his own flint knife buried in his chest, and then collapsed, blood quickly pooling around his body. I looked down and saw Red Flank was still face down in the water. Having pulled the knife out of Dark-Eyes, I walked over to Red Flank. He was dead, though I'm not sure if my stone killed him or if he had drowned. Either way, he was dead. I pulled him from the river and laid him beside Dark-Eyes. These were the first people I had killed. I had heard warriors talk about how you were never the same after taking a life. Some said they threw up and had nightmares. It was unlikely that I would be one of those. I didn't feel bad. They were going to kill me. But I didn't feel good about it either. They were the dead enemy. All they had was now mine, which saved me from having to make new. I bundled up everything and crossed the river. I left the bodies where they lay. The forest animals would see to them. I continued north for an hour, then made camp. I checked their travel bags and found flint and steel. I washed the garments, then started a fire to dry them by. While they were drying, I hunted and killed another rabbit for supper. While the rabbit was cooking, I dumped the travel bags out to see what was in them. They carried the usual travel things, flint and steel, silver bone and sinew for sewing, beeswax, bone awl, and such. What I didn't expect were the few nuggets of gold in a small pouch one had been carrying. That would come in handy when I found a trading post. There were also 2 flint knives, a small skin and flint, and 2 spears with flint tips, a pair of sandals, and 2 sets of moccasins. One pair was a high-top set favored by Red Flank, and the other was low-top. After eating, I dressed in a now-dried kilt and vest and put everything back in the travel bags and changed campsites. For no other reason than I felt like it, I found a large tree to spend the night in. I was not sleepy, and my mind wandered back to a better place and time. I thought back on all the times I had spent in the forest with my father or uncle. I learned everything I could from them, and loved every minute of it. Few cubs would have anything to do with me, and as we grew older, that number shrank to 0. It bothered me at first, but father saw my lack of friends and devoted as much time as he could to training me. Because of the training and all the time I spent alone in the forest, I became one of the best hunters in the clan. That made no difference to them. No one wanted to have me in their hunting group. Mother always shared our extra food with the widows and old ones. Funny, they didn't seem to remember our kindness when I stood before the council. Their loss was my final thought before sleep claimed me. 2 weeks had passed since I left the clan. I continued to follow the river northwest. Each day was much like the one before. Hunting continued to be good, and I ate well. I was getting into the foothills of the mountain range that I had always heard of. Father had taught me the higher you went into the mountains, the cooler the nights would be. The river's flow was becoming faster and the water colder. I made sure I crossed before it became more difficult. Father had said there was a trading post at the south end of the mountain range, but I never saw it. Winter would be coming soon, and I needed to be ready. I thought I might find a cave to use for my winter home, but I needed to claim it before a bear did. I began scouting for a cave that was close to the river, but not too low or too close to avoid being flooded when spring rain swelled the river after winter. Turns out, caves are not as numerous as I had thought. 2 small caves were located early on, but did not suit my needs. After a week of searching, a suitable one was found large enough for sleeping and working. It had been used some time in the past, as evidenced by the fire marks on the wall and ceiling. Starting a fire to see if smoke would draw out, I was relieved to see that it went to the back of the cave and up through cracks in the ceiling. Now that adequate shelter was taken care of, supplies were needed. Making racks from tree limbs, meat and fish was smoked. Root vegetables were dug and laid out. Firewood was stocked inside as well, so I didn't have to go out during storms. At night, I stared into my small fire, letting my thoughts drift. There was a big difference between people shunning you and being totally alone. It was a lot harder preparing and laying in stores by yourself. Additionally, a one-person security plan required more ingenuity, since rotating guards were not an option. Although it was unlikely anyone would pass this far into the forest, exercising an abundance of caution, I blocked off the cave entrance with a deerskin and rocks. An inner gate with sharpened stakes tilted toward the entrance would create a nasty surprise if someone or something barged in. Camouflaging the outside was achieved by using small tree limbs interwoven with local evergreen branches. Working from sun up to sundown made the time pass quickly, and the first frost seemed to happen overnight. Not far behind the frost came the first snowfall. My fur had filled with a thick undercoat, and I only needed a small fire to keep me warm. Otherwise, I would overheat. I felt I would be okay with the supplies laid in and what I could hunt during the winter. This whole area was covered in large trees with thick limbs. Almost daily, I left the cave and went straight up into the trees. By doing so, no tracks were left. For my chameleon fur to better hide me, I wore no garments outside. The coldness of the air felt good, and moving through the canopy broke the boredom. I was getting plenty of exercise. On days the winter storms kept me inside, I exercised and stretched. Hunting was good, and I was adding lean muscle as well as height. This became my routine, day after day. When trapped inside by storms, time seemed to crawl by. Sometimes at night, I would sit in the tree outside the cave, watching the stars and listening to the world. One midwinter night, a distant gunshot rang out. Instantly, my ears perked up. The sound was not repeated. Father always said curiosity was a danger to cats. I never quite understood why. Keeping to the trees, I headed in the direction of the shot. I moved steadily through the canopy, stopping from time to time to listen, then continuing on. After traveling perhaps 2 miles, I saw firelight and moved toward it. Not knowing who or what was there, I approached from downwind. 4 men stood looking down at one who had his leg trapped under his dead horse. 2 of the 4 held torches aloft.
"Good shot, that,"
one of the 4 said. "Luck, more like," another replied. The 4 laughed. Moving to a closer limb, I looked down on them. They all wore cloaks over rough-looking brown uniforms with billed hats. The one trapped under the horse wore green with a flop hat. There didn't seem to be any others around, nor did I see or smell more horses. Reloading his gun, the shooter asked, "Where's your company, Easty?"
"Let me just slit his throat and be done with him,"
one said, dropping his backpack and drawing his knife. "How about it, Easty? You got anything to say, or should I let Slim finish you off? He likes his knife work, don't you, Slim?" "I do, for a fact." Slim answered.
Yes, I have something to say,
Easty replied.
When you are finished with me, you gentlemen should take a bath. You reek of goat urine. He means you, Bones,
Slim laughed. The one closest to Easty, Bones, I assumed, kicked him.
You got sand, Easty. I'll give you that,
Shooter said.
Let me carve on him some. See if he holds out,
Slim said. Shooter thought a moment.
Yeah, carve on him a little. The captain will want answers.
I made my decision and dropped behind the center two. Reaching through their legs, I ripped out their femoral arteries with my claws. They screamed, dropped the torches, and grabbed their bloody inner thighs. I grabbed Shooter's windpipe and tore it out. Slim was turning toward me. Before I could strike, Easty drew a short gun and shot him through the head. I took Shooter's gun from his hand, released his throat, and let him fall. I looked at the other two. Their blood turned the snow red. They'd be dead shortly. I looked toward Easty, who was staring at me. That leg broke, I asked, rubbing my hands in snow to get the blood off. At least, it wasn't my blood. He blinked a few times before responding.
If it's not, it missed a good opportunity.
You think we can pull you out, or do we need to dig?
Let's try pulling first. The ground's frozen.
I nodded, laying the shotgun down. He reloaded his own weapon and holstered it. Taking a good hold on him, I pulled as he pushed against the dead horse with his free leg. It took us a few times, but we got him free.
No, it's not broke, but I won't be running anywhere for a while.
He winced, rubbing his leg. Any of their friends around? I asked, searching their bodies.
Probably, but not close, or they'd be here by now.
I took their harnesses, holsters, and belts, and all the weapons. I dumped the backpack out, tossing what I couldn't use to the side, then repacked it. I put the shot, powder, and everything else of value in the pack. I could see he was watching me, but made no moves. Do you need any of this stuff? He shook his head. Can you travel?
How far?
I have a place a few miles from here.
Yeah, I can make it that far.
He took his saddlebags off the horse. Since he was limping, I picked them up along with his pack, and we began walking. Along the way, my fur turned white to match the snow.
Neat trick,
he commented, looking sideways at me. I just smiled. Resting once, he made the trip without help. Although by the time we got to the cave, he was sweating a great deal.
Help me down to the river. I want to kneel in the icy water to stop the swelling in my knee and ankle.
At the edge of the water, we got his boots and pants off, and he waded out into the frigid water, taking gasping breaths. He stood there until he began shivering. That's enough, I said. You're making yourself too cold. He nodded and shuffled stiffly out of the water. I picked up his pants and boots and helped him the rest of the way to the cave. Once there, I wrapped him in an animal skin blanket and sat him by the fire. Chapter 2. He was still shivering, so I added a few sticks to the fire. I dumped the pack out, picked up a small pot, and went to the river for water. There were now tracks leading to the cave, but it couldn't be helped. It would snow again soon and cover them. Hopefully. I set the pot on the fire to boil. Once boiling, jerky and roots were added. The hot broth would warm him. While waiting for the broth, as I now had company, I put on my kilt. Seemed like the polite thing to do.
My name's Winford. Michael Winford. Thank you for saving me. I was in a bit of a tight spot.
Pleased to meet you, Michael Winford. My name's Cam. Glad I could help. Those men seem to have it in for you.
Not just me. Anyone from the Eastern Kingdom, especially along the Western Mountain Range. They were from the Western Kingdom. We've had border disputes for some years, but things have become more heated of late.
What's the fight about? He frowned.
You're new to this land, I take it?
I'm from much further south.
It must be far south indeed. Anyway, the fighting is over land and resources, as most conflicts are. Well, that or religion.
I began looking through and laying out my spoils while he talked.
My family owns a good bit of land east of here. Our business is timber and mining, though I have little to do with the business. I enjoy the wilds too much to be stuck in an office. Who do you scout for, if I may ask?
I looked at him across the fire.
Forgive me if I offend, but you are a sea cat, correct?
I am.
I have, of course, heard of sea cats, but have never actually seen one, let alone met one. The ones I have heard of work as scouts, which is why I asked.
I scout for no one, I said, pouring a cup of hot broth and handed it to him. I'm traveling north. Me stumbling into you and your friends was just chance.
And a lucky chance it was for me. And as you are scouting for no one, I'd like to hire you to take me home. I could probably make it, but it would be easier with the two of us.
How far away do you live?
10 days northeast of here. Trust me, my family will make it worth your time.
I nodded. You rest. A storm will hit soon, so we have time.
A storm? Are you sure?
I smiled. Pretty sure. After his second cup of broth, Michael was no longer shivering and had dozed off. I left the fire burning larger than normal and slept close to the door flap where I'd be cooler. I didn't fall asleep for a while, thinking of his offer. I would have helped him home regardless, but I might as well get something for it. As predicted, the storm hit us just after midday and continued off and on for the next 2. We sat by the fire and Michael talked. I listened, cleaning and repairing my new gear. I now had 4 steel knives and 2 short guns with plenty of powder and shot. The 2 guns are decent, but if you would like, when we get to my home, you can trade those 2 for one really good one. Maybe even one of the new types that has grooved barrels. They make the shot more accurate and add range. I had no idea what grooved barrels were, but Michael seemed enthused by the idea. By now, I had moved on to checking out the holsters. Putting them on, I didn't like the way they hung down my legs, so Michael helped me make them more into what he called shoulder holsters. I like them better. It was a more comfortable fit. Claws in a fight were good, but a gun easily carried in a holster added an option. I began wearing it when I went outside to ensure no one was getting close. Snow or no snow, security had to be maintained.
So, your father was human, a scout trader. Is that right?
He asked. Yes, well, that's what he called himself, a scout trader. We spent a lot of time in the forest with my uncle, who was a cat.
And the clan council would not let you test because you were of mixed blood?
No.
Their loss, my friend,
he said, shaking his head.
Family and business can be tricky to navigate. It seems most everyone has a hidden agenda, and most of it involves a lust for money, land, or both.
Do you include yourself in that assessment? I asked with slightly raised brows.
He smiled. If I'm being honest, yes, to some extent. I view money as a tool, neither good nor bad, but one must have it to prosper in life. Money in and of itself does nothing. It needs to be put to work, invested to make more. Money needs to work as hard, or harder, than its owner. I frowned. I understand your words, but I don't think I get your true meaning. If one has money, gold, for instance, if you spent it only on food, that would be a good use of it for a time, then it would be gone. If, on the other hand, you took part of that money and bought a cow and sold her milk, or chickens and sold their eggs, or a sow and sold her pigs, all those things would make you more money, so you don't run out. I know it's complicated. You think on it, and we'll talk more about it later.
What would I do with a cow or a chicken but eat them? I wondered. This didn't make sense to me. I shrugged. We made a pack for Michael and packed supplies, readying ourselves to leave. I felt the weather would be good for the next several days, so now was a good time to get started.
There is a trading post about 3 days northeast of here. I think we should go there first. With any luck, they may have horses for sale,
Michael said. I nodded. We'll leave at first light. As we were leaving, we took the door flap down to make the cave easier to find if someone needed shelter. We headed east, then turned more northerly. By mid-morning, we saw evidence of horses passing through the area. Looking for their friend, perhaps? I asked.
Perhaps,
Michael replied. If I had been alone, I would have taken to the trees or started traveling at night. But I wasn't, so that was a moot point. We stopped well before dark and made a fire for hot food and drink. After we ate, we put the fire out and moved to a different spot a good distance away for the night. We decided not to risk another campfire to prevent potential enemies from locating us. On the third day, we reached the trading post, or what was left of it. The main building was a half-burned husk. The outbuildings and barn were much the same. As Michael started to leave the shadows of the forest, I extended my arm in front of him, stopping his advance. "Wait," I whispered. "Let's watch for a while. Then I'll go in when it gets dark."
"Good idea,"
he softly replied, and found a place to sit and watch. I scouted around and went up a tall tree to look at the surrounding area. Light smoke still rose, but nothing else moved. I returned to Michael, and we waited. "Did you know the owners?" I asked, quietly.
"Not really,"
he answered, just as low.
"Met them once a few years back."
He said no more. When it was full dark, I went to check the buildings. There were burned bodies in the main one. Couldn't tell much about them, except they were dead. There wasn't anything of use left. The barn and outbuildings were in the same condition. I returned to Michael. "Nothing left here. We should go."
"How many bodies?"
6. He fell in behind me, and we headed east. Around midnight, we stopped to sleep. Once the sun was up, I made a small fire for a quick meal. We were on the move again as soon as we were through eating. After seeing the carnage at the trading post, it was best to keep moving. There were trails, but we stayed off them, keeping to the forest. When we stopped to rest, I kept watch from a tall tree. At one stop, I caught the faint smell of smoke on the wind. I dropped to the ground. "I smell smoke. Stay here while I take a look." I dropped my pack and weapons so my fur would change color and blend in. I went up into the canopy, sniffing the air every so often, following the smell to its source. A quarter of a mile away, I found them. Two Westies sitting beside a small fire. I could smell the tea they had on to boil. One had a spyglass to his eye, watching the crossroads below. Their uniforms and equipment were of higher quality than the last four I had met. They also had horses, which would please Michael since we would make better time. They were sitting close enough together that I could reach both at the same time. I dropped down, sinking my claws into the back of their necks and on through to their spines. Both died instantly. I put on one's cloak and bill cap and walked to the horses. They didn't like my smell, but the smell on their owner's clothes kept them from trying to bolt. I made sure the horses were tied securely, then went back to the two dead men by the fire. I poured myself a cup of tea. It seemed a waste not to. I stripped the two, taking everything they had as spoils. I put out the fire, packed up the camp, and headed back to Michael. I took it slow, since I had little experience riding horses, having done so only once before. I took the cap and cloak off before I reached him. On general principle, I'm averse to being shot, accidentally or otherwise. Mistake or not, it would still hurt. When I was close, I dismounted and walked toward his position. "Michael, it's Cam. I'm alone and walking in with two horses." "Come ahead," came the response. "I bring gifts," I announced, smiling. "Oh, and most welcome ones, too. You are becoming a man of means," he said, with genuine pleasure while checking over the horses. "These are beauties." Pulling a long gun from its saddle holster, he looked over it and frowned. Briefly, he inspected the rest of the confiscated weaponry. "Oh, this is not good. Not good at all. These guns and equipment are new and of high quality, which means the Westies are building up their forces." They were sitting watching on a crossroads. I showed him the spyglass. "Expensive." "He was from money," Michael replied, handing the spyglass back. "We need to get home fast. Let's get moving. I know the crossroad. It should be easy riding from there." "Unless we get shot," I sarcastically replied. "You don't say much, but when you do, it's so encouraging." "I do what I can." I bowed with a flourish. Mounted, we headed for the crossroads. It was late afternoon when we stopped to rest the horses. I made a small fire where we ate and had tea, remaining watchful. When finished, we doused the fire and moved on another hour before we stopped for the night. After we cared for our horses, I went through the spoils from the dead crossroad watchers. "These shotguns look better than the first ones," I noted, handing one to Michael. He looked it over, and in the fading light, squinted down the barrel. "Uh-oh. These are the new type I was telling you about. They have the grooved barrels." He got up and took one of the long guns from the saddle holster. "Oh, these have grooves as well. This is even worse than I feared. They are spending a lot of money on new equipment and supplies. We leave before dawn." I started to pack the spoils and found a leather money wallet like Father had. The difference was, besides being nicer, this one had banknotes in it. Michael saw it too. "Yep, he was from money all right. You are now officially well-to-do." I shrugged and put it in my inside vest pocket. I'd look more closely at the notes later. I swapped one of my older guns for one of the newer. I handed the other to Michael. "Take this one to add to yours." He took it. "Are you sure? It's quite valuable." "I'm sure. I can only carry so many guns, and as you've seen, I carry nothing when I'm on scout." Grinning, he replied,
Yes, I noticed, including frequently being undressed. Thank you for the gift. I shall cherish it.
It took us days to reach the border of the Windford lands. Shortly thereafter, we were met by a band of 5 men riding toward us.
Stand easy, Michael cautioned. These are Windford men.
I nodded, changing my fur color to golden blonde with black accents on my forearms like braces and on my shins like greaves.
The leader recognized Michael. Well met, Sir Michael. Well met. This is my honored friend, Master Cam, Michael replied.
I had a feeling by the way he said it, some signal or code had passed between them. They seemed to relax.
Well met, Master Cam.
Well met, sir. I tipped my head toward him.
Your father had parties out searching for you, Sir Michael. Send a rider to let him know I'm fine, and we are on the way in.
With a nod to one of the men, he was off at a gallop. It took us 2 more days to reach the Windford estate. As we entered the courtyard, a well-dressed older man stood at the top of the stairs.
Michael whispered, Be warned, my friend. My father is a bit more formal than I am.
Good thing I'm wearing my Sunday go-to meeting kilt then, I answered, straight-faced. Coughing to hide his laughter, Michael regained his composure.
Do you see cats attend services on Sundays?
Not unless you consider getting together and beating the snot out of each other as services.
Whatever for?
Girls. Increase the chances of getting what father called a date.
Did it work?
Not really.
Then why do it?
I shrugged. Hope springs eternal. Footman came forward and took the reins of the horses, and we dismounted. Michael ascended the 3 steps toward his father. While waiting, I took one of the new long guns from its holster, and, as not to make anyone nervous, I handed it to a footman. Michael and his father spoke quietly. After a few moments, Michael motioned me forward.
Father, may I present Master Cam? Cam, my father, Lord Windford.
I bowed. Clan leader, an honor to meet you. If you will allow, it is a custom among my people to bring a gift when being received by a clan leader. I turned to the footman holding the long gun. We took it from its holster, and I presented it to Lord Windford. Sir Michael tells me this is one of the new types of long guns, and of good quality.
A fine piece, Master Cam. Thank you,
he said, looking it over.
Please, let's go inside for some refreshment, and you can tell me the news.
Lord Windford handed the long gun back to the footman and led us inside.
Although not asked, I unbuckled my weapons harness and gave it to another footman.
Michael's mother waited inside.
You had better not be dead, young man, or I shall beat you,
she said, hugging him.
Mother, may I present the reason I'm not dead? Master Cam. Cam, my mother, Lady Windford.
I bowed. In honor, milady.
And a gentleman, I see. He has disarmed himself before entering. How refreshing. Welcome, Master Cam,
she said, offering her hand.
I lightly took her hand and bowed over it, silently thanking my father's memory for his instructions in hospitality. Thank you for returning my son safely to me. I shall not forget it. Now, come, tell us of your adventures.
I let Michael do most of the talking, only speaking when asked a direct question. Lord Windford looked at Michael's new shotgun, then handed it back.
Tell me, Master Cam, from the tracks you saw, how many men would you say were operating in that area? He asked.
Hard to be sure, my lord, but at least 2 companies across the area we covered, with additional 2-man scout teams posted at important sites, I answered.
The Western Kingdom has been an ongoing threat for decades, looking to encroach and take by any means what is ours. Ruthless and persistent. For the most part, we have successfully defended ourselves. These new weapons will change that. The tactical advantage would be theirs. They are coming, and we must be ready. I'll send a message to the capital and call up the militia to start patrolling the borders in force.
Lord Winford strode out of the room with barely contained anger.
Following his departure, a momentary silence was broken by Lady Winford. "Master Cam, you will, of course, join us for dinner."
Your pardon, my lady, but I've no suitable attire for such an occasion."
"Not to worry."
Michael grinned.
"I think we could manage something to suit." "It's settled then. Dinner at 8,
she directed. I took that as my dismissal, rose, bowed, and left with Michael. Once we were out of earshot,
"I thought we were friends,"
I hissed.
"You're not getting off that easy. My mother is a gracious lady with an iron core. Since I have to dress for dinner, then so do you."
Michael laughed, clapping me on the back. Chapter 3. They did indeed find clothes that fit me, including boots, though to be honest, the boots were a bit tight. After a drawn bath, I changed fur color to solid gold, dropping the black accents. At dinner, I noticed the lord and lady were watching me as we ate. Are they waiting to see if I eat with my hands and claws? If I understand correctly, I started, the Winford lands are closest to the Westies border. Lord Winford nodded. Your king does not have outposts further out along your country's border? That duty falls to us. The king gives us allowances from our taxes to maintain a militia and patrol the borderlands. I let the subject drop for fear my question might be misconstrued as questioning the king's leadership. Dinner went smoothly and was mercifully short. Afterward, Michael showed me to my quarters in the guest wing. "I ask that you take no offense, but there will be guards posted at the ends of the hall." "No offense is taken. That's a wise precaution, and one I would expect."
"Thank you for understanding, Cam. Good night."
"Good night," I replied, locking the door behind me. My saddlebags and pack were stacked along one wall, along with my weapons harness and long gun. Glancing inside, everything seemed to be there, including my wallet. Out of curiosity, I took it over to the stable and sat down. I counted each banknote and sat it in a growing stack. Looking at the stack of 23 banknotes, each worth 1,000 sovereigns, was no small sum. I pondered. I did not have any great experience with money, but I had enough to know that these were what Father had described as bearer notes, which meant that the bank would pay the bearer of the notes. What was that man doing carrying 23,000 sovereigns out on the frontier border? And a contested border at that. I walked around the room, trying to suss out the answer. Okay, so he had obviously been an officer of some rank or position. Even so, why would anyone, regardless of rank, be carrying that much money? I continued to roll the problem around in my mind, trying to put myself in his position. If I were an officer with a large sum of money, I would have a specific purpose for being there, watching a crossroad. I'm definitely not a scout, or at least not an ordinary one. A spy? Maybe. Okay, I'm a spy watching a crossroad. I'm waiting for someone. I'm giving that someone money for something, or to do something, which means I am paying for information or paying to have something done. And for 23,000 sovereigns, I'm paying for something big. This was way beyond my experience. I would speak with Lord Winford first thing in the morning. Having had little sleep, I sat in the open window waiting to be summoned for breakfast. I heard Michael coming down the hall and opened the door before he knocked. "I need to speak to your father right away."
"And good morning to you. You'll be able to speak to him at breakfast."
"Good.
What is so important?"
I'll tell you both at the same time. It will be easier."
"Slow down. He's not going anywhere."
Lord Winford was already seated when we arrived. "Lord Winford, I have something important to discuss with you." He held up his hand, not looking at us.
"Food first, then talk."
He pointed to the sidebar. Michael led the way, filling his plate with eggs, bacon, and cheese. I did the same. We sat and began to eat.
"So, what bee is in your bonnet?"
Lord Winford asked. I swallowed and wiped my mouth. "The men I killed at the crossroads."
"The scouts?"
"I don't think they were scouts." I took out the wallet and handed it to him. "I took this off the one with the spyglass. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd count the money and found that." From the wallet, he removed and carefully studied each note. I waited. He sat back, steepling his fingers, looking at the notes.
"How much is there?"
Michael asked. 23,000 sovereigns, I answered.
"You're rich."
He smiled, then stopped and began frowning. His father looked at him. And those weren't scouts. That's not good," he replied with a creased brow.
"Why is that?"
"Because 2 men watching a crossroad with that kind of money were probably spies waiting for someone specific. They were either waiting to pay for information or pay for something to be done. Either way, it's bad."
Michael had figured it out in less than a minute. It had taken me the better part of an hour. That was my thinking as well. But what information or task could be worth 23,000 sovereigns? I asked.
"I can think of only one thing,"
Lord Winford answered, looking back and forth between us. We looked at each other. "Assassinate the king," we said in unison.
"Just so,"
Lord Winford agreed. He put the notes back in the wallet and handed it to me.
"Hold on to that."
I nodded and put it in my inside vest pocket and buttoned it closed.
"Do not speak of this to anyone,"
he ordered, looking at us.
"Frederick!"
Frederick stepped into the room.
"Yes, my lord. I leave for the capital within the hour. Have my bags packed and the carriage brought round." "Yes, my lord. You're both coming with me. Michael, show Cam what to pack. We are going armed. Put Cam's extra weapons in the armory and make sure he gets the best knives we have. He's already got the best guns. Cam, bring your long gun. I'm sure the king will want to see it." "Well, don't just sit there. Get to it!" he barked.
We jumped to carry out our instructions. I packed my kilt and vest, less my wallet, in a shoulder bag. The wallet went in a money belt, courtesy of Michael. Seeing that I had on the clothes and boots worn the night before, Michael added a light hooded cloak. Not that I needed it. I was hot already. I put my extra weapons in the armory, and Michael showed me the knives. They were all good quality. I picked 2 daggers, one long and one short. When we were ready,
We waited by the carriage for Lord Winford. Lady Winford saw us off.
Have a care, all of you.
I bowed. Thank you, milady. We boarded the carriage and were gone. At the train station, there was a light snow falling. I was trying to look at everything at once.
First time on a train?
Michael asked, smiling. It is, I answered. I tried not to look like a cub seeing spring flowers for the first time, but it was hard. That's when I saw him. He was obviously out of place, trying to blend in with other people. I turned away. Do you have enemies, my lord? Lord Winford looked at me with a furrowed brow. I continued to look at everything as I had been. How many? He asked. One for sure, but he's only there in case the prey runs. The others will be waiting on board. Then we continue as normal. Don't kill unless you have to. Understood. Each train car had 4 outside doors for boarding. I entered first, putting myself by the inside doors. Lord Winford entered next and took his seat. Michael was last, closing the door and sitting across from his father, unobtrusively keeping watch on the outside door. To answer your question, young Cam, yes, we have enemies. The one you saw probably has nothing to do with our new issue. And so far, our battles have been fought in the marketplace. I nodded, keeping my eyes on the aisle. The train sat still for another 15 minutes. Then all the doors were shut, and we got underway. How long will it take to get to the capital? I asked.
2 days,
Michael answered. Closing my eyes, I let my ears and nose keep watch. Mid-afternoon, we went to the dining car. I spotted our man in the far right corner. I looked at everyone in the car, so he didn't feel singled out. Once we were seated, my back was to him. Our man is at the back right table. Uh-huh, Michael said, never looking up from his paper. We had tea and small meat and cheese sandwiches. For the next 2 days, we talked of the future, business, investment, and family. I was finally grasping the rudiments of investing money to make money. What of your future, Cam? Lord Winford asked. Where do you plan to live and provide for a family? Well, to be honest, my lord, I haven't really thought that far ahead. You should start planning now. You have money to invest. Done properly, you'd be set for life. I frowned. You mean they'll let me keep the money? Of course, it's yours. Spoils of combat. More than a few estates have started that way over the years. In that case, I'd be grateful if you would help me get started. He smiled. I'd be glad to do so. After breakfast, we returned to our compartment. I opened the door, glancing inside. Lord Winford started to enter, when I smelled the scent of the man who was watching us. And something else. I grabbed the Lord and pulled him back. Wait. I pushed past, looking around, smelling. My hand shot up, catching a vine viper as he struck at me. Good Lord! Lord Winford exclaimed. Thank you, Cam. You just saved my life. Our family is indebted to you again. Vine viper. They strike from above and are deadly, I explained. How did you know? Michael asked. I smelled them. They're quite common in the South. I didn't see our friend at breakfast. Coincidence? I asked. I knew it was not. In my experience, there are few coincidences, Lord Winford commented. Should I return his gift? He thought for a moment. No. Let's let him think his assassin missed, but his actions are still a secret. We'll deal with him another time. I nodded and tossed the Viper out the window of the still-moving train, and we returned to our seats. Old troubles or new? I asked. Hard to say, Lord Winford replied with a bit of a headshake. If old, this is an escalation. Could your two problems be working together? Anything is possible. They are greedy and underhanded, the lot of them. Now we must be doubly watchful. From the station, we went straight to the palace. En route, I changed my fur color to gold, an appropriate color for formal meetings. Lord Winford was a known man at court, and asked to see Lord Mitcham, Chief of Internal Security. His assistant seated us outside his door, where we waited. Seated closest to the door, I could hear people talking within. I also caught the faint scent of the man who put the snake in our compartment. I moved over next to Lord Winford. Our follower is in that office right now, giving his report. Are you sure? He asked in a low tone. Same scent. I'm sure. He looked at both of us. Say nothing of the banknotes. The door to the office opened. Windy, how are you? Enthused a rather portly, nicely dressed man. I assumed this was Lord Mitcham. Doing well, William. Thank you for seeing us. Of course. Come in, come in. I received your message, and now you show up in person. I assume it must be important. Well, not so important. My son, you know, and this is Master Cam, a trusted friend. Lord Mitcham, I said, bowing. Well met, Master Cam. Now, Windy, take a seat and tell me what's got your back up. Taking our seats, Lord Winford began. Well, to be honest, young Cam has never been to the capital, and since he did save Michael's life, I thought I'd bring them. While here, I wanted to check in with you to see if you had learned anything new on this build-up out west. I regret to say I have not, he said in a conciliatory tone. We are still gathering information and sending out our scouts to gather more intelligence. His tone became more upbeat. But since you are here, you should stay at the palace tonight and have dinner with the king. He's giving a small party and would enjoy seeing you. What an unexpected pleasure. Lord Winford graciously accepted. Think nothing of it, Lord Mitcham said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He may even offer some token to Master Cam for his service in bringing us this information. We were shown to the guest wing of the palace. On the way there, Lord Winford whispered, The walls have eyes and ears. Sufficiently warned, I nodded. They put us in a nice suite with a small balcony. Having been at different times either prey or predator, I felt we were being watched. We rested until mid-afternoon when tea was brought in. We drank tea and talked about mining, forestry, and what my job would be when we returned to the estate. Lord Winford went into detail about the areas I would be scouting. I'm sure whoever was listening to us was bored to tears, but that was the point. I, for my part, went on and on about the marvels of the capital and man's ingenuity. Finally, we were called to go to the dinner, and, of course, the king was the last to arrive. He was younger than I imagined, maybe 30. He had intelligent eyes that seemed to miss nothing. Surprisingly, he addressed me by name. But to be fair, I was the only cat in attendance. Master Cam, well met. I bowed. Sire? I'm told of your adventures on our western border, and we have you and Sir Michael bringing us the news. I thank you. Well, to be honest, sire, it was Sir Michael who recognized the significance of what we found. The king laughed, his eyes sparkling. Already the politician, giving lords the credit. I bowed and moved on. The dinner went smoothly, and the food was good. I was getting used to people watching me. Once their curiosity was satisfied, they ignored me. There were conversations all around me, but of little interest. One about me, however, caught my ear. No, they brought the bumpkin to see the lights. I didn't look to see who said it. Underestimating me suited my purpose. As the meal ended, the king departed first. Everyone else was free to stay and talk or go as they pleased. As we were about to leave, a royal footman gave Lord Winford a note. He read it and then nodded to the footman, who bowed and left. As we walked back to our suite, he said, "We have an appointment to meet with the king in the morning." "Any idea why?" Michael asked. "None." I went into our suites first. I could smell that there had been at least 2 people in here. I waved for Lord Winford and Michael to enter. Nothing seemed amiss. I guess they were searching to see what they would find. I felt we were still being watched, so I said nothing. "Well, I'm for bed," Lord Winford said. "I suggest you do the same." "Good night, Father." "Good night, my lord." Chapter 4. We were up early and ready when the knock on our door came. A royal footman escorted us to the king's offices. At the entrance, Lord Winford led the way in. Upon entering the king's presence, we bowed in greeting. "You would not know this," the king said, "but I had a cat tutor for a time when I was a boy. He was a genius, but a hard taskmaster. Tell me, Lord Winford, how many Westies has Cam killed?" "Oh, to be honest, sire, I'm unsure." "Master Cam has never spoken of his prowess in battle? Boasted of his kills?" the king queried. I wondered where this was going. The king looked at me. "Tell me truly, Master Cam, how many Westies have you personally killed?" "5, sire." "And how many has Sir Michael killed?" "1 that I know of, but that one was about to strike me from behind, so I was glad he was there." He smiled. "I'm sure you were. The point I'm making, Lord Winford. Master Cam, though a warrior, does not brag. He keeps his own counsel, which is a rare thing." He stepped over to a wall map showing the adjoining kingdoms. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. We were being watched again. I wondered if the king knew, or was he having it done? I couldn't see any reason a king would have anyone spy on himself. "Can you read and write, Master Cam?" "To a degree, sire." "In what language?" "Both of ours, sire." "Show me." He pointed to a pen and paper. Mentally, I gave thanks for all the times my father had made me practice writing when I didn't want to. I used to say with a sigh, "Father, no other cubs have to practice writing." To which he replied, "There were no cubs like you." He was right. "This is my name, sire," I said as I wrote using clan script. On a hunch, I wrote, "This room is being spied upon."
He looked at what I had written. His eyes flashed for a moment. Then it passed. "How very interesting," he said, turning to the window overlooking the city. He stood for a while, thinking. "Times are changing," he acknowledged, while continuing to look out the window. "We have enemies on every front, and not all battles are fought on the fields. Some never see the light of day." He stared out the window a moment longer, then turned back to us. "Master Cam, for your service to the crown, I'm gifting you a portion of land." Leaning a bit toward me, he smiled. "Don't get too excited. It's more a burden than a gift. Your new lands run the West Mountains east to join Lord Winford's, and then north to River's Fork." His voice became slightly lower, pretending to speak as though only to me, even though he clearly intended Lord Winford and Michael to hear. "To be honest, no one wants it. There's nothing there." Abruptly, his speech returned to normal. "My problem is, and this is where you come in, I need someone out there to watch the Westies. They tell me there is an old keep or fort somewhere against the mountains, but no one is sure of its exact location or age. It may just be ruins. I charge you with occupying that keep or building one. Man it, and keep watch on our western border. For doing this for the crown, I shall tax your lands." Again, he smiled. "You see, kings give nothing without strings attached. How you make your lands profitable, well, Lord Winford may have some suggestions, but you will be taxed. But I'm not completely heartless. I'm loaning you 1,000 sovereigns to get you started. At interest, of course." "I always heard land was expensive," I replied. "More than you realize," the king answered. On the way to the train station, I kept watch for anyone following us, but no one stood out. We boarded the noon train, heading back to Winford. My mind was still reeling with what had transpired in the last few days. "Are you all right, Cam?" Michael inquired, smiling. "You look a little sick." I looked at him. "What just happened?" "Do you know the game of chess?" Lord Winford asked. "I've heard the name, but that's all. It's a strategy game, and you've just become one of the king's pieces," Lord Winford revealed. I blinked a few times, trying to understand what he was telling me. Patiently, he waited for me to work through it. I thought back to what the king had said. The king said that some battles never see the light of day. He used me to counter some move made against him. Or he placed you on the board to be used later. Or perhaps both. That whole thing was odd. Don't I have to be a knight or nobleman or something to be given this much land? Unless I'm expendable." Lord Winford continued. "In the games kings play, we are all expendable, young Cam." Well, I hope he doesn't take offense if I don't agree with his assessment or use of me. On the contrary, he'll be extremely glad if you succeed. You are an unknown element, something not planned for. Now that you are in play, they will have to consider the ramifications of this move." "Who are they?" "Take your pick. Westies, Northers, Southies, people in our own camp. As the king said, we have enemies on every front, which is true. Look on the bright side. You now have lands, and with the money you have, you can build a wealthy estate. Who knows what your family will accomplish?" I smiled, raising my brows slightly. "My father taught me to look for the downside of a deal.
And this deal has a bad one. I have no title, which means I'm just a caretaker, paying the crown for the privilege. Was this also a test? I wondered. I turned to the window and let my mind work on the task set before me. By the time we reached the Winford estate, I had the beginnings of a plan. I need to go to the Western Range, find the keep the king spoke of, and see what condition it's in.
You don't want to wait until spring?
Michael asked. I'll wait another month. The worst of winter should be over by then. I'll go scout the land and decide what to do then. A reasonable plan, Lord Winford said. We relaxed the rest of the day and regaled Lady Winford with all the news from the capital. It surprised me that Lord Winford told her all that had happened, holding nothing back.
I am again in your debt,
she said, after they told her of my catching the snake before it struck Lord Winford. I did it out of fear, lady.
Fear?
Well, yes. Had I come back without Lord Winford, you would have killed me. Everyone laughed. The next morning, Lord Winford had the maps of the Western Range out for us to look over.
Your land runs from River's Fork here, down the length of the range, and eastward to our lands, he pointed out.
Well, that's a lot of land, sir.
It is. Once you find your keep, or build it, the land will need to be cleared. Farmers will need to be found, desiring to use part of their crops as rent for portions of your land. If you hire miners, then profit can be made from mining the mountains. You need to start right away, making your land pay for itself.
I shook my head. I have a lot to learn.
Yes, you do. But we'll help you. You can make this work, and build something to pass on to your children and grandchildren.
I spent the next month following the Winfords on their daily business, keeping their estate operating smoothly. In the evenings, they taught me the rudiments of playing chess. After learning the basic moves of each piece, I thought it would get easier. I was wrong. It turned out to be a complicated game, and I doubted my ability to become good at it. Learning the basics of the game did give me insights to the game the king was playing. I was his pawn. He was putting me forward to see if someone would take me. I may not be a chess master, but I knew when I was being used as bait. This did not sit well with me. The night before I was to leave, I spoke with Lord Winford and Michael. I wanted to thank you for all that you have taught me and advice you have given. I'm leaving in the morning to survey the Western Range. To be honest, I feel like the lands offered to me were bait to put me out there for the king's enemies. Whether I succeed or fail was unimportant to him. He won't either way, and I would lose either way. If I did well and settled the lands, he would simply give the lands to a nobleman, and I would work for him. The fact that he did not offer to knight me or even offer to make me one of his subjects proves my point. So, I think I shall decline his kind gift of lands and his loan of 1,000 sovereigns. After a time, you will no doubt be contacted by the king asking about my progress or whereabouts. Tell him the truth. I left here for the Western Mountains. Perhaps we shall meet again. Perhaps not. If I stay to the west, I'll watch over your border. But the king is on his own. I gave Lord Winford my new type shotgun. You will make better use of this than I. Besides, I'll probably get the chance to take another.
I agree with your assessment, Cam. You must find your own path. Always remember, you are welcome in our home."
"Thank you, sire. Who knows? You may see me again. I've heard it said that once you feed a stray cat, they always come back." We laughed. "I'd ask another favor. I'd like to cash in one of my banknotes with you. I've learned that things go easier for one who has cash in hand."
"That's very true,"
Lord Winford concurred.
"I'll be glad to change one of your notes for you."
Before daybreak, I was on my way. Taking to the trees, I cut straight cross country, not following the roads. Taking no clothes but my kilt vest and small backpack with my light cloak and a few other small items inside, I wore my weapons harness, my old-style shotguns, and the steel knives. I stopped to rest when needed, and at meals. I was on no timetable, and enjoyed being back in the forest. When I judged I had reached the border of the Winford lands, I turned southwest and headed back to the cave where Michael and I had stayed. I'd start my search for the keep there. There was plenty of game along the way, so I was well fed. This was beautiful country, thick forest, abundant game, and plenty of water. I could see why people of the city did not like it. It was a wild, untamed land, but a good land. I saw no one else on my way, and reached the western range in about 14 days. I took a few days to rest and look around the area for signs of recent activity. There were tracks of travelers, but no evidence of large numbers of horses that would tell me the Westies were crossing the border in force. Heading north along the river that ran the length of the western range, I kept watch for western scouts and any sign of a keep or fort. Methodically, I moved north, not in any hurry, but spying out the land. Spring was now making its appearance, and the sun felt good. I would begin shedding my winter coat soon, to be replaced by a lighter pelt. I headed toward River's Fork, continuing to assess the land and looking for Westies. So far there was nothing but trees, the river, and the mountainous cliffs. I had been scouting for 3 weeks when I reached River's Fork. I changed my fur color into all black and put on my cloak with the hood up before entering the town. It was a good-sized town, a farming and mining community from its looks. I had finally made up my mind on what I was going to do. Well, as far as the king was concerned, anyway. I wrote him a letter. It read, "Sire, I must decline your invitation to be a part of your game of king's chess. I am returning the deeds to the land and your banknote uncashed. As I didn't use it, I don't feel I owe interest. In case you feel otherwise, I give you the following information as payment. I have spied out the western range. There is no incursion from the Westies and little scouting. There is also no keep anywhere along the western range. You are getting bad reports, or you are being intentionally misled. I wish you luck in your grand chess game, sire. When you see Lord Winford, please tell him I wish his lordship and family well." I signed the letter C, then sealed and sent it along with the deeds and banknote by courier. That done, I felt a weight lift off me. I took a turn through the market, not really needing anything. I was simply curious. Inside a clothes shop, I remembered my light-duty cloak would not last long with rough living. Now was a good time for a more suitable one. "Don't see many of your kind here. No offense," the owner said. "None taken. This is my first trip this far north." "Well then, how can I help you?" "I'm looking for a cloak, a lightweight one that will stand some hard use." "I have an army scout's cloak made of canvas that may suit you," he said, walking down an aisle. The hooded cloak was worn, but still in good condition.
It was colored in browns and greens on one side, blacks and grays on the other. This one would keep the rain off better than my light one. I bought it, put the good one in my pack, and wore the purchased one, black and gray side out. As I walked, I bought a couple of meat pies and ate. I found an out-of-the-way place under a tree and sat down to finish my pie and think. By anyone's standards, I was very well off financially. Some would even say, rich. I had few needs at this point in my life, but I would not be young and strong forever. The windfalls had taught me some valuable lessons that I could not ignore, but I realized I was not yet ready to settle down. I wanted to see more of the world. The western range continued north for many miles. I'm not even sure how many. I wondered what was on the west side of these mountains. The people were probably much the same, speaking the same language and spending the same money. If there was a pass through the mountains, it would be well guarded and controlled. It would be easier to go back south than through the pass. It would also cause less suspicion. Cats were from the south and a common sight in that area. Coming to a decision, I finished my last bite of meat pie and headed back south. As I passed the last house leaving town, there were two men arguing. One wore nice clothes, the other wore overalls. They were standing beside an old steam engine train car. This engine was smaller than the one I had seen pulling the train to the capital. "You agreed to the terms of the contract. We gave you 1 year to arrange financing for the engine. That year is up tomorrow. If you don't have the money by tomorrow noon, the deal is null and void." Nice clothes stressed.
I need more time. Someone keeps spiking my deals with investors.
Not my problem. You have until noon tomorrow. Nice clothes walked away. Overalls threw his hat down in frustration and sat down in the shade of the steam engine. "I guess null and void means the deal is off," I said.
Yeah,
he answered without looking up. When he did, I thought he would jump out of his skin.
Oh, good Lord, Cat. Give a body warning,
he said, laughing. I chuckled. Sorry. I sometimes forget people don't expect to see a 6-foot cat standing next to him. He laughed harder. When he caught his breath.
Oh, I needed a good laugh.
Yeah. It sounded like you got some bad news. He shook his head.
I've been working on a deal for almost a year. Seems every time I think I have it done, something happens. I think someone is spiking my deals.
I pointed at the steam engine. Does it work?
Not at the moment. Needs some repairs and parts, but she'll do for what I want.
So whoever is spiking your deals would have to know how to work on steam engines, or plan to buy the engine, then sell it to you for a higher price. He got a faraway look in his eye. Then, with dawning realization,
"Well, that banker, Harold! He's been trying to get me to borrow money this whole time! This is just the kind of thing that cheapskate would pull!"
"If you don't mind me asking, how much money do you need for your deal?"
200 sovereign for the engine, wood car, and 2 flatbeds.
"And the parts and repairs?"
Another 20 or 30.
"So 250 sovereign would set you up?"
"Nicely,"
he replied. "What's your plan for it anyway?" He shrugged.
"Traveling? Steam-powered sawmill?"
"To cut lumber at their location. That's actually a good idea. All the lumber cutting I had seen was done by hand." I thought a moment. "I'm guessing you were looking for an investor."
"Without one, my plan is dead."
"Show me your plan." We spent most of the afternoon going over his plans, looking at his drawings and talking timelines. It would take a year to complete. When we finished, I stepped back, looking at his sketches. "I'd like to buy into your company. I'll pay you 350 sovereign for half."
49%. I keep controlling interest, and it will have to be 350 cash on the barrelhead.
One other provision. Once we are up and running, the first place we go to cut lumber is Windford. He thought a moment.
We can do that.
Taking 350 sovereign out of my wallet, we shook on the deal.
By the way, my name is Jack Tinkman. People call me Tink for short.
I'm Cam. Pleased to meet you, Tink.
Oh, Lord knows, I am extremely pleased to meet you, Cam.
It turned out Tink was right about the banker. Harold was there at noon, ready to swoop in and take the deal. He was not happy when Tink handed Nice Clothes 200 sovereign. After taking possession of the engine and cars, we used a team of 4 horses to move 'em. I stayed a week, helping him get started, then told him I'd be back from time to time, checking on his progress. Once again, I headed south. Chapter 5. I was in no hurry to get anywhere. Hunting was good, and I was just enjoying the spring weather. My winter coat was itching, and more of it was falling out. Who knew scratching your back on a tree could feel so good? The first few days, I saw the occasional hunter, but after that, I saw no one else. I had been meandering south for a week, still traveling and sleeping in trees. Well, except for building fires for meals and tea, which I was about to do when I noticed buzzards, close to 20 of them, circling. I wondered if they was just riding the wind or feeding. Since they seemed to stay in one area, they were probably feeding. With so many of them aloft, that meant something big, or more than one something, was dead. My curiosity aroused, I began the trek up the mountainside. It was quite a climb. Had I been fully human, I would have turned back by now. The only other thing making this climb would be mountain goats. At the top was a small plateau, but the buzzards weren't feeding here. They were feeding below the rim on the other side. Looking over, I stared. There was a huge rock overhang with numerous hut-like structures under it. There were 4 wide step-down shelves extending to a small valley below. The valley had a stream and a lake with open fields. It seemed to be a half-mile wide and a mile long. Sitting in their cradles at the overhang were 2 moored balloon skyships. More importantly, were the red flags tied everywhere. The meaning was clear. Plague. This is what had attracted the buzzards. I knew of no plague that affected both humans and cats, but I was half human. Still, I wasn't too worried. Following a path leading down from the plateau, at the bottom, there were bodies. Lots of bodies. The first body looked strange. It was desiccated, dried up, like it had been there for years. I stepped back, shocked. This was Red Eye, so called because the final stage before death, the eyes turned completely red. Then the body died from the inside out. Highly contagious, few survived. Other than the bodies, there were live goats and chickens, which showed the illness might be limited to humans. The only sound beside the animals was the wind rustling the red flags. Given a cursory glance at the skyships, both had their balloons deflated and folded down. I'd heard of these ships, but had only seen one from a great distance as it passed overhead. hidden under netting with scraps of cloth interwoven to look like leaves. It was doubtful the ships could be seen from overhead. This whole place was built to hide them from other skyships. The village was completely under the overhang. To get rid of the dead, villagers had been throwing them into a deep shaft. As the dead increased, the number of living decreased. At some point, the sick could no longer take care of the dead. The remaining bodies were left where they died. I took off my clothes and continued where they left off. Most of the bodies were just husks, weighing little. I did as they had done, and threw the remains down the shaft. About 50 bodies went over. I don't know how many were already down there, but given the number of huts and the apparent absence of any living souls, it was quite a few. Not knowing how the disease spread, all their clothes, blankets, bedding, food, water, and the like went down the shaft. I left the red flags out just in case unwanted visitors came calling. It was early evening when I finished, exhausted and saddened. In the valley below was a stream where I bathed. As I dried, I sat thinking what it must have been like to die such a slow death. I climbed back up top and found a torch. The dead needed purifying with fire to kill the disease. Holding the lit torch out over the shaft, I bowed my head in honor and dropped it in. It was surprising how quickly the fire caught and how hot it burned. As smoke started pouring out of the shaft, I went back up to the plateau and spent the night looking at the stars, giving thanks that I had been there for my mother when she died. No one should die alone. On the plateau, I gave thought to what I should do next. I had seen our elders purify huts of the sick using torches. They let the flames lick every area of a hut to kill sickness, but not so much as to set the structure on fire. It always seemed to work. It was that or completely burn the village. Unfortunately, this would put the skyships, which had bottom seams sealed with pitch, at extreme risk of burning. There weren't many skyships, and the knowledge of how to make them was a guarded secret. It was important that these two be saved. I purified every area I could with fire torches. A few small fires had spread, but were easily put out. Moving on to the skyships, I began in the hold and moved up. Carefully, I cleansed every corner of every room. Opening the door to the captain's quarters, I jumped back, neck hair standing up, heart racing and claws extended. There stood a man, pale as a ghost. This strange apparition would scare a mule, his father used to say. He frowned at me.
I thought you were dead.
Then crumpled to the deck. Nope, don't even feel bad, I replied, standing over the unconscious man. Checking him over, he had a ragged breath and a slow, irregular pulse. His eyes were red, meaning he had the plague or was recovering from it. I moved him off the ship and placed him under the overhang where there was plenty of fresh air, but close to the warmth of a fire. He seemed to be about the same age as me, but I could tell he had lost a lot of weight. I stripped his clothes and burned them by the death shaft, then covered him with my good cloak and gave him water. He drank without even opening his eyes. Time to heat a pot of water for broth for my patient. After putting the pot on the fire, I went back to the skyships and searched again, making sure all was thrown away that might hold the plague. That done, I started purifying the ships again. By the time I was done, the jerky broth was ready. He was able to take a few swallows and then a few more. After that, he slept while I searched the ships. In the captain's cabins, I found 3 books. 2 were the captain's log books, the other was a journal sketchbook. The two logbooks were written in common, but the journal sketchbook was written in clan script. While watching over the survivor, I sat by the fire reading and began piecing together what had happened. These Sky people were from two factions, North and South. They, like the Easties and Westies, did not get along. The South Mountain clan had caught the Northers running low and slow, and after a hard fight, the Southers had taken the Northers' ship. The Northers had been carrying an important person, a scientist, who, for a price, was going to help the Westies against the Easties. Apparently, the Northers were selling aid to the Westies against the Easties. The king had been right. He had enemies on every front. The Southers had tortured the scientist, a cat named Seeker, trying to get him to translate the clan script in his book. He refused, and in their eagerness to get the information, they took the torture too far and killed him. The last few entries were about the plague. They assumed it was the Northers who had it first and spread it. That was a moot point now. Unless, of course, the Northers' home was infected. If so, that would probably doom them. I could read the clan script easily enough, but some meanings were lost on me. There were lots of drawings and explanations about skyships, steam engines, and guns. I was beginning to suspect I had found the source of the new grooved-barreled guns. There were also drawings and notes on what he called a pump wheel gun. The drawing showed a section of the gun that had a plate attached to the side, forward of the trigger. The plate held 8 primed loads ready to fire. Each time the trigger was pulled, the gun fired a round, as he called the lead balls. The plate then rotated by pulling part of the underbarrel back or pumping it. The gun was ready to fire again. You could fire 8 of these rounds before you had to change the plate to reload. There was also a detailed drawing of the plate. He said the prototype worked perfectly. I took the word prototype to mean he had built one of these pump wheel guns. Where was it? I went to the Northers' ship, found which cabin had been his, and searched it. I found nothing of the gun, but did find more books. I went to the hold, and by scent, found his trunk. The trunk was full of his tools and other equipment. In a bottom drawer was the pump wheel gun prototype. It was a shorter version of a long gun. It had a holster similar to a long gun holster. I put the gun back in the trunk and took the whole thing to the overhang. Over the next few days, I kept feeding the survivor broth. He continued to wake long enough to take a few sips, then go back to sleep. His color was returning, and he was breathing easier. I searched the ships and the huts for information and valuables. I found guns, knives, swords, spears, bows, and crossbows, but left them there. I also found strong boxes on both ships. Both held a few hundred gold sovereigns. The biggest prize was the maps. I had never seen such things. The world was so much more than I realized. The maps showed land masses, rivers, and oceans. This country was only a small one among many larger. I suddenly felt insignificant. I put the captain's logbooks back in their respective skyships. I continued studying Seeker's journal and sketches. There was a lot to learn, but each time I read, I gained more insights. My reading expanded to some of his other books. Some were written in common and some in clan script. The survivor was awake now, but not speaking. I handed him a bowl of soup. My name is Cam. I found this place by following the buzzards. I continued taking care of the dead as your people had started. You are the only survivor. I let him think on what he had just learned. Of course, he probably already knew. When he was finished his soup, I gave him a cup of tea.
Where did you find me?
His voice was raspy. What he really wanted to know was if I found him on his ship. Right here where you lay. There were others around you. They didn't make it. I was hesitant to tell them more until I knew who he was and the nature of his relationship with this dead village.
Were you and the other cat from the same clan?
He asked, taking a swallow of his tea. I shook my head. No, I'm not sure what clan he was from, but it was not mine.
So, you were not seeking vengeance against me?
No. He considered me.
Why did you risk your life to bury these people and help me?
Oh, the red-eye plague does not affect cats, so there was no danger to my health. And as to the dead, it seemed the honorable thing to do. Which sounded better than I was just cleaning out my new home.
And why help me?
You needed it. My mother died of a sickness. I remember how helpless she was. I'd not wish that on another. Better a quick death.
Yes,
He said, looking into the fire. I asked no further questions, leaving him to his thoughts. After another day, I made the broth thicker, more of a light soup than a stew. As his strength grew, we walked short distances. On his walks, he would investigate the huts.
You burned all the cloth.
I didn't want to keep anything that might pass the plague on to others. He nodded. He walked until he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he would stop and drink plenty of water. I let him do as he pleased. A few more days passed, and we started having chicken eggs for breakfast and meat stew with tubers for dinner. One evening, as we ate our stew, he abruptly asked,
Am I your prisoner?
Taken aback, I replied, No, you are free to do as you please.
But you have claimed this place as a prize, have you not?
I shrugged. Do you think your clan will want it back after the plague killed everyone here?
I have no clan. They all died here. I'm the last of this branch.
I'm sorry,
Will you bring your clan here?
he asked. I shook my head. Like you, I have no clan.
Dead.
No, they live, as far as I know. They felt that since my father was human, I was not one of them.
So, you have no home?
I looked around. This is a good place, hidden from everyone. Well, except you sky people.
And what will you do with the skyships?
I had been waiting for this. Perhaps we can make a deal.
What kind of deal?
I know nothing about flying a skyship, and even if I did, I can only fly one at a time. You teach me to fly a skyship, and you can have either one you want. I assume, sooner or later, you will want to seek out your people.
And where would you go?
I have nowhere that I need to be for a while. After that, who knows? He nodded, thinking.
My name is Lamar. Thank you for caring for me. I shall not forget this. I'll consider your offer.
Well met, Lamar of the Sky People, I said, holding out my hand.
He shook it.
Well met, Cam of the high reaches.
I smiled. I liked the sound of that, so I took it as my name. Cam High Reacher.
Chapter 6. It was now the beginning of summer, and Lamar had gained a lot of his weight back, was getting stronger. After asking permission, he used the cloak I'd given him to make some clothes. Out of one cloak, he made a kilt, a vest, and a jacket. Next, he added a leather waistband and hem to the kilt, and a leather collar to the jacket, finishing with a pair of leather sandals. I was impressed. Very nicely done, I complimented, turning each piece over, admiring the detail and fine craftsmanship. Every youth must learn these things. Wasn't it the same in your clan?
Yes, but ours were crude compared to yours. He beamed.
I admit my mother taught me more on cold winter nights when there was little else to do.
A good skill to have. I need to work on that myself. I thought a moment. Were you with them when they captured the Northers' skyship?
I was. Their ship was bigger, but ours was faster, and we had position on them. I don't think they expected trouble and seemed to be undermanned for fighting. Our first roundabout on them put most of their men down. Then we jumped on board and took them.
When you say jump, you literally jumped between ships?
Yes. We were above them and were wearing our glide suits.
What's a glide suit?
Have you ever seen a gliding squirrel?
Yes.
Imagine clothes that made you look like a gliding squirrel.
I frowned, trying to imagine what that would look like. You can glide like a squirrel, wearing one of these suits.
Absolutely. You can glide all the way to the ground wearing one, but it takes practice.
How would you practice that?
There are a few different ways. One is with ropes on a windy cliff or plateau. Another is hanging on a rope from your ship to get the feel of the wind. Then, when you are ready, you jump and glide down into a lake or ocean where boats wait to pick you up. As your skill improves, you jump from a tall hillside that has long slopes. Finally, you jump from a ship to the ground. Simple,
he said with a barely contained snicker. Yeah, simple, I said, shaking my head. Are the Northers and Southers sky people much the same? He considered for a moment.
In most ways. The everyday people are much the same. Same religion, same language, but the biggest difference is the Northers are expansionist. They're ever looking to expand their territory and influence. In the South, we're satisfied with what we have, only expanding when our population reaches a certain point.
Which is what the clan was doing here.
We would have sought brides from other clans to keep our bloodline strong. But then...
He could say no more. So, the Northers are supporting the Westies to put pressure on the Easties, but what they are really after is dominating both. Right?
Oh, no doubt. They are not helping anyone but themselves. As soon as you accept their help, you're on the road to your own ruin. The Westies will find this out. They are cannon fodder for the Northers. The plan is to provoke a war and sell weapons to all the sides. When all sides have been heavily damaged and exhausted from fighting, the North swoops in and takes over. The goal is a unified land under their control by whatever means necessary. The Northers are focusing on the Easties and Westies. But then, they will come south.
And no one sees their plans.
Everyone believes they are using the Northers to further their own goals. They become willingly blinded by their own greed and desire for power.
That sounds about right.
You are from the South, yes?
Lamar asked. Yes, but I have friends in the East, and I would hate to see anything happen to them.
Then you should warn them, so they can at least prepare.
I considered what I could do, and how to do it. I suspect that when you travel in your skyship, you never leave it unattended.
We would either lower people to the ground, then pick them up later, or land while half the crew stayed with the ship.
But since there are only two of us, Lamar, I propose another way. Land in the treetops on large limbs, then lower ourselves to the ground to take care of business, or you stay with the ship while I take care of business.
That could work, but unless the business required both of us, I think it's best if one of us always stays with the ship.
We could do that. Not everything would take both of us. Let me think on it. Over the next few days, I considered each idea from every angle. Each had a downside. What I could tell the king, he probably already knew. Someone might intercept my letter, which would tip them off that someone was trying to foil their plans. If I went to the Windfolds, that would involve them directly, and, inevitably, the enemy would find out, putting them in danger. Was passing information enough? Surely the king had an idea of his enemies on every side, as he put it. Should I get involved at all? It's not my country. But if it got overrun by the Northers, the South would be next. But what difference would, or could I make? I looked at Seeker's trunk, thinking of the wheel gun within. If I gave it to the king, that would make a difference. I would need to put it into his hands myself. Otherwise, there was a good possibility that he would never get it. I was hoping prototype meant there was only one of them. I felt sure that the king had scientists and people who could copy it. Giving the king information and the prototype could make a difference. I would need to enter the palace and speak to the king alone. That would not be easy. Only time he was alone was at night. The advantage of a skyship might help. Maybe I could drop to the palace from above and make my way to the king's quarters. I shook my head. I was about to put myself back on the king's chessboard. Maybe not as a pawn, but on the board nonetheless.
So you want to lower yourself down from the ship to the palace?
Yes. Can it be done?
On a moonless or cloudy night. Otherwise, you'd never make it down. Well, you make it down, but you wouldn't be happy. Dead or injured does not cause happiness, he said, smiling.
When is the next moonless night? Lamar paused, thinking.
8 days from today.
Will that give us enough time to ready the ship and get used to flying it with just the two of us? His brow creased.
I'm not sure. We'll have to see how everything works, and how well you learn. If we don't make this one, there's always next month.
Then let's get to work. I'd like to make this one, if possible. We started preparing the ship, but it was no small job. We had to check the balloons before we started filling them with heated air from steam boilers. I thought they only had hot air inside the balloons. I was wrong. Lamar added a special powder to the boiler as it burned. He didn't know how it worked, only that without it, the boilers would need 10 times the wood to keep the balloons full. Filling the balloons and getting them set in the nets properly took all day and wore both of us out. Flying a skyship was anything but easy. We took a day to learn the workings of the ship, the sails, and the balloons. When we were comfortable flying during the day, we started practicing at night. Had my eyes not worked so well in the dark, I doubt we would have been ready. We were still taking a chance, or I was, since I was the one going down the rope. In the end, we both felt confident enough to proceed with the plan. We left High Reaches, timing our arrival at the palace for midnight 2 days hence. The weather was clear, and Lamar said we had fair winds. I thought they were a little rough, but this was my first long-distance flight. My only other flights were during training. The night was clear, but moonless. Looking down, we could see lights from homes and villages as we passed.
You sure you don't want me to wait for you?
He asked. I'm sure. If all goes well, I'll meet you 10 miles south of the city on the north side of the lake. If I'm not there in 2 days, go back to High Reaches. I'll make my way back best I can. Approaching the palace low and slow, like a shadow passing, I dropped the rope over the side. With a nod to Lamar, I went over, wearing nothing but the pump wheel gun strapped across my back. Aiming for the high roof of the palace by dumb luck, I was lined up on it perfectly. Well, almost. I did have to push off a chimney as I passed. I dropped the 6 feet to the roof, landing silently. Lamar continued piloting the ship, gaining height, then turning south. Next came traversing multiple roofs to get to the royal quarters. As I made my way to the lower roofs, there were guards. My blotched black and charcoal fur blended with the night shadows. The guards were easily avoided. Having watched and timed the guards' rounds, I dropped down to the king's balcony while they were on the opposite side of the palace. Hunting at night in the trees was much harder than breaking into this place. The guards were complacent and more than a little lazy, thinking no one would be foolish enough to attempt entry. Guess I'm the fool. Being summer, the doors to the king's bedroom were open for the night's breeze. I listened before entering, and could hear one person lightly snoring. Cautiously and slowly, I moved, making no sound. Gratefully, the king was sleeping alone and no one else was in the room. One less potential problem to deal with. Scanning the room, there was an ornate entrance door which probably led to the hallway. To avoid any surprises, I made sure it was locked. Moving back toward the king, there was the handle of a dagger peeking from under his pillow. The first smart security precaution I had seen since landing on the roof. Clamping my hand over his mouth, his body tensed as he tried to sit up while reaching for the dagger. "Sire," I hissed, "it's Cam. You are safe." Waiting for him to become fully awake, I kept my hand in place. He looked at me, then around the room, and finally nodded. My apologies, sire, for the unannounced visit." "You scared the wits out of me, cat," he said, in respectable clannish. "Well, at least you didn't soil yourself," I replied in kind. He chuckled. "I assume you have something important to tell me?" "Most assuredly, sire. Is it safe to light a lamp?" "Yes, I took care of that other problem of being watched. Thank you, by the way." He lit a lamp as I took the pump wheel gun from my back and drew it from its holster, laying it on the bed. He looked a bit astonished. "A mechanical gun?" "It fires 8 shots before having to be reloaded." I showed him how it worked, then handed it to him. "The Westies have these." This was from a captured Northers skyship, carrying a Northers scientist. The Northers are supplying guns and other help to the Westies against the East. This may be the only working one there is. The scientists called it a prototype. "And the scientist?" "Dead," I answered. "You have people, scientists, that can take this and make more, don't you?" "I truly hope so. There's more. I've met some Southern Sky people who shared information." I repeated what Lamar had said, but kept the source to myself. I opined that he might have further spies in the palace and should be wary. He intently listened. "Lord Mitcham and his group have been taken care of, and we knew that the North was plotting against us. But not this far. If they start mass-producing these pump-wheel guns, it'd be catastrophic. Can you get a message to the Southern Sky people?" "I think so." "Take a seat, and let me think." After a moment, he began writing. "What is your family name, Master Cam?" "I Reacher, sire," I said, giving my adopted name. Continuing to write, "I'm actually surprised to see you, beyond the obvious, of course. I received your package and letter saying you did not want to play in the king's chess game." He looked up at me. "That, too, surprised me, but a smart move on your part. So why come back now?" "I have friends here in the eastern lands and didn't want to see them hurt. Besides, if the Northers take the east and west, they'll head south next." "How much of this do the Windfords know?" "Nothing. I left them a month or so after we left here. I told them I was going to the Western Range to scout. That was the last contact. They probably think I'm dead." "Perhaps. But Windy is no one's fool, and his son Michael is no dolt either. I admire your loyalty to your friends. True loyalty is hard to come by." He continued writing. "I am offering the Southern Sky people an alliance, a mutual support treaty. If one of us is attacked, the other will send aid. I'm also offering them a trade agreement." He read through the letter, then wrote more. When he finished, he sealed it, put it in a leather messenger's shoulder bag, and gave it to me. "Take this to them. It basically says what I have told you. Answer their questions honestly, as you know them. I am making you my emissary to the Southern Sky people, which means you are now Sir Cam High Reacher, Knight of the Eastern Realm. You are no longer a pawn." He smiled. "The bottom line is we would like them as allies, and may even need them soon. We can't pay them, but we'll offer support where we can. In your future correspondence, sign it as Rook. By the way, you still own the lands along the Western Range, Sir Cam." He handed me a purse. "For your expenses." I took the purse and dropped it in the messenger's bag. Taking a black cloak from his closet, the king gave it to me, then walked to the wall's corner and opened a secret door. "This will take you out of the palace and off the grounds. Message me as soon as you can. Now be on your way." I bowed and entered the passageway, the door shutting behind me. The passage was dark and musty. Donning the cloak, I followed the passage downstairs, twisting and turning. There were no other passages to be seen, so I kept going. Finally, there was a door. It opened to a space and another door. When the door closed behind me, it locked. There was no going back. The next door had a spy hole, looking out onto an empty side street. Putting the hood up on my cloak, I opened the door and stepped out onto the street. Turning, I headed south to meet Lamar. Chapter 7. It took about 3 hours to get to Lamar. He had positioned the skyship dead center of the lake, hovering above the water. As I approached, the ship began moving toward me and descended at the shoreline. Hopping aboard. "Good to see you, my friend. Been a long night." "Well, since you didn't get killed, I assume all went well." "Good enough. The king wants a message delivered to the Southie king, proposing a treaty." Lamar whistled. "Terms?" "Mutual aid in case of an attack on either kingdom." "Well, not a bad idea considering current foul ongoings." "We need to lay in about 10 days' worth of supplies for the trip south. If I leave soon, I can get the supplies and be back while there is still plenty of daylight." "Okay, but you will not be allowed back on the ship unless you return with tea. We are completely out. I can't function without a cup of tea in the morning." "So, how long will it take to get to the Southern Kingdom?" I asked.
5, maybe 6 days from here, if the weather holds. Do you need to go back to High Reaches before we go south?"
No, I'm good. He nodded.
Vaulting over the railing, I replied over my shoulder,
Plan on setting sail once I return with supplies.
Do not forget the tea!
He shouted. A few hours later, we were aloft and headed south. The trip gave time to practice working the ship, sails, and finally, steering. I originally thought a skyship just went up, moved left or right when the wheel was turned, and like magic, you could fly anywhere. Not so. It took a lot of training. The only good thing about not having a crew was I had to do everything. As a result, I quickly picked up basic flying skills. The most important thing learned was that I either needed a smaller ship or a larger crew. We landed 2 days later at a small village to buy wood for the boilers. Lamar said we didn't need any yet, but this was a good place to buy some. Once loaded, we were off again. After the balloons were set, we just had to keep watch, included on the ground and sky. At night, we slept in shifts. Someone always had to be awake while flying. The boiler kept the balloons filled, and was also our stove. We ate simple foods, beans and meat, rice and meat, eggs and bacon. There were never any leftovers. I held the wheel while Lamar ate, and he did likewise for me.
Cam, do you have a mate or one promised to you?
No family would agree to such a thing, and if there were someone, she would be shamed and shunned because of me. What about you?
Oh, there was a girl. I'm not sure if she is still unmarried. Now that I'm the captain of my own ship, a family may consider me. We'll see.
What about asking more people to come back to high reaches?
Well, we do need ship's crews and wives.
He winked.
I'll make the offer. But there will be problems because of the plague. I don't think any or very few would consider moving there. The ones that would, I'd expect trouble from.
Then be selective. Only invite people who would add something to the new clan. Tell the leaders, I now own the valley and the lands east of the mountains to River's Fork. Eyes wide, he looked stunned.
You mentioned the king gave you land. You did not say he gave you a region. Good Lord, Cam!
Well, I own the lands along the mountains to River's Fork, but... I hesitated. Technically not high reaches. But the people who receive the offer to live there won't know that. He smiled.
I like that idea.
He turned aft, and his smile vanished.
Trouble! Keep us heading straight!
He yelled, running forward. Looking back, another sky ship was closing on us from above and behind. She looked to be at least twice our size, maybe larger and with more sails. There was something sticking out of her bow. I felt our ship begin to rise. Lamar must have emptied some front ballast water bladders. He put more sails out, then came back to take the wheel.
What's that sticking out of her bow?
I pointed.
A propeller for extra speed and maneuverability when there's little wind. It's one of their newer ships. Are all our guns loaded?
I nodded. They are.
You better bring 'em up and get ready. Nothing will happen for an hour or so, but unless something changes, they'll catch and board us.
I brought the guns up and laid them out where we could easily grab 'em.
Listen, Cam. First, they will signal for us to surrender. When we don't, they'll shoot at us with long guns. We'll return fire. Then, they'll try to board us from above. You're good on top, better than me. You'll have to meet them there. Be careful of your claws on the balloons. We don't need any holes.
It took them a little longer than an hour, but everything else happened as Lamar predicted. They signaled for our surrender. We ignored them.
Then both sides started shooting. It seemed the only thing either side hit was the wood of the ships, though I did hear one ball whiz by my ear. If anything happens to me, get the message back to your king. If I live, I'll see you back at High Reaches someday. We shook hands. Lamar seemed pale. Had I not had fur, I'm sure I would have looked the same.
Cam, our only chance is to get above them. I'm going to drop the rest of the ballast. When I do, we should rise above them. When that happens, we may be able to get away. It's time for you to go up top.
While they were reloading their long guns, I went on top of the balloons, but stayed out of sight on the offside. I heard the ballast water gush out, and we started rising. It wasn't a great deal, but it was some. When I looked, our balloon was above theirs, but probably not enough for us to get away. Before I thought about it too much, I was up, running across our balloon, and put everything I had into a jump. A human would never have made it, and this cat cut it close. I caught the nets and scampered up and over their balloon and down the other side. Moving quickly before they figured out they had been boarded, I roared as I dropped to the deck among them. The roar, combined with my height, fur standing on end, teeth bared, and claws fully extended, momentarily froze them in place. Looking fearful was one of the first behaviors a cub learns. Comes in handy during a fight. One man was so badly scared he jumped overboard. Another raised his gun to shoot. Using the closest man as a shield, he took the ball meant for me. Throwing the shot man into the shooter, they both went over the side. Wielding a sword, the next man swiped along the side of my head, cutting, but not too deeply. I ducked under, grabbed his arm, and aimed for his throat. He screamed as I bit down, and became suddenly silent when a chunk of his throat went missing. The fighting became a blur to me. Total instinct. Fighting to survive. It was blade and claw, flashing and gouging, ripping and biting. I saw flashes of gunfire, but didn't hear it. Finally, I stood alone, covered in blood, theirs and mine. Suddenly, I felt exhausted and sat down. After a time, I heard someone shouting my name. It was Lamar. He had our ship close beside this one.
Cam, close the sails!
He shouted. I nodded and moved slowly to release the belaying pins and lines. It took a bit, but using the lines, the ships were lashed together. Once again, I sat down. Moments later, Lamar was at my side.
You were supposed to wear a glide suit when you do that,
he said, looking concerned. I'll try to remember, I said with a tired sigh. But I hope there's not a next time. He laughed.
The second time's the hardest, because you know what to expect.
I had been cut in several places, but never felt them. Lamar bandaged me as best he could. Most of the wounds were shallow slicing cuts, and my fur staunched the bleeding. Lamar gave me food and water, but I was almost too weary to chew.
Nice ship you've got here, Captain. And you only had to fight 10 men to take it.
I looked around. She did seem to be a nice ship, minus all the blood and bodies.
She's a military ship. Propeller, more sails, and narrower beams make her faster.
I wonder. He looked about the ship, pensive.
Why didn't they fire their cannons?
What? I was confused. In all the fighting, I had no time to focus on anything but surviving.
She has swivel cannons, or deck sweepers they're called,
pointing at 4 cannons standing in their racks.
And they should have had more crew. Well, not that I'm complaining. I'm glad they didn't.
I nodded my agreement.
Are you good to keep watch while I check below?
He asked, thumb cocking his 2 short guns. Yeah. Give me 2 loaded guns, and I'll keep watch. He handed me his 2 and loaded 2 more. He went below as I kept scanning the skies. I did not know what I would do if anyone came upon us. At this point, the most I could do would be shout a warning.
Lamar came topside, guns holstered. Pretty good haul. A few cases of new guns, both short and long, some trunks and other goods, plus a few hundred sovereigns and a locked strong box. Hopefully the key is on one of the bodies. But the best prize is the ship herself. A fully armored military ship. Not a battleship, mind. But she'll do.
He was clearly impressed. Well, let's search these guys, strip 'em down, and throw 'em overboard. We found a few coins, jewelry, and weapons on them. And finally the keys. With all the bodies over the side, we rested while we ate and drank.
We're drifting in the right direction, so we are good for now. I'll keep watch while you go have a look around.
Well, don't start another fight while I'm gone. I was spent, but needed to do a quick check, if for no other reason than to ensure Lamar had missed nothing.
I'll do my best, but no promises.
He chuckled. Down below, it was dark. Looking around with my feline night vision, I spied a lantern and lit it. Taking the keys, I tried each one. Finally, the strong box popped open. The captain's logbooks were in there, along with some sovereigns, and a stack of 10 banknotes, each worth 5,000 sovereigns, for a total of 50,000 sovereigns. Well, 25,000 for me and 25,000 for Lamar. All in all, a profitable day's work. I would read the logs later. I walked the hold and opened a few trunks, looking inside. One belonged to a gentleman, full of fine clothes. Holding the clothes up to me, I was pretty sure they would fit. Back on deck, I reported to Lamar the contents of the strong box. "Seems you are a rich man," I said.
Oh?
"The strong box held 50,000 sovereigns in banknotes. Your half is 25,000. You can now retire." He stared at me.
25,000 sovereigns?
"Don't spend them yet. We have to get to your people before we're safe."
"We're safer now," he said, pointing at a long blue streamer.
"What's that mean?"
"Diplomatic ship. Carrying a diplomat. Everyone still honors that. Well, as far as I know."
"Why didn't we use that before?" I asked, incredulous that I risked life and limb in an unnecessary battle.
"We didn't have the diplomatic streamers,"
he shrugged.
"They also had an Eastern Realm flag, which I hoisted, just to be sure."
I looked aft, and there the Easty flag flew. I wasn't sure if that made us less or more of a target. At sunrise, we opened the sails on our new ships and started south again, towing our old ship behind. I was sore and moved a little slowly. I didn't want my wounds to reopen.
"I've been thinking," Lamar said.
"About?"
"Appearances. If we show up looking like 2 balloon basket drifters, that's how they'll treat us. We, especially you, need to look the part of an Easty nobleman. You are Sir Cam Highreacher, emissary of the King of the Eastern Realm. You are also a wealthy landowner and skyship owner. That's a lot of prestige, and you are going to need it. So, you need to look and act the part."
"If I'm the ship owner, then you are my captain,
And you also need to look the part. We need to look through those trunks below and find suitable clothes, I said. By the way, I read the captain's logbook last night. Their mission was to meet and bribe Westie officials and military leaders. Their specific orders were to apply more pressure south toward your people. That's why they were carrying so many banknotes.
Well, he sighed. We knew it was coming. Now, we have proof.
He shook his head. We took turns looking through the trunks and crew clothes for what would suit. Lamar found what he needed by mixing and matching. The gentleman's trunk filled all my needs, so that trunk became mine. Everything fit well, except the boots were a bit tight. Finally, to enhance my royal appearance, I changed my fur white. To avoid mistakes upon our arrival in the Southern Realm, Lamar and I began calling each other by our respective titles. I called him Captain, and he addressed me as Emissary, Sir, or Sir Can. We looked, sounded, and even moved as men long accustomed to being treated with deference. "We have company!" Lamar shouted down from the lookout perch, just below the base of the balloon. "Where away?" I shouted back, getting better at ship's jargon. 2 points off the starboard beam!" There were 2 ships approaching. Lamar came down and took the wheel. "When they get close, let me do the talking. You are the emissary and would not normally talk to them." They were within hailing distance in less than an hour. "Ahoy! Identify yourself!" a crewman on the leading skyship called out. They were looking us over through spyglasses. "Eastern Realm, diplomatic ship, carrying Emissary High Reacher on a diplomatic mission to the Southern King," Lamar called back. There was some discussion among them. Lamar leaned toward me. "They are wondering how we came to have a new northern military skyship." Finally, the reply came. "Follow us." The ship turned and headed south. We fell in behind it, while the other ship fell in behind us, forming a convoy. The lead ship raised blue and white streamers, showing they were escorting a diplomatic ship. Diplomatic ship or not, they kept a close eye on us. "We should arrive at the capital this afternoon," Lamar commented. "You know, I didn't think about it, but this may be the first time an Eastern Realm ship, especially an emissary ship, has visited the Southern Kingdom. This may turn into quite an event." "Well, the cards are dealt. We'll just have to play the hand, as my father used to say." His father was right. We landed, and their ground crew moored both our ships and posted an honor guard. A full diplomatic entourage stood by to meet us. With royal bearing, I strode down the ship's extended ramp to meet them. Bowing slightly, "Gentlemen, my name is Sir Cam High Reacher, emissary from King Edward II of the Eastern Realm. Here are my bona fides, attesting to my credibility and authority to speak on behalf of His Royal Highness." I gave them the official papers. They returned my bow in kind and received the papers. "This is quite the event, Emissary High Reacher. You are the first diplomatic ship to visit us, and in a northern military ship at that." "Ah, yes. Well, we didn't start off that way. We were attacked on the way by that ship. It was hard fought. Only myself and my captain survived. I would like to see a doctor if I could. Some of my wounds may need stitches," I said, per our plan to convince them of the attack. "Attacking a diplomatic ship? This is outrageous!" their leader spoke out. "Be assured, we'll see to your needs, emissary." "Thank you. And please see to my captain and ship as well. Had it not been for him, I would be dead." "Of course.
Fear not, no one will enter your ship, and your captain will be well cared for.
I thank you. I know this is out of the ordinary, but I have a letter from my king to yours. I must give it to him personally, at his earliest convenience.
I understand. I'll relay your request at once.
When they finished, they took me straight to a doctor. I knew my wounds had been open too long for stitches, but at least they could be checked, cleaned, and bandaged better. While I was awaiting my audience with the king, a diplomatic house was provided as lodging, with a nice meal already prepared. Not long after, my trunk arrived, which no doubt Lamar sent, keeping up appearances. Within the hour, I was taken by carriage to the palace and escorted to the throne room where court was being held. Taken to the front of those seeking an audience with the king, I waited. Facing the king was a woman who was, petitioning.
"What do you find so repulsive about him, cousin?"
The king queried her.
He has the intellect of a chair and is not as useful,
the woman said in frustration.
"You are a widow with a child. Your options for a husband are limited."
I would rather marry a cat than him.
People around me sucked in their breath, looked at me, then chuckled. I grinned broadly. The lady turned on those who had laughed. Seeing me, she turned a delightful shade of red, momentarily closing her eyes.
Forgive me, Sir Cat. I meant no disrespect.
She was perhaps 35, with intelligent eyes. I bowed. None taken, lady. I myself have said the same of some cats. Everyone laughed, including the king.
"Emissary High Reacher, may I introduce my cousin, Lady Isla Greenwell? Isla, this is Emissary Sir Cam High Reacher of the Eastern Realm."
I bowed to her. "A pleasure, Lady Isla." She curtsied, smiling.
Emissary?
Chapter 8.
"They tell me, emissary, you had some excitement getting here,"
the king remarked. "Some, your highness. We initially started with a smaller ship and crew as to not draw attention. It seems that was an ill-thought plan. A northern skyship thought us easy pickings. They sorely miscalculated."
"And you were wounded during the fighting?"
I was. I was the only one who could make the jump to the other ship. It was that or all of us die, since they didn't seem to want prisoners."
"You made the jump?"
I shrugged. I was the only one, other than my captain, who was not wounded. The distance was too great for him to make, as our ships were at almost the same altitude.
"And how many men did you have to fight through to take the ship?"
10, highness."
"You killed 10 men in single combat?"
There were murmurs around the court. To be honest, once the fighting started, it was all instinct. I didn't really expect to live. Captain Lamar kept firing, keeping others off me. He kept me from being overrun and killed.
"Extraordinary," the king said.
After a moment,
"I believe you have a letter for me."
He reached out his hand. "I do, highness." I approached, handed it to him, bowed, then stepped back. He opened the letter, reading, looked at me, then read on. When finished, he sat quietly for a moment, then spoke.
"You will dine with me tonight, emissary."
"Yes, your highness." He rose, and all bowed as he left the throne room. I was escorted back to the diplomatic house. A chamberlain, who I assumed was a spy,
had been assigned to me. He had unpacked my things and put them away. It was a good thing we had gone through the trunk before getting here. The only things he found were clothes. At the appropriate time, I returned to the palace for dinner. I was surprised that the only ones present were myself, the king, and Lady Isla. The meal started with small talk, but ended with more interesting conversation.
Your king's letter says you will speak plainly to me.
I nodded. Those were my instructions, Highness.
No diplomatic fencing?
He asked with a bit of skepticism. I shook my head. I'm not a career diplomat. I was given this duty because of some, unusual circumstances.
What kind of circumstances?
A northern spy tried to kill me because of some information he thought I might have. I figured out they were planning to assassinate the king. They wanted me killed before I exposed their plot.
I take it you exposed their plot?
The king and I are still here. They are not. I kept my answer vague.
Then he sent you here?
No. First I went to the western range. We had reports that the Westies were scouting us to prepare for an incursion. They were not, but I found hard evidence that the North was backing the West. They were supplying guns and intelligence against the East and the South. I reported my findings to the king. He sent me here.
What are they doing against the South?
The North is now paying Westie officials and army officers to apply more pressure to interfere with all Southern activity, including trade and travel, Your Highness.
Your king offers us nothing of substance, only vague terms like trade and help when we need it. What would be of substance is your captured skyship. If he gave us that...
Lady Isla had sat quietly, listening the whole time. Her foot tapped my leg. I did my best not to react. Out of the corner of my eye, she gave a slight head shake. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The ship belongs to me, not the king. I took it in open combat.
But you're not a military man. Is that correct?
Isla wanted to confirm. I am not. I'm a landowner and forester who fights when he has to, I answered, wondering where she was going with this.
Perhaps a trade, then. Something you can use, like cargo ships for trade.
I thought a moment. I must admit I would have more use for cargo ships than a fighting ship.
Good, the king said. I'm sure we can come up with something that is mutually beneficial. In the meantime, perhaps you will allow us onto the ship to, inspect it.
Lady Isla tapped my leg again. Unsure what the taps meant, I responded politely, but also with a measure of caution. I may be young, Highness, but I have been in on a few trade deals. He chuckled.
Then we shall see what we have to trade with, he said, raising a glass.
As the meal was ending, Highness, may I request Lady Isla's assistance on the morrow? I need to buy some clothes, and I'm afraid I have little experience with styles. The king smiled, looking at her.
Isla, what say you?
How much land do you own, emissary?
Exact number of hectares, I'm unsure, but the boundaries are from the southern tip of our western range to River's Fork and east 7 days' travel by horse. She smiled.
I look forward to helping with your shopping on the morrow. Sounds like fun, spending a man's money.
Keep your hand on your wallet, young man,
the king warned. We started mid-morning what Isla called shopping. We looked through several shops without buying anything.
I followed her lead like a good little cub. Then we just strolled for a while. "Would you like a cup of tea, perhaps?" I asked. "Well, that would be nice. Yes." We sat at a cafe's open-air table, drinking tea with what she called cakes. "So," I finally asked, "why the warning?" Hesitant, she carefully chose her words. "You are, I think, inexperienced in the ways of court. You were speaking plainly, as far as I could tell, with the king. But he was not speaking plainly with you. He wants your captured skyship badly, and would almost give his firstborn to get it. If he could pressure you to give it to him, he would have bragged about it for years. Deal hard with him. He'll trade you 3 cargo skyships for it. Cargo skyships mean little to him."
But you do.
"My side of the family are merchants. Cargo skyships have profited us for over 50 years by allowing trade at great distances."
Where do you send your cargo skyships to trade?
"All over the world," she replied.
I thought back to the maps I had seen and shook my head.
"What?"
she asked. There is something I don't understand. I'm half human, my father being human. But sometimes human ways are strange to me.
"In what way?"
Forgive me if I offend. She nodded for me to continue. The king said your marriage options were limited. Why would that be? You are intelligent, interesting, and a pleasure to be around. One would think that suitors would be pounding at the palace door. With eyes crinkling at the corners, Isla laughed.
"Well, thank you for the compliments. In answer to your question, I'm a woman who thinks for herself. It may be boastful, but I have a sharp mind that sometimes comes with a sharp tongue. Plus, they think I'm too old for them to train me into what they want. Also, I have a daughter. Few men would want a child that is not his."
And the ones that would have the intellect of a chair, or so I've heard, I added. Among cats, age and children have little bearing on marital prospects.
Perhaps I should have been born a cat.
Gesturing toward the door.
"It's time to get back to finding stylish attire, Sir Cam."
As you wish, milady. Outside on the cobblestone walkway, we strolled, continuing our talk while looking for more shops. As we turned a corner, Isla spoke in a low tone.
"You know we're being followed, right?"
"Oh, yes. 3 have been with us the whole time. For now, let's keep walking." Changing the subject, I asked her to tell me more about cargo skyships and trading, such as how to determine what items would best sell in different locations. Isla was in her element when talking about trade. Compared to her, my trades were very simple. By the end of our shopping, I had purchased 2 suits, 4 shirts, a pair of boots, and a pair of shoes, and realized that this lady thoroughly knew cargo skyships, shipping, and trade. "Dinner?" I asked.
"That would be nice,"
she answered. There was an eatery on the corner. Inside, the atmosphere was relaxed and comfortable. People eating, talking, and enjoying being with friends. The room had wide wooden beams stretching across the ceiling. The floors were of polished stone that glimmered in the lantern lights and flickering flames of the fireplace. Ornate wall tapestries added to the ambiance. Isla asked that we be seated at an out-of-the-way table. The conversation took a personal turn while waiting for our food. "How old is your daughter?" She was about to answer when she looked past me, and her eyes flew open wide.
I kicked my chair back, hearing someone get tangled in it. As I turned, a man came up with a knife slicing at me. I grabbed his wrist as it passed, pulled him around, then slammed his head into the table. He was down and out. Our 3 followers were there in an instant, deliberately showing empty hands as they approached. "Are you hurt, emissary? Lady Isla?" We both shook our heads. 2 of the watchers took the unconscious man and left. "Time to go," the 3rd said. We followed him out and back to the palace. Since our dinner had been interrupted, they set one for us and the king. We rose and bowed when he entered. He waved us to sit. "My apologies, Isla. Emissary. We'll get to the bottom of this." "Well, you were right, Highness," I said. "How so?" he asked, frowning. "I should have kept my hand on my wallet." They both laughed. "On top of that, I had to walk all day instead of just going to one store." I rose early, had breakfast, then headed back to the skyship to check on Lamar. There were more troops in the area, and security was a lot tighter. As I was the only white cat, well, cat of any color that I'd seen, they let me through. Lamar watched me as I approached. "All is well?" I asked. "Had a bit of excitement yesterday. A man tried to bomb our ship, but he was caught." "Someone does not like us having this ship. They tried to kill me at dinner last night." "Well, aren't we the popular ones?" "I'm working on a deal to trade this skyship for 2 or 3 good cargo skyships. That would give us between 3 and 5 ships." He stared at me. "What?" I asked. "Us?" "Yes, us, partner. I need my captain. Besides, what do I know about cargo skyships? We are going to need crews." "Well, that many ships needing crews will help our chances of getting good people to go to high reaches." "And you a wife. I know you have not left the ship, but have you heard from any of your people?" "I have. A cousin came by and we talked. He took a message to the clan leaders for me. We should hear something from them soon." "Wait until we have traded this ship before you say anything about needing crews." "Company coming," he said, looking over my shoulder. I turned and saw Lady Isla approaching with 4 guards. "That would be Lady Isla." "Isla? The king's cousin?" he asked, blinking. "The same. She's very influential, and her family's trading house is well known. They are wealthy, though she has little." "What do you mean, she has little?" Lamar's eyes slightly narrowed. "Well, the story goes, she signed over all of her shares in their trading house to keep her husband from taking it or borrowing against it. Later, he was killed over some shady business deal across the seas. She now lives off the king's goodwill. But she has something better than money." "And that would be?" "Extensive knowledge on worldwide trade." "Good morning, emissary," Isla called from the ramp. "Good morning, Lady Isla. Won't you come aboard?" I took her hand, helping her step aboard, though I doubted she needed it. "Lady Isla, may I present Captain Lamar? Captain Lamar." "Lady Isla." He bowed deeply. "Lady Isla, an honor to meet you." "Well met, Captain Lamar. Your reputation precedes you." "Oh, you haven't been listening to the emissary's stories, have you? He probably told you I single-handedly captured this ship and carried the day." He grinned. She laughed. "He did say you kept him alive." "We kept each other alive, milady. And when your back is against the wall, there's no one better than he to have at your side." "So I've noticed," she murmured.
The reason I'm here is the king is anxious to make the trade. He sent me to show you some cargo skyships and to come to an agreement on a trade.
Should I keep my hand on my wallet?
I promise. I'll take it easy on you,
she replied, eyes twinkling. Lamar turned away to keep from laughing, but the up and down motion of his shoulders gave him away.
Will you be joining us, Captain?
Isla asked. Turning back, Lamar coughed, pretending to clear his throat.
Excuse the cough, milady. Alas, my duties keep me here until the deal is made.
Taking my arm, we walked down the ramp.
The king wanted me to show you some new ships first, hoping you'd want one of them. If you did, he'd trade you one for one.
But you'd advise against that?
I would. There are some fine used ships available that would be a better bargain for you.
At the sky shipyards, we walked the line of new ships. They were a marvel to me. Some were obviously cargo ships. Others seemed to have a different purpose, being narrow and sleek. They are beautiful.
They are. Would you like to go aboard some?
No. I may see something I like and miss a good deal.
Well, there's always that chance. Let's go find some deals.
As we walked, we talked, her guards in tow. Are you still active in trading? I understand your family's trading house does well.
No longer. I gave all that up,
she said, looking longingly at the cargo ships. Do you miss it?
Yes. Yes, I do.
She stopped in front of a medium-sized skyship.
Let's look at this one.
I followed her as we toured the ship. She said little as her eyes scanned. She lifted her head up a bit and sniffed.
Do you smell that?
It smells like the forest floor.
It's dry rot.
We looked at several more when she pointed.
This one. She needs a little work, but has good bones.
We continued and picked out 3 others. They all looked good to me.
Now,
she said, looking around, ensuring no one was close enough to hear.
It's time to put on a show. The king will expect me to bargain hard to get the best deal I can for him. The guards will watch and later report to His Highness, so they need to see some arm-waving and shouting. We'll start dealing for these 4 skyships, but you really only want the first 2.
One other thing, I said. The contents of my skyship are not part of the deal. All that goes with me on the new skyships.
Understood.
We walked back to where the guards were standing.
What do you think?
She asked when the guards could hear us. Oh, these aren't really what I'm looking for, but I'll take these 4 or 2 of the new ones. She laughed. It was a nice sound.
My dear emissary, you have a mid-sized military ship, not a royal battleship.
True, but it's one your king does not have.
And he won't have it at that price. If you want a new ship, I can get you one, but it will be a 1-for-1 trade.
1 sky warship for 1 cargo skyship? Why don't you take the shirt off my back, too? 1 new one and 3 old ones.
Your shirt's not worth that much,
she retorted. I heard one of the guards snicker. I threw my hands up and walked back down the line of ships, speaking loudly in clannish. We kept this up for an hour until Isla was satisfied. We agreed on the 2 ships she had picked for me. The king would have to approve the deal, so she sent one of the guards with a message. While we waited for the king's answer, we had lunch. You seem to enjoy yourself this morning, I said.
I did. I didn't realize how much I missed being on skyships.
Well, how would you like to get back involved? Before she could answer,
I continued. I know little of skyships and less of trade. I need a partner. Well, another partner. Captain Lamar is partnered with me already. She looked at me a moment.
How would you fund this endeavor?
How much will we need?
At least 5,000 sovereigns per skyship for cargo. Another few hundred for expenses on trips to begin with. Then you need to pay to register a trading house. Another 5,000.
Say, 20,000 sovereigns total?
More or less. It's an estimate.
I can cover that, I said. She didn't say anything for a bit. Just looked at me.
I'll consider it.
As the server poured the wine, I kept my eyes on Isla. He smelled of fear, but was hiding it well. As the wine poured, I smelled almonds. The wine was poisoned. I tapped her leg with my foot. She didn't move. I glanced around casually, or as casually as I could. I could see a man at the corner table, watching us. We didn't order wine, I said, smiling.
A gift, sir.
Well, be sure to thank him. Remaining silent, he nodded. Tell me, am I the target, the lady, or maybe both of us? He closed his eyes, barely moving his lips, and whispered.
Honestly, I don't know, but he has a shotgun pointed at me.
Isla's eyes never left me. The man at the corner table? I asked.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
I flipped the table up to cover Isla, knocking the server down. I heard a gunshot and a smacking sound as the ball hit the table. Turning, I saw the man getting up to run. I leapt over tables and was on him. He seemed ridiculously slow. I sank my claws into his back, picked him up, took several steps outside, and slammed his face into the cobblestone street. Picking him up, his face was a bloody mess. He was out cold. The guards took him away. Isla and the server were fine, except for a few scratches from flying tables and dinnerware.
There's never a dull moment around you, is there, Sir Cat?
Isla remarked. Well, I don't want you to lose interest. Realizing how that sounded, I winced. She leaned her forehead onto my chest and burst into laughter. Chapter 9. "Twice in 2 days!" the king shouted, pacing about the room. "My apologies, emissary, and of course to you, Isla. I'm fairly sure they were after me, Highness, not Lady Isla. Someone, probably the North, does not want us talking, and they surely don't want us to form an alliance. That would be a direct threat to them. They want to manipulate us into fighting among ourselves. Once weakened, we become easier targets." "I agree. Most likely you were their target. Thank you for protecting my cousin. She is dear to me." He rubbed his forehead, thinking. "Your ship was moved to the military yard for more protection. I agree to trade the cargo skyships for your captured skyship. They're also being moved to the military yard. Once there, you may transfer any cargo or items you want between ships. It's best if you stay at the Diplomat House for a few days until we sort this mess out. We'll speak again in a few days." "Yes, Your Highness. Lady Isla." I bowed and withdrew. 6 guardsmen escorted me the 2 blocks to the Diplomat House, where there was an increased guard presence. After a light dinner, I sent all the staff home, alone in the house, all the guards being outside. This wasn't over, and if I were an assassin, I'd hit me tonight. Once again, time to stop being the prey and become the predator. Stripping off clothes and weapons harness, I changed fur color to the blotched black and charcoal used when hunting or scouting. With every light extinguished, I walked the house, getting used to the sounds. My padded feet made no noise, but creaking floors and stairs might give me away. While walking, I closed every window and curtain to make the house even darker. Next came deception. Each bed was fixed to look as if someone was sleeping in it. Glass objects were strung together with string found in the butler's pantry. One strong pull would create a noisy diversion. Garments were strewn here and there. A shirt here, jacket there, cloak in another place. Once I knew my killing field, I settled down to wait. I catnapped, as my father used to say. Cats are naturally light sleepers. If you sleep too heavy, you may never wake up. My eyes snapped open. No noise, but I smelled a change in the air, a scent that wasn't there before. I wasn't sure what time it was. Around 2, I'd guess. It seemed someone was coming to visit. I didn't move from the shadow. Let them come to me. Staying relaxed, I waited. Patience was the first thing you learn as a hunter. I could partially see the back door from my position, which is where I thought at least one would enter. Down the hall, a wall panel opened. 4 men, 2 with crossbows, entered from a secret passage. After standing and listening a moment, the leader motioned for them to divide into 2 groups. Again motioning, the leader directed one team upstairs while he and his partner waited on the main floor. While the first team was upstairs, I dealt with the team left on the main floor. I pulled the string that turned over a glass in the kitchen. It was loud enough they heard it. As they moved toward the sound, they walked past me. I stood up in front of them so suddenly they froze. My clawed hands thrust into their throats and tore out their windpipes. The only sound they made was gurgling as I quietly laid them down. No sound came from upstairs. Pulling 2 chairs out from the table, I sat bodies in them. One small candle was placed on the table between them. I went to the other side of the stairs to wait. Soft sounds came from upstairs as they moved around. They weren't loud, for humans. They started coming slowly back down. Seeing the flickering candlelight, they moved toward it. Seeing the others sitting at the table, they relaxed. Quietly, I moved behind them. "No one's upstairs," one said. "Do we wait, or what?" Simultaneously, a claw went into the back of each neck, killing them both instantly. They dropped to the floor as if boneless. Holding the lit candle, I studied each face. One was a follower from the attack where Isla and I were having dinner. He was the one who escorted us back to the palace. The king has more infiltrators than he realizes. Snuffing out the candle, I blended into a deep shadow. This was the 3rd attempt to kill me. With this kind of persistence, it was unlikely that the men inside the house were the only ones. There would be more outside, in case I tried to run. I went upstairs and gathered clothes, weapons, and my backpack, putting them in the secret passage. Time to muddy the water and confuse my trail. I set fire to the rugs in a few of the rooms, then left by the passage, closing the door behind me. The passageway went down, then straight for a good way, then up. The floor became level and turned slightly to the left. Doors with tiny spy holes were in the walls every so often. These made it easy to determine location within the palace. I passed food storage rooms, the kitchen, and the throne room. Stairs on the left led up to another passage. On this floor were guest rooms and royal quarters. Moving on, voices could be heard. One sounded like Isla. Looking through the spy hole, I saw her talking to two men. One of the men stood close to me beside a chair with a girl sitting in it. The girl, or young lady, was probably Isla's daughter. She had a bag over her head. You signing away your shares only kept us from the money temporarily. With your untimely death, being killed with the emissary in a coup attempt, we shall raise your daughter. Through her, we'll get access to the money. You stopped nothing. Absolutely nothing. A coup attempt? No one will believe that. Oh, yes, my dear lady, they will. At this moment, the Northerners are assassinating your cat friend. They have their plans. We have ours. We help them. They help us. I had heard enough. I checked the peephole again to ensure the guard nearest had not moved. Slow and steady, I opened the panel just enough to enter the room. No one turned toward me, though Isla glanced my way, then back to the other man. The king will never believe such a thing, she scornfully retorted, keeping the man's focus. The king will be too busy with his own problems. The chief of state security will see to that. Isla laughed. That's when I struck, driving my claws into the back of the guard's neck, then laid his dead body down, making no noise. Isla continued talking as though she had seen nothing. The security chief is an idiot who got the position through connections. True, but he serves his purpose. I moved up behind him. Nothing more to say? Cat got your tongue? He snickered. I really disliked this guy. She chuckled, then turned deadly serious. You manhandled my daughter. For that offense, your life is forfeit. I spun him around, seeing his eyes go wide. I drove my clawed hand up through his lower jaw and neck, tearing out his tongue and throat. As he was dying, I showed him his tongue. I'm not sure he got the joke. I let his body fall to the floor and laid his tongue on his chest. I looked at Isla. Are you all right? I am now. Mother? Asked the young lady in the chair. Yes, Elise. May I take the bag off now? Yes, dear. She took the bag from her head, revealing a miniature version of her mother. She was just as pretty, with the same intelligent eyes. Elise, this is my friend, Sir Cam. Elise curtsied. I am pleased to meet you, Sir Cam. I bowed. And are you, Lady Elise? She looked perplexed. Did someone steal your clothes, sir? Out of the corner of my eye, Isla was grinning, awaiting my response. They did indeed, lady. If you will excuse me, I shall make myself, presentable. I went back into the passageway and quickly dressed. Returning to the room, I spoke urgently. We should go. We need to get to the king, Cam. We entered the passage, closing the door behind us. I led the way, holding Isla's hand, while Elise held the other. We arrived at the king's private office, where he was meeting with the chief of state security. How convenient. Sire, the diplomat house is totally engulfed in flames. I doubt there will be any survivors."
The king turned to the window, looking toward the burning buildings. The chief drew his knife and started toward him. Busting the panel open, I was on him in 2 strides, grabbed the back of his coat and threw him against the far wall. Bouncing off, he hit the floor hard. The king turned at the crashing of the chief hitting the wall. "What in God's name?" he started. Before he could say more, Isla was there, holding up her hand toward him. She picked up the knife as I picked up the chief and slammed him into a chair. "Can I eat him now, lady?" I growled. "Not just yet." I extended a claw from my finger. "Oh, just an eye. Just one," I pleaded, scratching his cheek. "Maybe later." "Oh, I love eyes." I looked longingly into his. "They make such a delicious pop when you bite them." He fainted. "Does trouble follow you everywhere, emissary?" the king asked. I stood back from the chief. "I must admit, it seems that way of late, Highness." "So, you were not dead," the king said.
Obviously,
Elise said from beside her mother. I pressed my lips together hard to keep from laughing.
"Ah, whatever, Elise. Someone tell me what's going on," he said.
I told him my story. Then Isla told hers.
"So, a 2-pronged attack. One against the Alliance, the other for greed."
The king furiously paced about, stopping over the unconscious chief of state security.
"Wake that fool up!"
he bellowed. I slapped the chief a few times, bringing him round. I stayed by him, hand on his shoulder. When his eyes cleared, he looked at each of us with innocence.
"Sire, what is the meaning of this?"
"Don't insult me. The Greenwells are dead. Your assassins are dead. And your plan failed miserably."
"I don't know."
That was as far as I let him get. I lunged, sinking my teeth into his jacket, ripping his sleeve off. He screamed, grabbing his shoulder.
"Your aim seems off, Sir Cat," the king observed. "Not a single drop of blood. Perhaps next time you will do better."
I spit the sleeve out. "Sorry, Highness. It won't happen again." After that, the chief couldn't talk fast enough. He named everybody involved in anything, including stealing eggs from the kitchen. When the king was satisfied, he looked at me with cold eyes.
"I understand war, but you went after my family."
He turned back to the window as I snapped the chief's neck.
"What now, cousin?"
Isla asked.
"Oh, what a mess, Isla. I've gotten complacent. Well, that changes tonight, and I guarantee it's going to get messier."
His Highness turned back to me.
"Emissary Cam, none of this is your fault. The Southern Kingdom accepts the treaty and alliance with the Eastern Realm."
He handed me a diplomatic bag.
"Your king will find what he wants in there. It will take me a while to straighten this mess out. I ask a favor of you."
I tilted my head for him to continue.
"I ask that you take Ladies Isla and Elise to your home and keep 'em safe. That way, I can concentrate on my enemies and do what I must here."
I looked at Isla and Elise. "I will protect them with my life."
"Thank you. Isla,
Take Father's yacht. It's fast, and the two of you can handle her. Leave tonight. Cam, tell your captain to crew your cargo ships and meet you, wherever. I'll ensure he gets what he needs.
Yes, Highness.
Now go while there's still confusion. I'll send messages when all is done. He hugged Isla and Elise. To reach us, sire, send a message to Lord Winford in Winford, Eastern Realm. We bowed and left through the secret passage. Everyone staying silent. We walked for quite a distance. I saw a small shaft of light coming through a spy hole up ahead. Isla held up her hand in a stop motion. Feeling along the wall, she pushed a stone. A section slid open, revealing a darkened space. Isla lit a candle. It was a supply room. Elise, who seemed familiar with the layout, went to a shelf, picked up a backpack, and started putting supplies in it. Apparently, they had trained for just such an occasion. Both changed into flying clothes, and Isla put on a weapons harness and weapons. She handed me a purse and took one for herself. I dropped mine in my backpack. Once Isla checked Elise, we moved into the passageway. A short ways down was another door with a spy hole. Looking through it, we were apparently outside the royal hangar. Clear, as far as I can see, I said. Isla came forward and also looked, opened the door, and stepped out. We walked toward a small, sleek, fast-looking skyship. Immediately, she assumed her role as the Lady Isla. Head held high, shoulders back with a confident stride, she led the way like we did this every day. "Ground crew!" she shouted loudly with impatience. Men came running out of a side room. "Prepare my yacht for departure. We leave as soon as it's ready." They didn't balk, just quickly complied. It was clear they did not want to cross this woman. "Cam, your ships should be right outside," she said lowly. We saw my skyships and headed for them. One was lit, so we went aboard. Lamar came on deck to meet us. "Milady, if it's not too late, you need to get away from this wretched guy. He's always getting us into trouble," Lamar teased. She chuckled. "It's too late, I'm afraid. Trouble has found us." He turned serious. "What do you need?"
We don't have much time. Not a word of this to anyone. There was a coup attempt. It failed. I'm taking Lady Isla and her daughter Elise to High Reaches. You hire a crew for our 3 skyships and buy supplies for us for staying at High Reaches. Bring families if you want. Meet us there." Down below, I opened the strong box and gave him half the money, then 10,000 more from my half. "We also need 2 long guns and 2 short guns." He nodded and went to get the guns. Before leaving the hold, I grabbed a couple of military ration boxes. Topside, Lamar and I shook hands. "Safe travels, brother." "You as well, brother," he replied. We went back to the royal yacht. Its balloon was full and almost ready to depart. Quickly, we went below and stored our things, then went back on deck. Elise sat down beside the pilot's wheel in the cockpit and stayed out of the way. I thought that was a good idea, and sat beside her. "Do you practice this often?" I asked.
Every 3 to 4 months.
"You did well," I acknowledged. The hangar door opened, and they pushed us out. Outside, the ground crew loosened the ends of the aft and stern ropes from ground cleats holding the ship in place. It began to rise. When we were high enough, Isla pulled a lever and opened the sails. We rose at a good clip, and the wind began filling our sail. We were on our way. Once away from the capital, I raised the diplomatic streamers. I didn't want to make the same mistake twice.
In case that doesn't work, I'm taking us southwest for a while. Then we'll turn east until sunrise, then north. That should keep us clear of any trouble,"
Isla said. "Just tell me what needs to be done. I'll take care of it," I said, turning my fur back to charcoal and black.
"We're fine for now. After sunrise, I'll teach you about the yacht."
Elise brought blankets, and we bundled up in the cockpit. It was much colder at this altitude. It wasn't long before Elise was asleep. "This is a fast ship. Not that I've been on many ships," I commented, as Isla turned the ship east. She patted the ship's console.
"She is. Uncle made everyone think that was all she was. But she's got other qualities that few suspect. Everyone thought he just liked flying fast, which he did. But she's much more."
I noticed she climbed quickly. I figured it was because she was smaller and her balloons larger than most.
"She is smaller, but she needs the extra balloons because of her weight. She is armed and has extra equipment, which makes her special. You'll see."
Chapter 10. At dawn, we turned north.
"Elise."
Isla gave her a gentle shake. Elise opened her eyes.
"We are aboard ship. That makes you crew. You have duties." "Yes, Captain."
She yawned, getting out of her blankets and going below. "I'll check the rigging and balloons, Captain." I took off my boots so I could climb better. This skyship was of a unique design, very different than the others I had been on. The others were open-deck ships. This one was a closed deck. There was only a small walkway used as the deck with a high center that enclosed the below decks. The high center had windows, allowing outside views. The sails were different too. These had a topmast that folded along the side of the ship when stowed. When open, the mast swung out and the sails dropped down, supported by smaller masts or ribs. It was all controlled from the cockpit. Checking the rigging, netting, and balloons, all was well. Back in the cockpit, Elise was there with our breakfast. She had prepared meat and cheese rolls with hot tea. "Thank you for the meal, Elise. Everything looked good with the rigging and balloons, Captain. No problems."
"Glad to hear. Even a good skyship needs ongoing attention. Eat while it's hot. We'll descend when the sun gets a little higher, so it won't be as cold."
I wasn't hurting, but my fur was not as thick as it had been. When we finished, Elise took our dishes below, washed, and put them away. Upon her return, she began familiarizing me with the vessel.
"Cam, you are aboard the racing ship King's Mistress. She is 48 feet long, 16 feet wide. Her below-deck space is 12 feet at her highest point, down to 1 foot at the bow. She's made of bamboo laminate backed by 1/16-inch metal sheeting and 1/8-inch metal sheeting around the boiler. That wouldn't stop cannon fire, but will stop most gunfire. She is, as far as I know, the only ship that has vacuum tanks."
"What are vacuum tanks?" Isla interrupted.
"Elise, take the wheel. Stay on the same heading. Keep a sharp eye." "Same heading. Aye, Captain,"
Elise affirmed, taking the wheel.
"If you'll come with me, Cam, I'll show you the tanks down below."
The boiler was toward the stern, and the tanks were along the sides about halfway forward. Isla walked up to cylindrical tanks, approximately 8 feet high and 3 feet in diameter.
"These vacuum tanks allow us to, for lack of a better word, suck the gases out of the balloons and hold the gases in the tanks so we don't lose them. Reversing that pushes gas back into the balloons. By doing this, we can descend and ascend rapidly, far faster than any other ship, which comes in handy when an enemy is trying to board you."
"Amazing." We walked further forward and stopped at a kind of barrel in the middle of the floor.
She's also armed with 2 cannons that fire from the front. She pointed forward. And 1 small one that can be rotated 360 degrees around and 180 degrees beneath us. She unclasped the barrel and moved it. There was a deck sweeper pointing down with 2 small steering wheels attached. This opens the hatch to lower it down into firing position. Turning the wheels, she explained. The wheel on the right turns the cannon 360 degrees around the ship, and this one on the left turns it to a maximum of 180 degrees under us.
Do all your war skyships have these?
Not yet, but we're working on it. The gun's load is in these bags. One bag is shot or chain, the other is powder. Powder goes in first, shot second, this plug last, so the bag doesn't fall out when you rotate the gun down. They usually won't once tamped in, but the plug ensures it. We carry 10 bags of each. Look into this tube. This is the sighting tube, which uses mirrors to show you the area outside the ship. The red dot is the aiming point. The gunner aims and fires on the captain's command.
I looked toward the door. That's a long way to yell. She tapped her funnel-looking piece over the gun.
This is a voice pipe. There's one of it in the cockpit. The person there speaks, sometimes yells, into it. You can hear it here and can speak back.
Continuing, she said,
Let's go look at the forward cannons. These are fixed in place and don't rotate. They're fired from the cockpit. This lever opens the small window-like coverings on the gun ports. Before firing, always ensure the ports are uncovered lest you blow a hole in a closed one.
She lifted a lever, and the butt end of the cannon opened.
These guns are loaded from the rear. Plug goes in first, then shot, then powder. Then close the end, push this lever down. She's ready to fire. Both sides work the same, but fire independently of each other.
She let me operate the lever and end cap a few times to make sure I knew what to do. We went back to the stern, the location of the boiler.
This is a high-pressure boiler because of the additives, a combination of powders to make the fire burn hotter, using less wood. It also makes the lifting gas.
She pointed to where everything was stored.
Questions?
Nope. I understand everything you've shown me, and can operate everything if called upon.
Uh-huh. We'll see.
An hour later, we had a practice drill, where I had to put the cannons into operation, but not actually load them. Elise watched me, and she was already trained. According to her, I did everything right, so I passed my test. It was a little amusing to be schooled by a youngster, but she knew what she was doing when it came to the skyship. Piloting time was shared, each taking an hour. Between shifts, we sat in the cockpit, talking.
What do you do, Sir Cam?
Elise asked. Do?
Yes, do. I know you are a landowner and act as an emissary. What else do you do? What endeavors? What future plans?
Well, I'm learning to be a better landowner, how to harvest timber, and after learning more, we'll attempt some mining. I'm also looking to start a trading company, or at least invest in one. And I want to learn more about skyships. What of you, Lady Elise?
All of the above,
she answered nonchalantly.
Can you teach me to speak Cat Clannish?
Surprised, my eyebrows rose. I suppose I could. I smiled. King Edward speaks it.
Did you teach him?
No, he had a cat tutor for a time as a child. Although, I don't know how fluent he is.
I would like to learn.
Then I shall teach you. Didn't I see a journal below? Elise got up and went below and came back with the journal, pen, and ink. Your first lesson is to learn to count to 10. I wrote the numbers, then the clannish words. Passing the book to her, I spoke the numbers. She repeated as she read them. And your first phrase is, what is this in clannish? Now, when you want to know what something is in clannish, you say that. I repeated the phrase as she read it. We'll keep your book up to date. That way you'll learn to read and write clannish at the same time." She was all smiles.
"Thank you,"
she said in clannish. "You are welcome," I replied in kind. She repeated,
"You are welcome,"
practicing. Isla sat in the pilot's chair, beginning an easterly turn.
"Cam, there's a harbor town called East Coastal. You said we'd need supplies before we get to High Reaches. We'll stop there. They're used to seeing cats and skyships, so we won't cause a stir. Plenty of shops, so we should be able to find everything before leaving."
Good. That would be better than closer to home. I struck the diplomatic colors, then changed into my kilt, vest, and of course, my weapons harness and weapons. My fur color changed to a standard golden. Approaching East Coastal, Isla landed in a yard for skyships. As we tied the ship down, an older man approached. Isla went forward, asking,
"You have the watch?"
"I do, mistress."
She handed him coins.
"I still have crew aboard, but keep watch."
"Yes, mistress."
She showed him 2 silvers.
"What traders have been here of late?"
"Only the Burkes and the Leicesters in the last 2 weeks, but arriving a week apart. They approach from the north, left heading southeast. I'm not sure if those are true headings."
She handed him the coins and motioned me to follow. Before we landed, I had given her 2 of my 1,000 sovereign banknotes, saying, "Buy plenty of supplies and whatever you and Elise may need. Don't scrimp." She looked at the banknotes.
"Thank you,"
she said, eyes damp, which I thought odd. The first place we stopped was the bank where she cashed the notes. Cash in hand, we headed for the trading houses. There were the 3 main merchant houses here with large warehouses. This must be where sea ships and sky ships did a lot of trading. Isla was in her element and a joy to watch. She knew what she wanted and the going rates of exchange. The trading house managers recognized a professional merchant and treated her with due respect. They dealt hard, but respectfully. Between trading houses, she slowed, looking at shops along the way. Stopping in front of one,
"Elise and I will need work or ordinary clothes,"
she said, not looking at me. "Buy what you need, and don't scrimp." She gave a quick nod, and we entered the shop. From what I could tell, she bought good quality clothes for all 3 of us. The owner followed her like a puppy, taking notes as she walked the aisles. I stayed out of the way. At every trading house and shop where purchases were made, she arranged deliveries to the mistress. Last stop was an inn. She ordered a large meal and told the proprietor to deliver it to the mistress in an hour. When we arrived back, there were wagons waiting for us. We got busy loading and storing everything. Elise worked like crew, never saying a word or slowing down. Our dinner arrived just as we finished stowing all the supplies. We enjoyed our meal, rest, and hot tea. As soon as it was dark, we lifted. We went straight up, out of sight of anyone watching, then headed north-northwest toward High Reaches. We approached from the south, staying over the center of the mountains. Staying low, hopefully. No one on the east or west sides of the mountain could see us. This was my first look at the length of the mountain's central valley. Several miles long, it followed the stream. The width varied, some places wider than others. It was obvious why Lamar's people chose this area. Thick green forest, it was naturally hidden and had abundant resources. On slow approach to the large overhang, we kept sharp eyes, making sure no one had taken up residence. It appeared to be empty. We moored the mistress in the cradle beside my other ship. Before allowing the ladies to disembark, I jumped down and did a ground check to ensure we were really alone. Once sure, We shut the boiler down and covered her with nets. We stood looking over the valley.
I love it.
Elise breathed in the smell of the trees, pines, evergreens, spruces. Come look at the other side. I took them up to the plateau and looked east. This is my land. I don't know why I felt the need to impress them.
All of it?
Elise asked, smiling, looking left to right. Well, as far as the eye can see, anyway.
It's beautiful.
No, this is just land. Home is when your family is with you. As soon as it was said, I thought how she might take it. Seems I kept putting my foot in my mouth. I looked east to avoid eye contact.
Well,
Elise paused, then raised an eyebrow.
based on my recent experience with family, I'd rather have you around. Hear, hear.
Isla concurred. I looked at them. Both were smiling. I was pleased. And there is nowhere I'd rather be. We went back down to the overhang huts, making a sweeping hand gesture. Take your pick, ladies.
Where is yours?
Isla asked. I shrugged. I haven't decided yet. I'm not going to take the biggest one. That's reserved for Captain Lamar. I'll probably take a small one, closer to the moorings.
Let's go look and see what's there.
Isla began walking, with Elise and me in tow. The hut farthest out seemed to be a good site to monitor the security of the skyships. It had only one room, but that was all I needed. The hut next to it had 3 rooms. There was a main room which included the cooking area and 2 small bedrooms. Isla and Elise took it for their use. We used the next hut as storage and unloaded cargo from the mistress into it.
Where did all the chickens come from?
Elise asked, pointing. They were in cages. Before leaving, we released them to fend for themselves. Well, they seem to have multiplied. How about chicken for dinner?
As much as I love chicken, we need to discuss delivering my cousin's answer to your king. When will you do so?
Isla asked. I thought a moment. You're right. The stakes are high. Sooner would be better than later.
How long will it take you to get there?
7 days' travel to River's Fork, then 4 days by train to the capital.
How long by skyship, Mother? 2 or 3 days. Well, that's an easy enough decision,
Elise informed us. Let's think this through. Do we want anyone to know that the South and the East have a treaty? If a skyship is spotted landing at the palace, I guarantee word will spread like fire.
Based on how many times they tried to kill you, I'd say they already know,
Isla observed. That may be true, but I don't really want everyone to know that the cat they were trying to kill was me. The more anonymity I have, the safer I am.
So change back to white. Most humans can't tell the difference between sea cats when they change colors,
Elise replied. Isla, what would you suggest?
Let's go visit King Edward, emissary colors flying. With you in white, everyone will think you're part of my entourage. In private, we'll give him a full report and the signed treaty.
Ladies, break out your finery. On the way to the capital, we planned how we would proceed. The name I would use as emissary from the southern kingdom would be Baron Ducat. Isla would be herself, King Micah's cousin, accompanied by her daughter, Elise. As far as finery, Isla had some for me as well. Seems royalty travel with extra clothes for most every occasion. We arrived at the capital on the afternoon of the 2nd day. Diplomatic colors flying, we approached the palace slowly. By the time we made the royal moorings, a color guard was on hand. They moored us as we landed. Wearing blue with white fur, I stepped down to meet their emissary. I bowed.
I am Baron Ducat, emissary from King Micah Whitehall of the Southern Kingdom, accompanying Lady Isla Whitehall. We seek an audience with King Edward. I shall deliver your request with haste, Baron. He bowed and scurried away, robes flying behind him. It's amazing how fast people move when royalty are involved. A year ago, I was an unwanted, homeless cat. Now, people were bowing and moving with haste at my utterances. The fawning attention was, uncomfortable, but it got things done. About 15 minutes passed when a royal escort approached. The captain bowed. Emissary? Bowed in return. Captain? The king is honored to receive Lady Whitehall and party. I am here as escort. I shall inform the lady. Back aboard the Mistress, I asked Isla, ready?
Yes, but we'll make them wait a bit.
She grinned. Apparently, underlings make haste. Royalty take their time. Amused by all the posturing, I wondered if there was a book of rules regarding mutual silliness. About a quarter of an hour later, she was ready to go. At the bottom of the ramp, I announced, Lady Isla Whitehall Greenwell, cousin of King Micah Whitehall of the Southern Kingdom, accompanied by her daughter, Lady Elise Greenwell. They came down the ramp regally, looking wonderful. I followed behind Isla with Elise at my side as we were escorted to the palace. Before entering the throne room, we were announced. There were no dignitaries or courtiers present, only the king. Isla approached the throne, then bowed.
King Edward, I bring you greetings from your friend, King Micah.
King Edward came down from his throne and took her hands, kissing her cheeks. Isla, it has been too long. And is this Elise? My, how she has grown. Elise curtsied.
Your Highness?
My friends, let's not stand on ceremony. Come with me to my private dining room for refreshments. Before we were seated, Isla nodded in my direction and said,
Your Highness, may I present Baron Ducat, emissary and trusted friend of the Whitehall family?
The introduction seemed a bit over the top, but it was her show now. I bowed. Your Highness. Well met, emissary Baron Ducat. The king studied me for a moment, then gave an ever so slight wink, so small no one else would notice. Isla continued.
King Micah sends his regards and personal correspondence. Baron, the documents.
I opened the diplomatic bag and gave her the documents. She passed them to Edward. Please, everyone, take your seats, he said. We sat as Edward began reading and looking at signatures. There seemed to be a personal letter along with the other documents, which he took his time reading and rereading. He took a swallow of his drink, thinking. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Forgive me, but Lady Whitehall and I have much to discuss. Chapter 11. Lord Ducat, would you remain as well, please? King Edward asked. Once everyone else had left the room, the doors closed. Isla, I deeply regret sending my emissary may have put your life and the life of your daughter in danger. Please accept my apologies.
My dear Edward, the dangers were already there. Your emissary brought them to light before their plans were ready. In doing so, he may have saved our kingdom as well as the lives of the king, my daughter, and my own.
So Micah says in his letter.
I ask your indulgence for our subterfuge regarding our emissary. He was attacked so many times while with us We wanted his identity to remain a secret. Very few can recognize sea cats in their different colorings.
A wise move. He looked at the Southern King's letter again. King Micah speaks highly of you, Lord Ducat. I see he named you a lord and gifted you land for your service to him and his family. Your counterpart, Sir Cam Highreacher, was also raised in rank. He is now Lord Highreacher. He has served us well and is a valued member of court, though I doubt we'll see much of him at court. He smiled with a half-shrug. I was shocked. I'm sure he'll be almost as speechless as I am when he hears that he is now a lord, sire. Edward chuckled and shifted to Clannish. I doubt it. He seems to speak his mind easily enough. But only ever in private, sire, I replied in kind. So, Isla, Edward began. The North is moving against both of our kingdoms. Does Micah have any plans?
Well, to start, he must clean out the snake's pit in his house. We've been patrolling our borders from the air, but we are hearing of Westy scouts on the ground. It's crucial to counter these incursions.
We have the same problem, Isla. I think perhaps Lord Highreacher can help with the Westy scouts. Perhaps Lord Ducat can also lend a hand. Keeping a straight face, I answered. I think we can help with that problem, sire. Good. Now, to keep the enemy guessing, Isla, I think you should leave in a huff. Let them think the treaty negotiations have failed. He looked at me. Have Rook keep in contact with us. I will ensure that he does. However, there is one other thing, sire. Lord Highreacher wishes to open trading houses and will need the Crown's approval to move forward. He has it. Perchance, did he mention where the first house would be located? Winford, sire. I'll have the approving documents sent to Lord Winford. What's the name of the trading house? He hasn't decided on a name yet.
Name it Highreacher Trading House,
Isla suggested. Highreacher Trading House it is, he ruled. Is there anything else?
Nothing at the moment, Edward. Together, there's a chance of saving our respective kingdoms and our people's futures.
Stay safe, the both of you. With a concerned look, the king hugged Isla and shook my hand. It's time for the play acting to begin. Guards! Guards entered quickly, scanning the room for dangers. Lady Whitehall and company are leaving. See them to their ship.
Very well,
Isla replied in a snit, rising from her chair. We were taken straight to our ship and boarded. Mooring lines were cast off, and the ship lifted straight away. My first task after changing into work clothes was to check the lines, netting, and balloons. Satisfied that all was well, I returned to the cockpit.
Back to Highreacher's?
Isla asked. Yes, it's time to go home. By the way, what was all that business about Lord Ducat owning lands in the Southern Kingdom?
Ah, yes, I was wondering when you would ask. Lord Ducat does own lands. Quite a lot, actually. King Micah was very thankful for his life and the lives of his family. He legally confirmed your rank and name as Lord Ducat and gifted you those lands in the south that adjoin with Lord Highreacher's. But don't get too excited. The only thing there are forests.
Yeah, I've heard that story before. And of course, he'll tax the land.
Of course. But as a lord, you are entitled to keep a portion of the tax for yourself.
Oh, I'm not sure I can afford being a lord, much less two. I sighed, rubbing my forehead. Feigning sympathy, Isla spoke as though to a very young cub.
Oh, there. Life is so difficult. 2 lordships, lots of land, and the right to establish trading houses. Oh, perhaps I shall get you some hot tea to ease the pain of it all."
Laughing heartily, she walked away. Back at High Reaches, life was settling down, at least for a short while. Eventually, trouble would either be at our doorstep, or we would have to seek it out and deal with it elsewhere. It was a fight that could not be avoided. But for this moment, we enjoyed the peace at High Reaches. We moved our personal items into the huts, clothing, books, trinkets, and such. When we weren't performing chores, we had our pastimes. Elise continued with her clannish language studies, learning quickly. She had a sharp mind, and I enjoyed spending time with her. Isla had started going over the other skyship to assess its condition. Most repairs were minor, and except for occasional help, she handled them on her own. I had Sika's tool trunk, which held his tools and books. Looking through it, I recognized most, but not all, the tools. As I put everything away, I noticed the lid had a second hinge alongside the large one. Running my finger over it, it wasn't a hinge, but a lock-in latch with another compartment under the lid. Well, surprise, surprise. There were papers and a large notebook like artists use. The book was filled with drawings, designs, notes, equations, and other references. There were detailed drawings and notes on guns, cannons, skyrships, boilers, propellers, drives, chemicals, and chemical equations. I put all of it back into the concealed space and latched it. Closing the trunk, I sat staring, thinking of all the knowledge and information it contained. Its loss would mean all of Sika's work would be gone. A frightening thought. What would be the best way to ensure that the information was not lost? The trunk or papers could be misplaced or stolen. No security was foolproof, but learning it would provide another level of protection. The thought of trying to understand all of Sika's work was overwhelming. My father had a saying, "How do you eat an elk?" One bite at a time. I could do this. It would just take time. Finally, I got up and went outside. It was a nice night with a cool breeze. Staring out over the valley, my eyes kept drifting over to the second ship. Now that Lum Ma had a bigger ship, he probably would not want that one. A plan started to take shape, so I let it run, taking my imagination where it would.
"Is everything all right?"
Isla's voice pulled me out of my trance. "Everything is fine, in this valley at least."
"You seemed 1,000 miles away."
"I was thinking about the future."
"And what did you see?"
"Well, if I were the Northern King, I would start hitting supply shipments on sea, land, and air. This would create shortages for the military and the population."
"Any thoughts on what we could do to protect ourselves?"
I shrugged. Arm our skyships, travel in 2s and 3s, or have an armed escort ship. Tell me, why don't the East and the West have skyships?
"We would never sell them skyships or train them to sail. We knew that sooner or later they would gain the knowledge. Someone would find a crashed ship and fix it or take one by force. But we decided to keep the technology to ourselves for as long as possible."
That makes sense. See that ship over there? I've been thinking about making it more like the Mistress. Well, at least armor, if you want to keep the vacuum tanks a secret. But with the design changes I want, it might be easier to build a new ship."
"Let's go take a look at her."
Boarding the ship, we did a walkabout, looking and discussing whether to modify her or build new. I had been on her before, but, at the time, knew little or nothing about skyships. Isla was the master when it came to sussing out skyship options.
She's an older design, Cam, but she's solid. You could add a belly gun to her if the sails were reconfigured. Bow cannons could be put on, but that would require tearing out a substantial part of the deck, adding supports, installing the cannons, and then replacing the decking. I've seen how modifications to existing ships can lead to one unforeseen problem after another. Can it be done? Yes, but with a lot of time, money, and aggravation. It would be easier to build a completely new ship. Also, by building new, it's easier to get things exactly the way you want. So tell me, where are you going to have your new ship built?
She asked, smiling. Here. We'll build her here. Her smile turned into a frown. What's stopping us from building our own ships? I asked.
Oh, where do I start? Most of the building supplies are common enough, except for the balloons, tanks, boiler, and cannons. The problem is the skilled builders. Sky shipwrights have special skills. They are not just ordinary carpenters. They build for different strength and weight limits.
Well, can we hire them? Bring them here to work? Here's my thinking. If war comes, the enemy may go after shipyards to destroy production capabilities. But if we had a small shipyard here, I pointed around the area. 2 birds, 1 stone. And you seem to know a lot about shipbuilding anyway. It can't be all that hard.
Ha!
She said as she raised her arms and let them slap back to her sides.
It can't be all that hard, he says. It's not hard once you have the expertise, Cam. I'm not a shipbuilder. I know theory and yard management.
Striking a smug pose and lifting my nose slightly. Well then, we're halfway there.
Slow down, Mr. Self-Assured. I agree with you about having an alternate shipyard, and this would be a good place for it. But we need a lot more of everything.
So we get it. We build or rebuild our own armed merchant and escort ships. We'll have to get the tanks and cannons from the south. If we try to buy any from the east, they'll want to know why. Then they'll want to buy ships. That's a conversation that kings should have, not me.
Even if Micah gives his permission, this will take a lot of planning. I'm going to have to think on this for a while.
Well, don't think too long. If this is to be done, it must begin soon. The time to prepare is now, and it grows shorter every day. I left her alone. I'd not broach the subject again until she did. We sat around the fire, each involved in our own pastime. Elise worked on her clannish book, Isla on variant sketches of armed cargo ships, and I studied Seeker's small journal.
What are you reading?
Isla asked. A cat's journal? He was an inventor.
May I see?
I handed her the book. She thumbed through it, stopping in a few places.
It's written in clannish. Do you understand it?
The clannish or the explanations?
The explanations.
Some of the scientific words give me trouble, but I understand most of it. She opened the book toward me, showing the pump wheel gun.
Do you understand this?
Yes, that is a wheel gun that fires 8 rounds before you have to reload it by changing the plate or disc where the rounds are loaded.
I wonder if it would work.
Decision time. Do I share information or not? After a moment's hesitation, it does.
Do the notes say it does?
No. I've seen the prototype.
Are you joking? Where have you seen one?
It was in the trunk I captured. I gave it to King Edward to be mass-produced.
Why didn't you say anything?
She looked stunned. Oh, never came up. Kingdoms have their secrets.
Would you share these secrets with the Southern Kingdom?
Would the Southern Kingdom share its secrets with me?
And to be honest, I'm not sure.
She handed the journal back to me and went back to sketching. I went back to reading. But it started me thinking about the secrets in the journals. Information can be a weapon. Information is power. Watching Isla and Elise, I could tell that neither were happy here. But who could blame them? Overnight, they went from home in the capital to living in a cave. Especially Elise. She had to leave her friends and school, which she enjoyed. When Lamar returned, depending on the news, we would discuss going back to the Southern Kingdom. To help myself learn, using the paper in the tool trunk, I began translating the pump wheel gun section of the journal from clannish into common. It began slowly, but with practice, I became better. I even thought my drawings were better than the originals. It was 10 more days before Captain Lamar arrived with only one of the cargo ships, which was a surprise. Once the ship was moored, the next surprise was that it was loaded with just trade goods, not people. "Sorry it took me so long," Lamar said as we went aboard. "I take it everything did not go smoothly." "Yeah, you could say that. Let's go down below. I could really use some hot tea." As the kettle was heating, Lamar continued his report. "After you left, things got really heated. There was an uprising led by the Green Whales. It failed, but it was bloody." "The king?" Isla's face went pale as she clutched the side of the small galley table. "He is well and in full control. Lady Isla," he said, looking at her. "King Micah sends word that the worst is over. You and Lady Elise may return home." "Yes!" Elise said, pumping a fist. We laughed. "Anyway," Lamar continued, "I crewed the other ship, hired an experienced trading captain from our clan, and sent them south on a trading mission. I also paid my family's debts, which made me an honored member of the clan. Funny how money seems to do that." He shook his head. "So I've noticed. Good thinking on the other ships. That will start making us money." "What trading house did you use?" Isla asked. "The one Cam set up, or the one I assumed he set up. A package from King Micah arrived by courier with all the proper letters and seals for the Ducat trading house." I smiled. King Micah has been busy. Isla turned toward me. "What are your plans?" "This changes things." I sat, weighing my options. "I think you ladies should return to the capital. If she desires, Lady Isla should start running the Ducat trading house. Take the old cargo ship from here and put it to work hauling cargo." "You're not coming?" Elise asked, wide-eyed. "I have some things I need to take care of here in the east, Elise. Once I have my business dealings settled, I'll come south. Isla, I'll send the plans for the pump wheel gun with you for King Micah. We need to arm our trading ships. The North will start applying pressure now that the coup has failed. Advise the king to put the pump wheel guns into production and arm all southern sky ships. Better to have and not need than to need and not have." "You don't want to keep a ship?" Lamar asked in a tone that seemed to say, "Why in the world would you walk if you could fly?" "I can't handle any of these ships alone, Lamar. I'll do better without having to worry about someone stealing it. Maybe someday I'll have one with a crew. But for now, I'll stay on the ground. You can drop me off outside of Windford when you leave." "How long will your business in the east take to complete?" Elise asked. "I'm not sure, but you can contact me through Lord Windford if you need." "Don't take too long. We have a lot of work to do," Isla said, smiling at Elise. Chapter 12. Supplies were left at High Reaches for future needs. The tool trunk with all Seeker's books and sketches came with me. It was decided to split the crews between the 3 ships as needed, and that all 3 vessels would travel as a convoy for mutual protection. Around midnight and a mile short of Windford, with our farewells said, they lowered me and the trunk into the top of a large tree. I securely tied the trunk to the uppermost strong leafy branches. I would return later with a wagon to fetch it. The skyships turned south against the starry sky and faded from sight. The trunk secured in the tree, I headed toward the Windford estate. In no hurry. Mostly I was just wasting time until daylight so I could approach openly. Outside the estate, I found a good perch where I could watch as people started their daily routine. There was nothing out of the ordinary, nothing suspicious. Dropping to the ground, I changed my fur to the golden color used when last here. I approached up the main road and made it to the drive before anyone saw me. Once seen, they immediately recognized me. After all, how many golden sea cats come walking up their drive? Michael came out to meet me before I reached the courtyard.
"Do not say it!"
I shouted.
"What?"
He shouted back.
"You know you had something ready, like, look what the cat dragged in."
Don't be ridiculous. You aren't dragging anything.
He laughed.
Come inside. Breakfast is almost ready.
Inside, Lord and Lady Windford were in the foyer. I bowed. Good morning, my lord, my lady.
Enough of that,
Lady Windford said, coming forward and hugging me.
Come to breakfast.
Lord Windford shook my hand, smiling.
"Welcome, lad. Good to see you again."
"Thank you. Good to be here." Taking our seats, Michael said,
You must have been busy.
"Why would you say that?" I asked, accepting a serving of scrambled eggs and bacon.
You have letters and packages. A few look official.
I waved it off. "It's probably just tax notices." I smiled.
"No, the taxman comes in person,"
Lord Windford replied.
Lady Windford kept the conversation going with small talk about the estate and happenings in town. Once breakfast was finished, we moved into the study. My packages and letters had been set to the side. "I received a letter from the king myself," Lord Windford said.
"Oh?"
"Yes, the king was letting me know that my neighbor was now a member of peerage. Meaning," he leaned toward me, "you were promoted from knight to baron. Baron Lord Cam Highreacher, in fact." "What have you done this time?" Michael joked.
"In my defense, I was minding my own business. Things just kind of, found me."
"Things? What kind of things?"
"Michael, you are enjoying this entirely too much. I think I should consult my solicitor before I say more." We all laughed. "Let me open these and see what news they bring." One packet had a royal seal on it, so I opened it first. It held all the royal documents naming me Baron Lord Cam Highreacher. It also named lands and houses attached to the title. There was an estate here in Windford, known as the Watson Estate, with 500 acres of land. There were also ledger books and other paperwork pertaining to it. I'd read those later. There was also a house in the capital, which had a caretaker. I handed the packet to Lord Windford, who looked it over.
"Says your title is hereditary. Quite the honor."
"What does that mean?"
"It means, upon your death, your title and lands pass to your heirs. A lot of titles do not extend past the person to whom the title was given." "You must have done something extraordinary for the crown," Michael said. The second packet contained documents, approvals, and seals for the Highreacher Trading and Transportation Company. That was not the name Isla had told the king, but maybe that was the way they did business in the capital. After looking them over, I passed them to Lord Winford. He read them over.
You have been busy.
He handed them to Michael, who, after giving them a quick perusal, agreed. Yes, he has. Very busy. I might have made a few friends here and there. I'm a friendly sort of chap, I said, smiling. But I need more of your help, which is why I'm here. I need to set up a bank account and open my trading house. Since I'm unknown, I need introductions and advice to do all this, waving my hand above the documents, correctly. Offices and warehouses are needed, though it seems I have a house on some 500 acres. It names the Watson Estate. If agreeable to her, I would very much like Lady Winford to help me with proper clothing, such as proper for a gentleman.
We'll be happy to help any way we can, and I love shopping.
She beamed. Must be the shopping.
The Watson Estate? If I remember correctly, it's west of town,
Lord Winford said, thinking.
Yes, that's it. It's along a railroad spur. The owner was a big investor in the railroad and built the place, thinking to extend the railroad west. Plans changed, it never went forward. He eventually moved back to the capital.
Well, the first thing I need is a wagon to go pick up my trunk, I said.
I'll send someone to the station for it,
Michael said. I chuckled. It's not at the station. I'll go get it.
Cam, where is your trunk?
Lady Winford asked firmly. Sheepishly, I replied, a mile back down the road.
Weren't you afraid someone would steal it?
No, ma'am. It's up a tree, Michael and I said at the same time, laughing. She shook her head.
Boys, they never change.
After retrieving the trunk, I dressed in clothes and boots borrowed from Michael and went into town. Lady Winford insisted our first stop must be to see the tailor. By the time we left, I looked a proper gentleman. I also bought some everyday wear. Apparently, gentlemen do not wear work clothes. We hire all work done. It was beyond me why anyone would not work. Except for the sick, injured, or those in the process of birthing, everyone worked in my former clan, even the clan leader. Work was honorable. Laziness was not. This world was new to me, and I had a lot to learn. Michael said if I dressed and acted like a gentleman, people would accept that I was one, cat or not. Perhaps so. But some things were so much a part of me they could not be cast aside, even for the sake of appearances. After visiting the cobbler for new boots and shoes, we were off to the bank, where Lord Winford introduced me as Baron Lord Highreacher. The banker, of course, accepted Lord Winford's vouching for me. All he was really interested in was the money, since he was clearly happy to open 2 accounts, one personal and one business. After lunch, horses were saddled for Lord Winford, Michael, and myself to ride over to the former Watson estate. Riding west, we followed the railroad spur, which cut through forested land. Reining in the horses, we looked out over rolling fields with a good-sized creek watering them. We had arrived at Watson. I was stunned. Rising up from a thicket of tangled overgrowth was a keep. Was this the keep that I had been earlier searching for? The one that King Edward had alluded to? What move was he making in his royal chess game?
I had completely forgotten,
Lord Winford said, staring.
This was the original keep for this area.
Keep might have been a stretch. To my mind, it was more like a walled fort. Abandoned long ago, the decades of neglect showed. Not exactly a ruin, but it would keep workmen busy for quite a while. The keep itself was built on a rocky outcropping as the foundation and backing. Quarried rock was used to build the rest. All things considered, it was a defensible place. The stonework looked in good condition. The gate, however, would need to be completely replaced along with the portcullis, a drop gate with sharp spikes. We rode into the courtyard and dismounted. Checking out the stable and barracks, these would also need a lot of work or replacing. There was no sign of recent activity. Well, except for mice and birds. Around the main entrance was more woodwork to be done. Walking through, the old place had good bones, but needed a lot of work. Once finished, it would be a gracious home. I rather liked the place. Michael gave a mischievous grin. I hope your trading house does well. You're going to need the money. I smiled. This will do nicely. We rode on to the railroad warehouses, which were near the tracks for a look. The first warehouse was full of steel rails, tools, and equipment. There must be enough rails here to build a few miles of new track. Michael was impressed. The other warehouse was full of railway cross ties needed to support tracks and a few hand carts. There was one last outbuilding in the back of the yard with tracks leading to it. Opening the doors, we found the showstopper. This was the maintenance building holding a steam engine, a wood car, and 2 flat cars.
This is their yard engine!
Lord Winford looked thrilled.
I haven't seen one of these since before Michael was born.
What? I asked, as we went inside for a closer look.
A yard engine. It's smaller than the main train steam engines, and is used to move cars around train yards. They also use them when building new tracks, which, I'm guessing, is why this one is here.
I wonder if it works, I asked.
After all this time, you'd have to get someone who knows about steam engines to check it.
I might know someone like that. A fella named Tink, I said, smiling. Lord Winford was frowning, looking contemplative.
This reminds me of something. I need to check some things when we get home.
After looking around a little more, we closed the doors on the maintenance building and headed back to the Winford estate. Over dinner, Lady Winford wanted all the details about what we saw. Well, there is an estate there, but it's going to take a lot of work to set it right, Michael said. I nodded. True, there is a lot of work to be done, but I really like the place. It's got a lot of what I need already there, and has a lot of potential. Part of the land is already cleared for farming, and there is plenty of water for crops and livestock.
Now you're thinking like a proper landowner. If land isn't working, it only costs you. Your land should support you, make you a living, and pay your taxes. Anything less than that is a waste. You might as well not own it, Lord Winford said with conviction. The conversation turned to farming, livestock, timber farming, and estate management. Lady Winford kept the books for the Winford estate. Unlike other ladies of means, she worked closely with Lord Winford, managing the affairs of the property. She promised to show me how to get started keeping accounts. When we had finished our meal, we moved to the sitting room. Lord Winford started looking through old ledgers, while I looked through the ledgers from the Watson estate. There were detailed accounts of the railroad equipment, parts, the steam engine, and cars. All were part of the estate and now belonged to me, including the right-of-way from Winford Township to Rivers Fork. As I turned the last page on the entries, I found a handwritten note in Clannish. Rook,
I'm thinking by now you have already been to the Watson estate. It probably needs a bit of work to set her right. You have also, no doubt, found the railroad supplies and equipment. I'm learning how your mind works. So yes, I want you to add to our existing railroad line. You will, of course, have to pay for it, but you may charge fees for those using it. When you need more materials, order them from Eastern Central. They will send you what you need at a fair price. Continue the line to the Western Mountains, then to River's Fork, completing the loop. Doing this will put more people in your lands to keep watch on the southwest border. Until we meet again, E. I read the letter twice, then remembered the name of my company, and transportation company. I shook my head and laughed. They looked at me, expecting an explanation. Our king, I began, is quite the chess player, and very devious. I looked around. Have the servants gone home for the night? Lord Wingfold nodded. They have. When I last saw you, I was heading west to have a look over the lands King Edward gave me. I was also scouting for westy activities. I started telling the story of recent events in my life. Well, most of them. I never tell all I know. I kept Seeker's journals to myself. They listened, enthralled, asking few questions. It was well past midnight when I finished my tale.
My goodness,
Lady Wingfold said.
that was like a tale from one of those new fiction books they write.
Indeed, Lord Wingfold said. And to add to it, I found what I was looking for. My grandfather sold the right-of-way to Watson to build his railroad. I also have a copy of the map showing the route. There are notations in the Watson ledgers of the deal between your grandfather and Watson as well. How strange life is that all this happened to us, with you, Cam, as the catalyst to these events, Michael said. I chuckled. Like I said, I was minding my own business when. That night, I slept fitfully, too much on my mind. Finally, I got up and made hot tea. Teacup in hand, I walked over to the window and looked out into the darkness. I am absolutely overwhelmed and don't know where to begin. Too many projects, too little time. A cat may have 9 lives, but he can only be in one place at a time. My father's words came back to me. How do you eat an elk? One bite at a time. From the small writing desk in the room, I took pen and paper. Time to make a list, which included hiring help. 1. Hire managers for keep renovations, railway extension, trading house, and scouts for the Southwest. 2. Get Tinkman and Sawmill on site for mill and lumber. 3. Check on R skyships. Next day, breakfast was later than usual, since we had been up late the night before. Once our plates were served, Lord Wingfold opened the discussion. So, what's your first order of business, Cam? The first order of business is to ask for advice. There's no way I can do all these tasks at the same time. And even if I had the time, I lack the expertise. I need to hire some managers, or at least foremen. The who is where I need advice. Good. The first step is realizing you cannot do everything yourself. My next question is, would you consider a partner on the railroad? At what percentage split? 49 to us, 51 to you. You own the right-of-way to the track and a steam engine. We'll hire men to lay track and oversee the operation. Agreed. For the keep renovation, James Woodward. He's a good foreman. Decades of experience in woodworking and supervising workmen. James will oversee the carpentry and do a fine job. You'll be pleased. It will take a little longer to find the right stonemason. The rest we'll work through."
"Sounds good." I felt relieved. We had taken a few bites of the elk. True to his word, Lord Winford set an appointment for Mr. Woodward to see me at the keep the next day. A short man with a confident bearing and laugh lines at the corner of his eyes, he showed up early in his best clothes and top hat in hand, ready to inspect the keep.
"Lord High Reacher, 'tis a pleasure to meet your grace,"
he said, looking up from his 5'4" to my 6 feet. I smiled. "Sir Cam will be sufficient, Mr. Woodward. You're a bit early."
"Call me James, sir. However, to set the right tone in front of the men that I'll be supervising, I'll be calling your royal self Lord High Reacher. Otherwise, they might become too cheeky. Can't nae have that now, can we, sir? As far as being a wee bit early, better early than late."
I agree. On the matter of names, since it's important to discourage cheekiness, I will call you Mr. Woodward in front of the men. Already I had warmed to this little man. Lord Winford has already attested to what an experienced carpenter and foreman you are. What say we take a look at the keep?
"I'd be delighted, sir."
3 hours later, James had filled a notebook with scribbles and sketches of areas that needed to be fixed, scrapped, or built new. "So, James, how many men will you need to get renovations done within 6 months?"
To answer your question, it's nae a matter of numbers needed, as much as numbers available. At the moment, none are available for another 2 days. All able-bodied men are working the harvest this time of year. Harvesting takes priority, as there must be food to carry them and theirs through the winter. Once finished, there are about 35 with the skills needed. That number can get the job done in about 6 months.
Are these men trustworthy?
I would nae have them working with me if they were not, sir.
He seemed a bit offended. Talk to the men, James, and tell them they'll have paid employment when the harvest is over.
Please they will be, sir.
Let me know what supplies to obtain so the day the men arrive they have everything needed to begin. First priorities are the main gate's timbers and barracks. Trust me on this, James. The gate may be needed sooner rather than later. As far as the dilapidated barracks goes, it's unfit to live in. Quickly throw up something that'll do for sleeping for the time being, but can also be enlarged later on. With sleeping quarters, the men can stay here rather than traveling 10 miles back and forth to town every day. Winter is not long off.
Understood, sir.
There'll be a cook hired to feed 'em. If the men have other needs, let me know. I will be here most of the time.
Aye, sir.
Since there is no more that can be done until our craftsmen finish the harvest, I'll be making a quick trip to arrange for an on-site sawmill. James looked alarmed.
Sir, would you be planning on building a sawmill right here? In time for when our craftsmen begin the renovations? It can nae be done in 2 days, sir.
Not quite, James. I'll bring the sawmill to us.
I don't know how you will accomplish such a feat, but I look forward to seeing it.
Despite his words, he still seemed skeptical. I'll let it be a surprise, I smiled. I'll be back in a few days. Next morning, looking dapper in my gentleman's clothes, I caught the train to River's Fork. Time to get Tink and the sawmill headed this way. Chapter 13. While on the train, I gave thought to Seeker's notes and drawings, specifically those on weapons. If war came, having these could make the difference between winning and losing. Losing was not an option. To enable scientists and craftsmen to understand what he had written would require translating his work from clannish to common. To do so, I would need a blank journal.
It was just after noon when the train arrived in Rivers Fork. Most shops were clearly marked with the goods and services each provided. It was easy to locate a printing shop, and in short order, I had a brand new blank journal. Down the street was an inn with a painted sign showing a bed, a tankard of ale, and a plate of food. This would be my next stop. I was famished. Passing by an alley, 4 men stood propped against the building, looking my way. Walking by, one fool decided to impress his 3 idiot friends and spat on my boot. Bam! One punch to the jaw and he was out cold, hitting the ground hard. The idiots jumped away, looking down at the fool. "What's the trouble here?" shouted a watchman in a hard voice.
That cat attacked Johnny!
One idiot pointed at me. The watchman looked at me, taking in my attire. "That true?" "Partially. That one," I said, pointing down, spat on me. I slapped him for his impertinence. Hopefully I used the right word.
Liar!
Idiot number 2 shouted.
Shut up, you!
The watchman shook his nightstick at him. Turning back to me, he asked, "And who might you be?" "Baron Lord High Reacher in service of King Edward." Mouths dropped open. The fools knew they were in it deep now.
My apologies, Lord High Reacher. We got notice of your elevation. What do you want done to these 4?
I let my gaze slide over them as they stood weak-kneed before us. "I'll leave that to you, Master Watchman. I have other matters to attend."
"Very good, sir."
Walking away, the sound of a nightstick smacking bodies filled the street, as well as words about how stupid someone could be and still draw breath. Clearly, I was now known in Rivers Fork, and had no further troubles. At the inn, no one stared while I ate, which was a pleasant change. Both Isla and Michael had been right. Dressing and acting the part of a nobleman would create acceptance. The bill paid, I headed to Tink's house. His house was much the same as before, except for the addition of a shed over the steam engine. Noise of someone working meant he was there. I stepped in. Tink, seeing a cat dressed as a gentleman, stopped what he was doing and asked,
"How may I help you, my lord?"
"Master Tink, I've come to check on the progress of my investment. She still looks rough." His frown turned into a smile.
"Cam! That's just paint," he said dismissively. "It's coming along nicely. All the needed parts have been installed, and the pressure tests went perfectly. The circular saw is not installed yet, but we can move to Winford almost any time now."
"Excellent. That's the news I was hoping for. I've come into possession of a train yard steam engine, and I'd like you to look it over and test it." His eyebrows rose to his hairline.
"Seriously? Where is it?"
"Yes, seriously. It's near Winford, on my estate." I liked the way that sounded. Lips pursed, he looked around.
I need to pack some things. I can be ready in 6 days.
"What if men were hired to help load your equipment?"
Well, that would shave off a couple of days.
"Good. By then, workmen will be available on the other end to help offload. Go get your help. I'll pay." Tink was out the door and in short order brought back 6 men. Within 3 days, everything was loaded, including the wood car to feed the steam engine's boiler. By sunrise on the 4th day, the water tanks had been topped off, and the boiler was blazing. Once steam built up, we were on our way, making good time as the engine was only pulling 1 wood car and 2 flat cars. Tink stayed busy, watching the gauges closely, while I relaxed and enjoyed the ride. By early evening, we passed slowly through the town of Winford and moved on to the keep. We pulled straight into the rail yard before stopping the engine. James and the men were keenly excited about the on-site sawmill. After looking it over, making oohing and ahhing noises, they offloaded equipment under Tink's watchful eyes. James marveled at the mill.
Well, sir, I nae thought you could do it, but here it sits. Wished I thought about doing something like that. Would provide a good living for a man.
He nodded at Tink. Tink, letting the steam off the engine, replied,
I surely do hope so. This is the first job she'll be used on.
When James's men arrived after the harvest, they had thrown up a quick barracks with the wood Michael had got. There was even a small cooking area. It was a basic building, but would be enlarged given a little more time. Tired and ready for the day to be over, Tink and I bunked in the barracks. Another workday awaited us, but tonight we slept. The next morning, something smelled wonderful. I sat up, looking around. Cookie brought me a hot cup of something. Handing it to me, he said, "Coffee." "Coffee," I repeated, looking at the dark brown liquid.
No, cough, like you cough up a hairball, then stick an E on the end.
Cough-E.
Now you've got it.
Taking a sip, it was stronger than tea, but had a good flavor. Not too bad. Compliments to the cook.
Only the best for you and the workers, sir. Your new man, Tink, left earlier. Said he'd be in either the maintenance shed or one of the warehouses.
I nodded at him, and he went back to his cooking. As the men came to breakfast, there was some good-natured ribbing.
Where's my cuppa in bed?
Someone asked in a deliberately soprano voice while batting his lashes.
When you pay the wages, young Robert, we'll talk about that,
Cookie said, giving him a playful jab on the shoulder.
That's not likely to happen,
someone else said, causing laughter. These were a good bunch, and got on well. I'll be looking for share farmers for the land, I announced, scooping sausage, fried potatoes, and eggs onto the plate. So if you know someone who's interested, let 'em know.
I won't share, my lord.
I had talked to Michael and knew what they paid. It was fair. 60-40 after expenses, 60 to the farm, 40 to the keep. The best anyone else offered was 45-55, and 55 went to the estate.
Fair, my lord. I will pass it along.
I'll need stockmen, too, for pigs, sheep, and cattle.
Will you be buying horses, my lord?
I recognized the voice without looking. That depends, Robert. Will I have the sheriff coming to see me?
Well, now,
he said.
He may come round to Cat's Keep, but you'll have a good set of papers on him.
Everyone, including me, laughed all the harder. What's this Cat's Keep?
Begging your pardon, sir. Since it's not the Watson estate anymore, the men have begun to call it Cat's Keep, if it pleases you.
James replied. Most fitting. I raised my cup of coffee, and all did likewise. To the Cat's Keep.
To the Cat's Keep, sir.
The food was excellent, and Cookie was well supplied. No one would go hungry while working at Cat's Keep. I changed into my everyday clothes and went to the train yard. Tink was crawling in the bowels of the engine. How she look, Tink?
Whoever put her to rest knew his business. She's grand. May need a few seals here and there, but she's grand.
Glad to hear it. He climbed out, wiping his hands.
You never said what you were going to do with her.
Extend the rail line, harvesting timber as we go. What lumber we don't use on the keep, we'll send back to market by train.
Great idea.
Once you get everything up and running, I have some other projects in mind.
Whenever you want to discuss them, I will be ready to listen. In the meantime, I have a request.
He hesitated.
Can I live in the maintenance shed?
Is there a good place in there for you?
It's a good-sized room with a pot-bellied stove. It will give me plenty of room to work and live.
Sure. Some of the men can help you move your things.
Thank you.
He bowed. When it's just the two of us, no bowing.
Got it. No bowing.
He grinned. A crew helped Tink move into the maintenance shed, where he got busy setting everything up. I walked through the keep, checking on progress. About half the men were working on enlarging the barracks, while James and the rest worked on the main gate. Bang! The portcullis on the gate slammed down. It was only because Robert quickly jumped that he wasn't skewered by the deadly spikes. James rushed over to him.
Robert, are you hurt, lad?
Robert looked a bit stunned, but rapidly recovered his senses.
Well, I may be needing a wee bit of rest for the remainder of the day. With pay, of course,
he said, imitating James's brogue.
Gah, if you'd nae been quick, the spikes would have run you through and through. Let's be finding out what broke on that portcullis. Can nae be having the thing killing some poor innocent soul?
James, what caused it to drop?
Young Robert and I are sussing it out now, sir,
James replied while he was checking one side of the portcullis and Robert the other.
Here be the problem, sir,
James said with his hand on a broken chain connecting to the hoisting winch.
This rusted link gave out and broke in 3 pieces. When it did, the chain could nae hold the portcullis, and down she came. We'll be needing a new chain since the other links are almost rusted through as well. Oh, taking a look-see at the winch. It's badly rusted too.
Order replacements, I said. Wanting to get a closer look at the circular saw on the train yard, I headed to the train yard. Tink was standing at the side of the engine, staring at it. I stood beside him, trying to see what held his attention. Without looking at me, he said,
You see that cover plate there? Under that is a drive shaft plate, where you bolt a drive shaft extension.
Okay. How does that help us?
If we can find the drive shaft extension and drive belt, we can use this engine to power the saw. Then, we can use the other engine for the rail work, which would be a better fit for both.
Oh, we have a warehouse full of equipment. I pointed my thumb over my shoulder. After an hour of looking, we found the belt drive. It was a foot wide and 20 feet long. Later in the afternoon, we found the drive shaft. It took both of us to carry it back to the maintenance shed. We got to work installing the drive shaft on the yard engine. Tink talked as we worked.
We could still use this engine to do yard work, even with the shaft attached. We just have to take the belt off. Of course, we'll have to do that every time we change logging locations anyway.
Is it difficult to do?
Not really. The belt will have slack in it. 2 men can lift it off.
Once the installation was done, I left Tink to his own devices. I had other things to do. When I first saw the keep, it seemed rather small. Now, working to rebuild and renovate it, I found it much larger. Work had been going on for 2 months. The barracks could house up to 60 men and had a large cooking area. Almost done, the stables had a tack room hayloft and could hold 20 horses. There was also room for wagons or carriages. Repairs began on the inside of the keep proper. It had an open horseshoe shape. Its back wall against the rock outcropping and cliffs, its front faced the main gate. The center of the first floor was the great room, which was also the dining room. To the right was the kitchen and servants' quarters. To the left was the sitting room and combined library and office. The second floor had a center balcony overlooking the great room. Left of the balcony were 3 guest rooms. To the right were 3 more. The left side of the third floor was a terrace, which was quite nice. Center was the master's private living area, consisting of a master bedroom with study. There was a set of stairs that led up to the top roof battlement. From there, all approaches to the keep could be seen for miles. To the left of the master's rooms were 3 more bedrooms for the family, I presumed. The backside of the rock outcropping were cliffs some 50 feet high. There was a waterfall that came from a spring-fed pond on top of the plateau. This was where the keep got its water, as well as from a creek that watered the land. All of this sounded opulent, but it was quite practical. None of the rooms were overly large. This keep was built as an outpost to defend the king's land. They added to it over the years to make it somewhat nicer, but it was still a basic keep. To me, it was grand. I had never owned anything but a hut, and that really wasn't mine. This was my home. I owned it, and so would my children. Tink used the yard train to bring in the lumber that Lord Winford was providing, as well as other supplies from Winford. Occasionally, Michael would accompany a load to see how things were going. When the train returned today, it was pulling 2 passenger cars. Now who could be coming? As I approached, Lord Winford, Michael, and another man had just disembarked from one of the passenger cars. In a formal voice, Lord Winford made introductions.
Lord Highreacher, may I present Sir Kirkland, manager of the East Central Railroad Company.
He bowed. My lord, offering my hand. A pleasure, Sir Kirkland. Just Kirk, if you please, my lord.
Kirk has come with a proposition for us,
Lord Winford said with slightly narrowed eyes. Why don't we go into my car so we can discuss it over some hot tea or coffee? Kirk asked. The weather was turning colder. Winter was not far off. Once inside Kirk's business car, we were seated and served hot beverages. My beverage of choice had become coffee. As I'm sure you know, East Central has been directed by the King to help extend the rail line. We would like to propose a partnership of thirds. We would provide the rails when needed, and the management of the actual building of the railroad for our third. Each of you would continue providing your agreed-upon contributions. Once completed, we would manage the rail line and split the profits on thirds as well. I thought a moment, then asked, if we disagree on some matter or other, who has final say? Well, East Central has more experience in these matters, so we would be the obvious choice, Kirk said, as though it was a foregone conclusion not requiring further discussion. Well, now this is my point. We already disagree on a matter, specifically this one. I recognize your experience in running a railroad, but we have other things to take into consideration. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lord Winford smiling. Such as? Kirk asked. Well, when and where to build. For example, when and where to build a spur, when and where to stop for a time. Things of that nature. If it's a matter of funding, East Central would loan you the capital. And there it is, I said, slapping both hands on my knees. What? Kirk asked. The hook in this wonderful deal. Life happens, so you'll loan us money. When for whatever reason we can't follow through on the terms of the loan, East Central becomes South and East Central. It leaves us without even a rope to hold up our trousers. Kirk gave an ingratiating half-smile. You are suspicious and cynical for one of your years. I smiled in return. Life sometimes forces you to be. You're either prey or predator. Do you have a counter-proposal? When negotiating, my father said to ask for everything the first time, expecting to only get a third or a quarter. Kirk, bear with me a moment as I think aloud with an eye toward this monumental undertaking. We'll need another steam engine, a wood car, 2 flat cars, and 2 passenger cars. You provide the manpower and management to lay the track. We have final say-so on where to put the sidings and spurs. You provide the track and maintain the track once complete. I get 36%, Lord Winford gets 34%, and East Central gets 30% of the partnership. Once the loop is complete, East Central manages the railroad. The profit split will be 40% to East Central and 30% to each of us. Oh, and one of these business cars would be nice. Bear in mind, the longer East Central holds off joining, the more track we will have laid, and the smaller East Central's share will be. The Winfords looked toward him, smiling. His mouth hung open.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Well, that's just me thinking out loud, I said. I'm just a simple tree cat. What do I know of all this business stuff? I defer to Lord Winford's wisdom in such matters. Squinting one eye, Kirk wagged a finger at me. You're after my shirt, aren't you? I smiled. Well, it is quite a nice shirt. The meeting was adjourned with all of us agreeing to continue negotiations. As long as talks continued, there was a chance agreeable terms would be reached. Negotiations continued in full swing. It was offer, counter-offer. After a week, an agreement was reached, fair to all parties. We didn't get all we asked for, but neither did Kirk. This was the essence of negotiations. You've got to give something to get something. We got one flat car, but no passenger cars. Passenger cars were a want, not a need, because East Central was providing the manpower and management to lay the track. Siding and spur locations would be jointly decided. We got the 36, 34, and 30 partnership percentages asked for, but gave some on the profit split, 50 to East Central and 25 to each of us. Surprisingly, we got a steam engine, wood car, and an owner's business car, none of which were new, but serviceable. On the desk in the business car was a box with a new shirt in it. The note read, "For the simple tree cat." We all had a friendly laugh. I put the newly acquired steam engine in the train yard for Tink to work on. Tink's engine and wood car were now in use as the business car's engine. A month later, East Central's men started arriving and began laying track using the materials in our warehouses first. This would soon empty them and provide space for trade goods. A few days later, I received a letter in Clannish that simply said, "Well done." It was signed, E. With the railroad building off my plate, I turned my attention to other matters, which in this case, Lady Winford told me, was putting my house in order. She, along with Michael and Lord Winford, came to see the progress on the renovation of the keep. The first thing my house needed, according to her, was to set the kitchen right. She and Cookie walked through the kitchen and noted what was, and in this case, what was not there. By the time the two of them finished, Cookie was beaming, and I felt my wallet getting lighter. After the kitchen, Milady went through the rest of the house, talking to herself. Lord Winford spoke low, out of the corner of his mouth.
When she gets this way, I just say, "Yes, dear."
Trust me, don't even offer an opinion. Once done, with a satisfied look, she said,
"All that's missing is a wife."
I quit smiling, pretty sure "yes, dear" would be the absolute wrong thing to say. Back at the Winford estate, we sat looking through what she called a catalog.
"We'll start slowly, and as you are ready for more, we shall order it."
She ordered a complete kitchen set, including a new stove. Currently, the keep only had a fireplace in the kitchen. Then we ordered glass for all the windows.
"Once your windows are in, we'll order curtains, rugs, and furniture."
She was having entirely too much fun spending my money. Chapter 14.
Excuse me, my lord. Yes, Frederick. A skyship is approaching. It appears it may land.
Lord Windford stood.
Thank you. We'll be there presently.
When Frederick was gone, Michael looked at me.
A skyship? Friends of yours?
Possibly. Once outside, we could see it was one of my cargo ships. When she'd landed, Captain Lamar came down the ramp. "Good to see you, my friend," I said, shaking his hand.
"You as well."
I turned to the Windfords. "Captain Lamar, may I introduce Lord Windford, his wife Lady Windford, and their son, Lord Michael." Lamar bowed.
"My lords, my lady."
"Well met, Captain Lamar," Lord Windford said. "It has been some time since a skyship has visited us. Please come in and be welcome."
Inside there was hot tea, coffee, and pastries.
"I've brought letters and packets for you, and news on our trade,"
Lamar said, taking them out of his shoulder bag. "What news on trade?"
"We have been making trips south and southeast and doing very well. Lady Isla's contacts have opened many doors and opportunities."
He handed me a list of cargo he was now carrying. With Lord Windford looking over my shoulder, we scanned the list of over 300 items, which included linen, wines, precious stones, perfumes, amber, ceramics, and paper.
"My goodness! Tell me you are leaving this cargo at your trading house here!"
Lord Windford implored. Lamar nodded.
"That was my intent, unless my partner has other plans."
"There's an empty warehouse ready for you," I answered. "Have it unloaded while I read these letters and packets." The large packet had King Micah's seal. It contained the royal decree of my appointment as Baron Ducat and assignment of lands, including a map. Looking at the map, I owned a lot of land, which meant I owed a lot of taxes. There were also 10 banknotes for 5,000 sovereigns each, and a letter from King Micah. It read,
"My friend, I hope this finds you well. Isla and Elise send their best. We are most grateful for the drawings you sent us. They were well done. We have word of unwanted company, heading southeast and southwest. Maybe you have friends in the area who can persuade them to go home. We look forward to your next visit."
It was signed M. Must be a royal thing to sign informal letters with just an initial. I was guessing the banknotes was for the drawing of the pump wheel gun. The next letter was from Elise. It was written in Clannish.
"Cam, I hope you are well. Mother and I are fine, but it is rather boring without you around. I have been keeping up my Clannish, and Mother has found me a tutor who is fluent in the language. I miss you, and hope to see you soon. Your friend, Elise."
The last letter was from Isla.
"I hope this letter finds you well. Elise and I are doing fine. We have been keeping busy, me with trade, Elise with Clannish. Since the Greenwell's failed coup attempt, they were stripped of all lands and assets. Most were killed in the fighting, the rest were executed. The king nullified my marriage and gave us the surname Whitehall. He also gave me all the Greenwell's assets, including land and trading houses. Needless to say, I have been terribly busy. I have spoken to the king about arming our cargo ships. He thought it a good idea, so much so he has given permission for all trading houses to arm their ships. As to modifying your ship, he has not decided, but said he would consider it. Take care. We look forward to your visit. Yours truly, Isla."
I reread the king's letter and honed in on the phrase, "my friends in the area." He didn't mean Easties. He meant cats. He wanted me to bring cats to counter the incursion. Well, according to the map, cats lived on my land and were Southern Kingdom subjects. I wonder if they felt they were. This was not going to be easy, which was the reason for the banknotes, to make me feel obligated. I placed the documents in my shoulder bag and went outside to the skyship, still pondering Micah's intent.
Is everything okay?
Michael asked. I have urgent business I need to attend, and I need a favor from you.
If I can,
Michael answered. Would you stay at the keep while I'm gone? Make sure everything keeps heading in the right direction.
I can do that, under one condition.
What condition?
I ride on the skyship to the keep.
He grinned like a cub with a new toy. Well, that can be arranged, I laughed, slapping him on the back. I left the royal documents from King Micah in Lord Winford's safe with the royal documents from King Edward. I made my farewells to Lord and Lady Winford. Boarding the ship with Michael and Lamar, we were airborne within 2 minutes on our way to the keep. As the ship got close, workers excitedly began pointing and waving caps. As we landed, Lamar commented, "Nice place." This is where we'll land skyships for now. Later, we'll build better mooring for 'em. The skyship caused quite the stir at the keep. Michael, while I'm gone, please find and rent a building for the trading house office. If you find nothing that suits, we'll build one. We need to sell this inventory to make room for the next load.
I'll take care of it. Take care of your business, and come back safely.
As the ship lifted and turned south, I looked around. This was home. I needed nothing more.
Where to, brother?
Lamar asked. I need about 50 good steel knives.
There's a small port town on the southern coast. We may be able to get what you need there. I want to show you something,
he said, handing the wheel to a crewman. He led me below, stopping at a barrel-shaped cover.
We were one of the first cargo ships to be armed. We've got 2 belly guns and 2 forward cannons. If anyone tries to take us, they're going to have a really bad day.
He smiled.
Lady Isla pushed to have them put in, then sent me to find you. She's more influential now than before.
One letter you brought was from her. She now owns all the Greenwell trading houses and assets. I doubt they'll be called Greenwell much longer. The king nullified her marriage, or whatever they call it, and named her and Elise Whitehall. Lamar whistled.
That puts both of them in the line of succession for the throne.
There have been many changes. Once we get the knives, we need to go to my old clan. They need to defend the borders against the Westies' incursions in the south and southwest.
Well, good luck with that. Cats don't care much for sky people, as they call us.
I'll appeal to their natural bloodthirsty nature. After what the Westies have done, it's just a matter of getting the cat clans to work together.
Speaking of bloodthirsty, I got these in a tray down on one of the southern islands.
He opened a crate and took something out that looked like a potato with a tail. What is that?
It's a bomb. They're dropped on sea ships to blow things up. The black tails explode. The red tails explode and start fires. You just pull this pin and drop them on your target. They explode on impact.
He handed me one.
Do not drop it.
Turning it over, I took a closer look. Nice. Very nice. I handed it back very carefully. At the port town, we bought every knife every trader had, which gave us 57. All the knives came with sheaths and belts. This would be quite a bit of wealth for a cat clan. Heading west, I didn't know the exact location of my clan from the air, but had confidence we'd find them. It was late afternoon the next day when we saw the smoke. "Take us in slow, Lamar." As we passed over the smoke, it was the burned remains of a village, but not mine. All we saw were bodies, no one alive. We turned northwest toward the river and saw more smoke in the distance. I changed my fur to black. This was the work of man. Cats don't burn villages. Whether it was the Westies remained to be seen. Have the crew stand on by cannons and guns. Continue going slow. Pass the word to the crew. We sail silent. No talking, no noise. Let's see who's raiding my lands. Lamar ordered the sails taken in. The ship moved over the treetops like a specter quietly walking the castle battlements at night. The next village we passed was mine. It too was burnt to the ground. Again, only bodies remained. Following the trail of destruction, we headed toward the river. Through the spyglass, I spotted a column of mounted and walking soldiers, numbering roughly 100. Captives in chains followed behind. Swing wide and come at them out of the setting sun. That should blind them to our approach. Lamar nodded, changed course, and added sail, picking up speed. I had confidence Lamar would put us where we needed to be. Cannon crews stood by, ready to fire. The rest had long guns and bombs ready. The Westies were making camp in an open field as the ship cleared the trees. We were on them before they saw us. The forward cannons fired, strafing the center of the camp. Men and equipment flew into the air. Horses screamed and fought their riders to get away. The belly guns started firing as soon as they had targets. As we passed over, long guns took out individuals. "Target their leaders!" I shouted. Lamar turned hard to port, putting us right back over them. Return fire struck all along the ship. Damage was minimal. Bombs were dropped on men, trying to rally a defense. Ropes went over the sides, allowing half the crew and me to slide down. Before I had let go of the rope, a Westie with a blade ran forward, fully intending to gut me. Before I could react, a crewman bashed his head with his shotgun barrel, dazing him. I kicked the blade away, then slashed his eyes, blinding him. Dropping to the ground, he screamed, sending a message that this was a fight the Westies could not win. At this point, there was no fight left in them. The soldiers were stripped of their weapons. Under guard, they were allowed to tend their wounded. Out of the 100 Westies, only 20 survived. Most were wounded, including their commander. 2 of our men were killed. Some were wounded, but would live. Their colonel was sitting up. "Name?" I demanded.
"I'll speak to your leader, cat,"
and spat on me. I grabbed him by his hair and lifted him off the ground, his feet dangling. "I am their leader, scum." I threw him down. "Bring me a set of chains!" A crewman fetched a set of slave chains. Chained about the neck, wrist, and legs, it was the colonel's turn to be a prisoner. I walked among the cat prisoners, finally finding the cat I was looking for. "We meet again, clan leader," I said in clannish. He looked up at me, squinting. "Ko-ha? Shame. I'm not the one in chains. And if you call me that again, that is where you will stay." He dropped his head, looking down at his chains. "Is there another clan leader among you?" I shouted in clannish. No one answered. "A sub-leader, then!"
Here!
One spoke up. He was not of my clan, but he would do. "Unchain him," I said in common. A crewman did so. The sub-leader followed me back to my old clan leader. "Unchain this one too. Both of you, come with me." We walked back to where the colonel was chained to a tree. He looked up at me. "My name is Baron Lord Ducat in the service of King Micah. You have invaded my lands, attacked my people, and taken them as slaves. Is it just you who has done this? Or is the Western Kingdom now at war with the Southern Kingdom? Please tell me it's just you, so I can hang you now." That got his attention. If he said he was alone, he was a dead man. If he said otherwise, he was putting his kingdom at war. Wisely, he said nothing.
Is this true?
Clan leader asked in Clanish.
You are a baron to King Micah?
It is. I saved his life and was rewarded with the title and these lands. I turned to the crewman. "Unchain all the cats, then chain the rest of the Westies to the tree." "Yes, sir. Sykes, Campbell, Phillips, and McGregor, over here!" The Westies were chained in short order. "Gather round me." I spoke in Clanish to the cats. They sat down in a half circle so I could see all without having to turn. For those who did not hear me, my name is Baron Lord Cam Ducat in service to King Micah. I am Baron of the lands from the river, southeast to where the river turns. By the actions of these Westie men, or Brownies as some call them, we are at war. They have invaded our lands, burned our villages, killed our people, and put you in chains as slaves. Heads nodded. Ordinarily, I would just kill them. But King Micah will pass judgment on them and decide their fate. But it falls to us to protect our lands, homes, and families. To do this, the clans must unite or be picked off like wolves pick off the weak, one at a time. Some will ask how we can stand against their guns. Their guns are their weakness. Without guns, they are sheep before us. We will take their guns to use against them. We will hunt them, and we will watch the borders of the Western Kingdom. As they come onto our lands, we will kill them, take what they have, and become rich from the spoils. They will learn soon enough not to trifle with us. Growls could be heard. From this night on, cats do not war on cats. We fight as one. We wage war on the Westies and their allies. Go among the spoils. Take their guns, their knives, their horses. You young warriors, scout the Westie borders. Bring word when they start to cross. You older warriors, spread the word to the other cat clans. Show them your spoils. Tell them what happened, and that the Cat Nation is at war. They leapt to their feet, roaring. Prisoners cringed in their chains, and crewmen took a step back. The cats rushed forward, grabbing guns, shot, powder, knives, horses, and anything else they wanted. When they finished, they gathered back around me. I'll go to see King Micah. I will tell him the Cat Nation guards his border, and no one will pass us. No longer will humans say, that's just some cat. They will say, those are the cats that protect the Eastern and Southern Kingdoms, and no one dares try them! I turned and walked back toward the ship. The cats roared and disappeared into the forest. Well, they certainly seem excited,
Lamar noted. They did, didn't they? I answered, smiling. Have the men gather what spoils are left. Leave the horses and bring the prisoners. We go to see King Micah.
Chapter 15. Repairs were made to the ship and balloons. Both had taken shot from the Westie's guns. Once that was done, prisoners were brought aboard and chained to the deck. We didn't want them to get a close-up look at our cannons or other aspects of the ship below, such as the vacuum boilers. Once the prisoners were secured, ropes were cast off, and the balloon was airborne. The cats had taken a little over half of the battlefield spoils, but the crew was happy with their share. I marveled once again that neither the western nor eastern kingdoms had skyships. There was a good wind in our sails. If it held, we'd be at the southern capital before long. One of the crew approached.
"My lord."
"Yes."
"That colonel is asking to speak to you."
"Thank you. Your name, crewman?"
"Randall, my lord, but they call me Scotch."
"Your favorite drink, perhaps?" I smiled. He sighed.
"Crew's joke. I don't really drink."
"You did well today, Scotch. Thank you."
"Thank you, my lord,"
he said, nodding his head once. Though I suspected I knew what he wanted, I went forward. "What do you want?"
"My name is Colonel Lord Oakridge. I give you my parole. Now get me out of these chains,"
he demanded. "And your men?" He sniffed, turning his head away in a dismissive manner.
"Mere commoners. I am nobility."
"Your parole? You give me your parole?" I gave a cynical laugh. "You expect me to return your sword and trust that you'll not use it to run me or one of my men through?" I showed my teeth. "You murdered those who were no threat to you, including their families, and enslaved the rest. You are without honor. Therefore, your nobility is forfeit. You are scum, a slaver. You stay chained."
"Noblemen are not treated in this manner,"
he shouted. "You should have thought about that before you became a slaver." I turned and walked away.
Dressed in gentleman's clothes and my fur a reddish gold, when we landed, I was ready to meet King Micah. Met by a squad of soldiers, I strode down the ramp. "Lieutenants, my name is Baron Lord Ducat. I believe the king is expecting me. We also have 20 Westie slavers as prisoners. Please take them into custody." "Yes, sire. Sergeant, get a squad. Take the prisoners to the stockade. My lord, if you will accompany me."
"Thank you, Lieutenant." I followed his lead toward his headquarters. There I was given over to the captain of the watch, who escorted me to the palace. After a few more handoffs, I sat waiting outside the throne room with several others. Elise and her escort came walking down the hall. She stopped and looked at me without smiling. I bowed. In Clannish, she said,
"The theater is about to begin, Lord Ducat. Mother says to play your part. We will have an audience."
"I shall do my best, lady," I replied in Clannish.
Elise walked on without looking back. I wondered what part in this theater was mine to play. Obviously, I needed to play the part of Lord Ducat. But what else? The doors to the throne room opened. I was about to find out. There were already lords and ladies in the throne room for an audience with the king. I was put toward the front of the group, which then advanced toward the throne. As one, we bowed. Isla and Elise were on the dais with King Micah. They showed no recognition of me. One of the king's men leaned to speak to the king, indicating me by a brief head tilt in my direction.
Lord Ducat, it's good to see you. What news from our northeast border?
I stepped forward, bowing again. Sire, there was a Westy incursion. 2 mounted Westy companies crossed our borders on a scouting raid. They burned villages, killing women, children, and taking slaves. My men and I engaged them before they could retreat across the border. We killed all but 20 of the enemy and took them prisoner. Our people they took as slaves were freed. The raid felt like they were scouting for a larger invasion force. I have sent word throughout our eastern lands for all cat warriors to rally at our northern border. If any Westies crossing our lands, they'll never see theirs again.
How many do you number in your forces, Lord Ducat?
I'd better be careful here. Lots of ears in this place. Between 300 and 500 warriors, sire. But they are cats. They do not fight like a regular army. The Westies will never see them coming. He looked to the side.
Bring in the prisoners.
The officer bowed and stepped out. Moments later, the 20 were brought in still in chains, their colonel leading them. The colonel bowed. Sire, my name is Colonel Lord Oakridge. I offered my parole to that cat. He ignored me. The king stared coldly at him. He rose and came down from the dais to stand in front of the colonel.
You killed women and children, did you not?
No, sire. They were cats. As soon as those words left his mouth, the king drew his knife, thrusting it up through his jaw and into his brain. The colonel stood, blinking.
They were my people!
The king spat and let the colonel's body drop into the rapidly spreading pool of blood. He returned to his throne. Looking at the rest of the prisoners, he commanded,
Return them to the stockade!
Once they had left the throne room, he ordered the officer,
Hang them as slavers.
Yes, sire. The officer bowed and left.
Lord Ducat, our people are being taken care of.
Yes, sire. I will return with enough supplies to see them through the winter.
Well done. We thank you for your service. I think we've had enough excitement for one day.
As the audience bowed, King Micah, Lady Isla, and Elise departed. While leaving, a servant motioned me to the side. Without a word, he ushered me to another room with refreshments, including hot coffee. I had just poured my first cup when the king entered, followed by Isla and Elise. As I began to stand, he waved me off.
Keep your seat,
he said, pouring himself a cup of coffee.
You do fast work, my friend. I didn't expect anything like this.
Well, as terrible as it was, the colonel made it possible. Had he not attacked and taken slaves, I'm unsure how successful I would have been at recruiting the cats. Now they have a common enemy to unite them.
And a leader to unite around,
Isla added.
Did I give my message in Clannish correctly?
Elise interrupted, wanting to please. Perfectly, I smiled.
300 to 500 warriors, huh?
His Highness chuckled. A fairly accurate guess, I think. Give or take a few hundred.
Well, I believe you are right about the Westies' camp. Should they cross again, and I believe they will never know what hit them. We hear you have contracted to extend the railroad on its southern and western route.
We have. Lord Winford, myself, and East Central have joined forces. East Central will do most of the work. I've also thought about extending the line south to East Coastal, the harbor trading town on the southern coast. That is, if I can get the needed right-of-way.
An interesting thought.
He smiled.
So, will you be staying with us long?
A short time. I need to ensure the cats have needed supplies for the winter. And I need to check on other trade deals and skyships.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk before you leave,
he said, rising. He left Isla and Elise with me. Good to see you again, I said as they laughed and hugged me.
Come, let's talk as we walk,
Isla said. I followed them from the palace. So, I began. The king awarded you all the Green Whale assets.
He did. It's kept me busy. I've reorganized the management and gotten rid of a lot of dead wood. It's a work in progress. I hear you have warehouses now.
I do. They are right on the rail line so we can ship in bulk without taking our skyships any further north.
Good. We'll start shipping cargo to you once your trading house is set up.
Speaking of shipping cargo, I need to tell Lamar to pick up a cargo of winter supplies for the cats.
I've already sent him instructions, and, the best part, King Micah is paying for the shipment. It should be ready by tomorrow.
She seemed quite proud of herself. We were walking through the large market district, ringed by trading houses. Isla stopped.
Well, here we are.
I looked around at the market stall, confused. The ladies laughed.
Not out there. Over here.
Elise pointed behind me. I turned to look at the gated trading house with a grand courtyard beyond. With a sweeping motion of her arm as though introducing the building, she announced,
Welcome to the D&G Trading House.
D&G? I asked.
Ducat and Greenwell,
Elise exclaimed with bright eyes.
We kept the Greenwell name because that's the name people are most familiar with.
Isla led the way up the stairs and inside.
These are our offices. You have the one over there. I have the one beside it. Come look out the window. That's my house behind this building. In the guest wing are apartments for you when you're in the capital.
The buildings were far nicer than I would have expected for a trading house. The Greenwells must have been an old trading family to have such a place as their trading house.
They were indeed,
Isla said.
In the last few generations, they started to show off their wealth, with an eye toward elevating themselves to peerage. If they had not gotten greedy and impatient, they would have succeeded.
Between the trading house and her home, we crossed another smaller courtyard. This one was paved in cobblestones with a fountain in the middle. In a corner, there was a small waterfall with water tumbling over rocks of varying sizes and into a pond with orange, blue, and green fish swimming under flowers floating on the surface. Dotted around the courtyard were stone benches, willow trees, and pots overflowing with fragrant, brightly colored flowers. It was all at once charming and comforting. Inside the main house, staff met us and took our cloaks.
Let's go see your apartments.
In the guest wing were my apartments, comprised of a sitting room, a private office, a bedroom with a privy, and bath. The bath had hot running water. Oh, I had come to love hot baths, which we never had in our village. I wondered how hard it would be to have one put in the keep. All the rooms were completely furnished. Isla, this is too much, and I may not be here that often.
Well, if you have your own place, you may come more often,
Elise said, looking hopeful. Overcome by being so welcomed into their home, all I could say was, thank you for your generosity.
You are welcome. Your trunk is in the bedroom. Get cleaned up and changed. When you are ready, come down, and we'll have something to eat.
I was pleased that the servants had not unpacked my trunk and assumed Isla had instructed not to. The clothes that I had brought on my diplomatic trip had been placed in the wardrobe. After a luxurious hot bath and a change of clothes, I met them in the dining room where food was waiting. The food, as usual, was outstanding. "I would like to walk the market sometime today," I said.
Looking for anything in particular?
"Journals of different sizes, an artist's sketchbook perhaps, and I think they call them a portable scribe's kit or bag."
"I know just the place,"
Isla said. After we finished eating, we walked to a section of the market that specialized in scribes and scholars. Visiting 3 shops, I found what was needed: journals that matched Seeker's, both large and small, and a large scribe's kit with a bag. The scribe's kit held all the pens, inks, and straight edges needed to continue my studies and translations of his journals. I was understanding more of the notes and sketches, and the transcribing was getting faster. We walked along for a while, shopping, which seemed to be one of Isla's favorite pastimes. In one shop there was a combination pocket watch and compass. One side was a watch, the other was a compass. It wasn't cheap, but it was sturdy and of fine quality. Finally, we made it back to the trading house with our purchases. Frankly, I was amazed that I only had to carry 2 boxes for the ladies. I retired early to finish the translation of Seeker's small book. Not knowing when I'd return, it was important to give it to Isla. It took most of the night to finish, but I managed a few hours' sleep before sunrise. After breakfast, I gave Isla the journal. There are a lot of notes on improvements to various things, guns, steam engines, and the boiler burn powder, among others. She thumbed through it while I talked. "I'm sure you can put it to good use. I need to take supplies to the cats and make sure they understand what they need to do. Not knowing what may happen, I'm unsure when I'll return. Hopefully soon."
"Thank you, Cam. I'll get this to our scientists. I'm sure it'll help,"
Isla said. Elise exhaled.
"So you won't be coming back here after you deliver the supplies?"
"No. I need to go back to Windford for a bit. I have some things to do before I return. I need to hire a manager for my estate and one for the trading house. Once I have everything set, I'll be back," I assured her. She gave a slight nod, and then announced in a regal voice,
"Fine. Then we'll expect you back in a month. 2 at the most."
Since I did not trust myself to say, "Yes, dear," without laughing, I simply nodded. When this young lady is fully grown, she'll be a force to be reckoned with. We said our goodbyes. Elise seemed teary-eyed, but held her head high and shoulders back as I left for the ship. At the ship, Lamar was ready to leave and lifted as soon as I boarded. "The Cat's Village, I assume?" "Yes. We'll unload these supplies, then head for Windford." The clan leader was directing the rebuild of the village. 2 previously destroyed villages were combined into one, so both would have a better chance of survival. The skyship sat down at the entrance, and the crew and village cats began unloading supplies. No cats said anything, but I could see relief in their faces. The steel knives and belts were left with them. Between the knives I brought and the ones taken as spoils, everyone now had one. Leaders of several villages were present. All referred to me as the Baron, which was fine. From shame to Baron. Not bad. Drawing a map on the ground, I showed the area they were to scout and defend, which included my lands in the Eastern Kingdom, halfway to River's Fork. "We will scout and defend these lands from the Westies. If they cross the river, kill them. You may keep the spoils. If they are foolish, they will make us rich and your young warriors blooded. Each village will take a turn scouting to spread the work and the spoils. I will be traveling to many places. If you need me, leave a message at the Windford estate. They are my friends, and I trust them." We stayed the night for a feast and talked war strategies. They understood what I wanted and would carry out my orders. Most of the night was spent celebrating and drinking. I drank enough to be polite, but that was all. Our ship lifted early the next morning, bound for the harbor town of East Coastal to buy cargo. There was no use going back empty. I let Lamar handle the trading. He had a better idea of what would sell best and for what price. We left for Windford with a full load and a good wind in our sails.
Chapter 16. I was looking forward to getting back to my keep. Isla's home was nice, and so were my rooms there. But the keep was mine. "Baron, you better come topside," a crewman called down to me. On deck, Lamar was looking through his spyglass. Handing it to me, he pointed. It took a few moments to realize that the burnt-out ruin was the Windford estate. There was little smoke, so I knew the fighting was well over. "Man the cannons," I growled. I wasn't taking any chances. Keeping my eye to the spyglass, I scanned the area but saw no signs of the attackers.
"Keep your eyes on the sky, men!"
Lamar shouted. 2 men went up on top of the balloons to keep watch. I had not considered that the attack was from the air, rather assuming it was from the ground. "When you're satisfied we're safe, Captain, take us down."
"Watch report! All clear!"
came the call. Slowly we went in, circling, belly guns ready. There were no signs of attackers. In fact, there were few men there at all. As soon as we landed, I was over the side. Frederick Mercer, the head servant, walked over. "What happened?" I asked him.
"Sunrise, 3 days ago. 2 companies of Westie cavalry attacked the estate. No warning, strictly a raid. They never asked questions or anything. They just killed everyone they found, set fire to every building, then rode out, heading west."
"Lord and Lady Windford?"
"Dead, sir."
My claws sprang forth as I threw back my head, roaring with rage. Frederick fell to his knees, hands covering his face. "My anger is not at you, brother. Another will feel that soon enough. Your family." Head down, he shook his head. "Our dead have been seen too."
"Yes. All have been buried."
"Lord Michael?"
"As far as I know, he is still at the keep. I heard they were attacked also."
"Take him a message from me. Tell him we go after those responsible." He nodded.
"When you catch them, kill them. Kill them all,"
he said, shaken. "You can count on it." Not waiting for a reply, I ran back to the ship and leapt aboard. "Lift off! The enemy is heading west with a 3-day head start!" I shouted. "Fly toward the keep!" The ship rose, turning west. As soon as it was high enough, sails were turned out. Once again, I went forward with the spyglass. The trail was not hard to follow, even from the air. The tracks headed straight for the keep. As it came into sight, the destruction was obvious. The warehouses and outbuildings were burned to the ground, but the keep was intact. Michael was standing on the battlements, pointing west. As we flew by, I pointed west, answering him. Our ship turned, following the enemy. They were headed west, as fast as they could travel. It would take them 5 days to reach the border, pushing their horses as hard as they could. We would be there in a day, or a day and a half at the most. The crew kept watch, while I informed Lamar about the attack at the estate and the deaths of many, including Lord and Lady Winford.
2 companies?
He asked.
That's the other half of Colonel Oakridge's battalion. They split their force. We caught the half that turned south.
We'll catch the other half shortly. Around midnight, we found their campfires. Lamar held the ship well back, and I slid down to scout. They had not been here long. Most were still awake, but exhausted. They had almost killed their horses pushing them so hard. They were just going to die tired. There was a familiar scent in the air. I smelled other cats approaching. Backing away from the Westies, I waited for them to find me. One approached openly, making sure I saw him. He was the sub-leader from the slaver fight.
"How many are with you?" I whispered.
Word came that a large force was raiding east. We come with 200 warriors.
Good. Let these fools settle down. Then we'll surround them. When we're ready, I'll fire a shot to start the attack. Try to leave some alive to question. Leaders, if possible. If not, I shrugged.
Understood.
He nodded and left, taking my orders to the 200 cats. Up in the trees, I found a good vantage point to wait and watch. It wasn't long before the Westies settled in their bedrolls. From this height, I could see cats getting into place. Waiting a half hour to give them enough time to be ready, I continued to watch them. One guard walked just below me. I drew my shotgun and shot him in the top of his head. Roars erupted from all around the enemy camp as the cats closed in for the kill. It was a slaughter. The cats made few clean kills as they mauled the enemy. The attack was so sudden, there were only a handful of shots fired. When the fight was over, the captives were gathered by the fire. As I approached, the cats opened a lane for me. Scanning the 50-some-odd prisoners, I asked, "Who is the ranking man?"
I am,
one said. He was bleeding from wounds to his face and chest.
Major Dunwoody, 3rd Light Dragoons.
Ah, Colonel Oakridge's second in command. I could see that surprised him. Yes, we've met your colonel. He and his men were guests of honor at our victory feast. Meat was a bit stringy, though. The cats laughed. A Westie threw up. So, tell me, Major Dunwoody of the 3rd Light Dragoons, why have you invaded the Eastern Kingdom?
And you are?
He asked. Baron Lord High Reacher in the service of King Edward of the Eastern Kingdom. And you are on my lands. So, I ask you again, why are you here?
I will speak to a military representative.
So, you are claiming prisoner of war status? I asked. He hesitated.
Yes, we claim prisoner of war status under the War Charter Treaty.
Good, I said, smiling. Major Dunwoody of the 3rd Dragoons, I charge you with war crimes for the murder of civilians at Winford Estate. How do you plead? His mouth dropped open, saying nothing. Before I pronounce sentence, I ask you, why did you attack the Winford Estate? There was no military value to it. Dunwoody remained silent. So be it. I find you guilty of war crimes and sentence you to death by hanging, execution to be carried out immediately. Someone found rope, tied him, and threw the rope's loose end over a limb. I stood in front of him and spoke loudly in Clannish. Kill the rest, quickly. The rest died at my words. The major was put on a horse with the noose around his neck. Any last words? He looked over at his dead man, then at me. You, he said. What about me? You said Wynford had no military value. Our mission was to raid the estate, find, and kill you, Lord High Reacher. You were the military target, but they didn't tell us you were a cat. I slapped the horse's flank, which leapt from under the major, leaving him hanging. His neck didn't break, so he was choking to death. I drew my shotgun and shot him in the head. Sub-leader, I called. Yes, Baron. Strip the dead. The spoils are yours, except the major's. Leave him dressed. Move all the bodies to the river, but stay on our side. Rehang the major in a tree that can be seen from their side of the river. Pile his dead under him. Stand their flag with them. Continue scouting with what force you think necessary. Yes, Baron. Back at the ship, I grabbed the dangling climbing rope, calling up. Captain Lamar! Who goes there? Cam. I'm coming up. Come ahead. As I reached the edge of the ship, he extended a hand and pulled me aboard. Sounded like you found some friends to help. I did, and they were happy to do so. We're through here. Let's get back to the keep. Once underway, I moved to the bow of the ship as we turned east. The sun would be up in an hour or so. I needed to think. They had attacked and killed my friends, and I was still angry, wanting revenge. I made potential mistakes by acting in anger. My rage ruled me. I had not stopped to think, to form a plan. Man was a dangerous prey, especially these men. They sent others to do their dirty work. They set traps, multiple traps, false scent trails, and staked out bait animals. I needed to learn that chess game, then put my twist on it. Baron Lord High Reacher was dead. There was a new piece on the board. A bishop, perhaps. And I was going to cheat. I remained in the bow, lost in my thoughts, considering strategies, war gaming. No one bothered me. It was early evening when we arrived back at the keep. I told Lamar that Lord High Reacher was dead. I was now Major Bishop. The new rank and name were passed to the crew. Michael met me as I came off the ship. He didn't say a word. He didn't have to. I bowed. I'm truly sorry for your loss, Michael. I grieve with you. Lord and Lady Wynford were dear friends. Thank you, he said, closing his eyes for a moment, holding back tears. I stood. As to the attackers, we caught them. None escaped. We killed the troops and hung their commander for war crimes. Their bodies were left lying under their hung commander at the border as a warning to others. The Southern Cat clans have united and are guarding the western border with orders to kill all Westies who cross the rivers. They want revenge for the burning of their villages and deaths of loved ones. They will rain death on the Westies and any other invaders who dare cross the border." He nodded.
"Let's go inside, my friend."
"Captain Lamar," I called over my shoulder.
"Yes, Major."
"We're staying here tonight. We'll unload cargo in the morning."
"Yes, Major."
"Major?"
Michael asked. "I'll explain inside." Michael noticed I had changed my fur color into gold with red markings.
"Well, this way, Major."
I followed him into the courtyard, then into the keep proper. There was a makeshift table with benches in the great hall. We sat, and Frederick from Winford served stew, bread, and water.
"I take it there is more to tell."
"There is. Who was in the keep proper?"
"Just us and Frederick."
"How many people did we lose?"
"At Winford, only Frederick survived. Some of our workers from the farms and forest were killed. All told, 32. Because of the keep, we lost less here, only 13.
"James?"
Alive, furious, and making repairs with Robert.
"Tink?"
He lives, but has some burns."
"Before we hung their commander, I questioned him. He claimed POW status, which opened the door to war crime charges. That was pretty much an admission of war. I asked why they had attacked Winford. There was no military value in doing so. Just before I hung him, he told me that I was the military target. They had raided Winford specifically to kill me. Everything else was collateral damage." I let Michael absorb that information.
"Why?"
"I don't know for sure. They tried to kill me 3 times in the southern capital while I was there as a diplomat. My guess, they were trying to prevent an alliance between the eastern and southern kingdoms. I became too much of a thorn in their side, and they decided to get rid of me. The odd thing was, the commander was surprised I was a cat. He said they never told him. Not all the pieces fit. So we are going to change the board."
"How?"
"Baron Lord Highreacher was killed in the fighting at Winford," I answered.
"And Major Bishop arrived."
"You hired Major Bishop and his Black Cat mercenary company to pursue the invasion force, which he did, and destroyed it. He and his company now patrol the western borders. We need to send that information to King Edward. No secret courier, just a normal letter. Spies will read it somewhere along the way. When they learn Lord Highreacher is dead, they shouldn't bother Winford again. Just in case, you'll take over the keep. Rename it Winford Keep. Recruit soldiers to man the keep and patrol your lands. In a few weeks, or a month, I'll go see King Edward with a full report."
"And what will you be doing?"
"From the shadows, I'll be doing all I can to ruin their plans and spoil their chess game. They killed Lord and Lady Winford, whose only crime was befriending me. They think they can sit safely in anonymity in some distant land. Not so. Whoever they are, and wherever they may be, I will visit a cat's vengeance upon them." I opened my bag and gave Michael 20,000 sovereigns in banknotes. "Use this to keep everything going. I'll have supplies shipped in. Winter is coming, and our people will need them. Our enemies don't realize it yet, but they messed with the wrong people."
"And
the wrong cats," Michael added. I, as Major Bishop, slept on the ship with the crew. After breakfast, we unloaded cargo into the keep. Reporting to now Lord Michael Winford. We're leaving to get another load, and we'll return as soon as we can. I may not be with them on the next run, but I'll return soon. Until then, continue with the plan. Also, have Tink repair our engines. I'm sending the letter to the king this morning. He should get it in a few days. I offered my hand. Stay safe, brother. You as well, brother. After boarding, the ship got underway, turning south, gaining altitude and opening sails. "Where to?" Lamar asked. "The southern capital to buy supplies for the keep. I'll be staying there while you return with the supplies. After you've made the delivery, return for me." Chapter 17. As Lord Ducat, I entered the D&G trading house. "Good morning, Lord Ducat," the clerk at the front desk greeted me. "Good morning. Is Lady Isla in?" "In her office, my lord." I nodded and walked back to our offices. Her door was open, but I still knocked. "Good morning, lady." She looked up, smiling. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast?" "I have not." "In that case, let's go eat," she said, rounding her desk. She took my arm, and we headed for the residence. "All is well?" she asked me. "There have been some developments." She stopped us in the courtyard, looking at me. "Our friend, Lord High Reacher, was killed by Westies when they raided the Winford estate." She frowned. "I'm sorry to hear that. And the Winfords?" "Lord and Lady Winford were killed, along with most of their staff. Their son, Michael, survived. He has taken up residence in High Reacher's Keep, which was also attacked. The Westies burned Winford Manor to the ground. They also burned all the warehouses and outbuildings at High Reacher's train yard." "And the Westie raiders?" "Major Bishop and his Black Cat mercenary company caught them before they made it back across the border. None survived. Their commander, a Major Dunwoody, was hanged for war crimes. They left the bodies at the border as a warning to others." "I'll arrange a meeting with the king. He'll want a full report." "There's more, but I might as well wait and tell you and the king at the same time." "Will you be staying long this time?" "For a while. There are some things I need to attend and arrangements to make." Over breakfast, there was the usual small talk on trade, skyships, Elise and her studies. Our trading house was doing well, better since she had taken over Greenwell's holdings. "Isla, do you have a weapons master in your employ?" I asked. "Yes, D&G has one." "Good. I'd like to meet him." "Certainly. Follow me." She led me to a trading hall behind the house and introduced Weapons Master Gordon. "How may I serve, my lord?" he asked, looking me over. He was a middle-aged man with scars on his hand and arms. Most men-at-arms had those same scars. "I need more training in various fighting styles of men, both armed and unarmed." "What weapons do you normally fight with?" Holding my hands up, I extended my claws. "Usually, just my hands. Claws, if weapons are drawn." He nodded. "Shall we spar a bit to give me an idea of what you can do?" "No claws." "Let me change into my kilt." Isla turned her back, and I took my clothes off and donned the kilt. I stepped over to the sand pit, and Isla took a seat. Gordon entered the sand pit. "Ready?" I nodded. He started slowly to test me, increasing the pressure quickly. I had no trouble matching him. Honestly, I could have beaten him at any time. He stepped back, breathing a little harder.
I'll shift to knives. You stay empty-handed.
He took up 2 wooden training knives, and we started again. He was a little more challenging, touching me a few times, but again I could have ended it any time. Master Golden stopped.
You're holding back, aren't you?
I smiled and said, "A bit."
Let's go hard. No claws.
And then he lunged at me. Slapping his knife hand up, I went under the lunge. Then I scraped his inner thigh as if clawing his femoral artery. Going behind him, my other hand came around his neck and pretended to tear his throat out. I stepped away. He laughed.
Well done. I'm dead twice, my lord. I would not even begin to fight you. I'd just shoot you and be done with it.
That is why I need to train. I need to learn every dirty, underhanded, tricky fighting style I may face.
Then you don't need me. You are beyond me. But I may know a man. He fights dirty. He cheats. He fights to win, any way he can. I think he may be what you're looking for. But I must warn you, he's a strange one. He's sailed all over the world and fought in every port he's ever been to.
That sounds exactly like what I'm looking for.
I'll send him a message and see when we can meet.
I bowed. Thank you, Weapons Master. He returned my bow.
Thank you, my lord.
I changed back into my clothes and we left the training hall.
You are extremely quick,
Isla said. Even among cats, I'm considered quick. But I cannot always depend on that to save me. Someday, I may meet a man who has fought cats before, and as the weapons master pointed out, he may shoot first. When we entered the house, a servant handed Isla a note. As she read, her brow furrowed.
Bring the carriage around. We'll leave as soon as it's ready.
The servant bowed, then hurried away. Isla looked at me.
We are to meet with King Micah. He will see us as soon as we arrive.
I'll get cleaned up, I said, and hurried to my apartments. After a quick wipe-off bath and putting on my baron clothes, I was back in the entry hall where Isla was waiting. The carriage arrived, and we were quickly at the palace. Using a side door for family, Isla led the way straight back to King Micah's private office. The king sat behind his desk reading something. Reports, maybe. We bowed.
Good afternoon, sire,
Isla said.
Good afternoon.
He came around the desk, hugged Isla, and shook my hand.
It's good to see you again so soon.
I wish it were not under these circumstances, Your Highness. Sit, he said, pointing to some chairs. I gave him a report on all that happened. He listened, asking few questions. When I told of the killing of Lord and Lady Winford, he began to pace. Continuing on, I reported the hanging of Major Dunwoody, and what he said about me being the target. The king interrupted.
Let me see if I've got this straight. Someone sent him and his men to kill you, but did not provide a description. So to ensure that they killed the target, a person whom they could not identify, they indiscriminately began killing as many as they could, including women and children. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable!
He raged.
Glad you hung 'em all.
He walked over to a cabinet and poured himself a whiskey. I had Michael Winford send King Edward a letter that Lord Highreacher had been killed. I'm sure someone will read the letter before he receives it and pass the information back to their masters. Hopefully,
That will be the end of attacks on Winford.
And this Major Bishop was your way of telling Edward that you lived and the western border was secured?
Yes, Highness. In a few weeks or a month, I'll give him a full report in person.
I'm sorry for the loss of your friends, Cam.
Thank you, Highness.
So, what are your plans now?
He asked. Well, if they thought I was a thorn in their side before, they haven't seen anything yet.
Good. Find who was responsible for the massacre at the Winford estate and kill them.
Lord and Lady Winford were killed for no other reason than being my friends. The northern leadership, no doubt, ordered the Westies to carry out the attack. Had they only attacked me or military targets, I would not have taken it so personally. As it is, I owe them both a blood debt. I will cause havoc and mayhem in their kingdoms. Then I'll kill them.
Thank you for bringing us this information.
I took that as my dismissal, bowed, and left his office. I waited down the hall for Isla to come out. When she did, she was smiling. I'm in trouble, aren't I?
Why would you say that?
Because you were smiling, and dare I say it, like the cat who ate the canary. That made her laugh.
I'll have to show you,
she answered. We took the carriage to the military skyship yard and continued to a less used area. Stopping in front of a hangar, we went inside. Workmen were repairing a skyship while guards stood watch. I expected to see a skyship. This wasn't one.
What do you think?
She asked. I didn't say anything. I just stared at it. It looked like a flat-bottomed barge with large sausages under outstretched arms. The arms curled partly around the sausages, holding them in place. There was what looked like a wide longhouse built down the center of the top deck.
It's a junk,
Isla said. It looks it. She chuckled.
It's not junk. They call this skyship design a junk. It's quite unique.
I agree completely. Unique junk.
We captured her after she crash-landed. She had been in a fight during a storm. Most but not all of her crew were killed. I know she looks, well, like junk, but she has some interesting capabilities. Let's go aboard and have a look around.
On board, I noticed repairs that weren't complete. We went inside what looked to be the longhouse, which was exactly what it was. The front part was the crew's bay, where the roof and deck slid open to load cargo into the hold. The middle held the galley, while the rear was the captain's quarters. The outside may look like junk, but the inside was anything but. There were sliding walls that could be opened and closed to form divided compartments. From the walls, the crew's beds folded down like rows of shelves with mattresses. During the day, the beds were folded back up and out of the way. The bay also doubled as the dining area. The galley was larger than I expected, with plenty of room to make full meals. The captain's quarters were as nice as any home I'd ever seen. There was a separate sleeping room and privy. The back wall slid open onto a small rear deck for fresh air. Below deck was for cargo and the boiler. The boiler was right under the galley and provided heat for the ovens. Along the walls were a system of pulleys, lines, pipes, and gears. There were also holding tanks in the bow and aft. "What do these do?" I asked, pointing at the tanks.
Basically, they do the same as ours, inflating and deflating the balloons just in a little different way. The tanks are also made from a different material. Most everything is made from either a light wood or cloth that has been coated to make it stiff as wood. Sometimes a combination of the two is used.
We went back topside. The sails? I asked, pointing.
Mostly like ours that fold in. The rest are rigged over the top balloons.
I looked again, as I had not seen a top balloon, assuming the sausages the ship was sitting on were its balloons. There was a top balloon which was rolled and folded neatly on top of the longhouse in front of the pilot's top cockpit. I'm no expert, but it seems she would be slow and cumbersome.
Which is why she is still here. No one wants to captain her, and if the king assigned anyone to her, it would be viewed as a punishment command.
So why am I here?
Well, King Micah can't help you build skyships or show you how, nor can he sell skyships to the Eastern Kingdom. This ship is not ours, and the design is clearly not. So
whatever was done with her could not be blamed on the Southern Kingdom. Therefore, no treaties were broken. Okay, I see the bait. Where's the hook?
She smiled. 2 things. You have to take the surviving crew as part of the deal, and share new discoveries with us as you've done in the past.
How many crew?
12.
Why do I need to take the crew?
They know how to handle this odd ship. They will serve nowhere else but on this ship, or would rather die than do so. Because of that, everyone thinks them fanatics of some sort and will not have them.
I thought a moment. I would like to meet this unique crew for a unique ship.
Lieutenant,
she called. Yes, m'lady.
Have the crew brought in.
Yes, m'lady. The 12 were brought in under guard. They were all a little under average height for humans. All had dark hair and eyes. None were overweight or ill-formed. Isla stayed back as I moved toward them. One stepped forward, bowing. When he bowed, they all did.
Lord, I will interpret for you,
he said in Clannish. What is your name? I asked in kind.
Lei Shi, Lord.
How long have you been here, Lei Shi?
A little over a year, Lord.
Oh, they tell me you will not serve on any skyship but this one, and that you would rather die than do so. Is this true?
It is, Lord. We are all related, and are honor-bound to serve this ship and each other. To do otherwise would dishonor us, and death is preferable.
What if you had lost your skyship, or had been separated from the others? What would you have done then?
That does not matter, Lord. The skyship is here. We are here. That is all that matters.
Translate my words to your crew. You are in a foreign land, among strangers who do not understand your ways. We are much alike. You are looked at differently because of your ways and language. I am looked at differently because I'm a cat. It is an inconvenience we must both overcome. You honor yourselves by remaining true to each other and to your skyship. The king has given me this skyship, so now it will serve me. My question to you is, will you serve me as captain and owner? If you cannot, I will give you an honorable death as requested. But be warned, once you have given me your bond, if broken, you will wish you had taken this death offer. I waited for Lei Shi to finish the translation. Then one of the crew asked Lei Shi something.
He would like to know if you trade in slaves.
Absolutely not. I kill slavers. I deal in regular trade goods and will defend my ship against those who try to take it. And when the time comes, I fight those who are at war with me. This is an important decision for you. I will return in the morning for your answer. Lei Shi translated my response.
We will have your answer in the morning, Lord,
Lei Shi said, bowing. I turned and walked back to Isla.
We are finished for today. I need to be back in the morning for their answer. I need things for the ship, including the cargo it was carrying and the belongings of the crew. Also, it needs to be armed before we go anywhere. I made them an offer to sail with me or die an honorable death in the morning. I think they'll sail. She pointed to the side of the hangar.
Everything from the ship is there, including their possessions. We had already planned to arm her. All the parts to do so are here.
How far away is the land where the junk came from?
Between 3 and 5 weeks, depending on conditions.
And what are they known for? What cargo does everyone seek going there?
Oh, that area is known for its fine cloth and rugs, but on the way back we buy spices, teas, and coffee. Do you plan on going?
Well, it sounds like it would be a profitable trip.
It could be, but every run has the potential to be really good or really bad.
I laughed. That could be said about life. I lay awake, my mind busy, and it would not stop. Deciding there was no point laying awake, I got up and went to my desk, looking for something that would slow my thoughts. I took out Seeker's large journal and began translating and transcribing it into mine. That worked. After an hour, I was able to go to bed and sleep. Isla joined me for an early breakfast, and then we left for the hangar. When they accept my offer, I plan to put them to work finishing the repairs. I'd like to let them live on it, as they are used to. She nodded.
The hangar will still be guarded, inside and out.
Of course. Inside the hangar, we found the junk crew standing in formation, awaiting me. Lei Shi stood at the front of the formation. They all bowed when I approached. Have you reached a decision? I asked.
We have, Lord. We will serve you.
Over his shoulder, he gave a command, and the crew went to their knees. They all said something in unison, then bowed their foreheads to the floor.
They have sworn to serve you and the ship until you release them, or death releases them.
Lei Shi went to his knees.
I so swear,
he said, then bowed his forehead to the floor. I accept your bond. Rise. We have much work to do. They rose to their feet. Behind you are your possessions. You may recover them and place them back aboard the ship. Continue repairing the ship. We have places to go. They all bowed and retrieved their belongings.
It seems they have accepted your offer,
Isla noted. They did. They'll continue repairing the ship. Where do I buy supplies for it?
Give me a list of what you want, and I'll have it delivered. I have things I need to attend as well. Are you staying here?
I am. I need to learn about this skyship and crew.
You know where to find me,
she said, and left the hangar. I walked over to where the crew's personal possessions had lay. There was still much on the floor. Lei Shi joined me as I was walking among the items. I'm guessing these belong to the crew members who were lost.
Yes, Shitori,
he replied. I looked at him, frowning. Shitori? He smiled.
It is what the crew call you. It means Lord Tiger. They mean no disrespect. A tiger is one of the great cats of our homeland.
I've heard of them. They say they are fearsome beasts.
They are, Lord.
I am honored. Have these possessions taken aboard and shared.
These,
he pointed to a large pile,
belonged to the captain, and by rights now belong to you.
The pile held clothes, weapons, books, and other items in boxes. Have them taken aboard to my quarters.
Yes, Shitori.
Please prepare a list of needed supplies for both the crew and the ship.
Yes, Shitori.
Chapter 18.
I stayed out of the way while they moved personal belongings to the ship. Lei Shi stayed close to me all the time. Without being obvious, I looked at his hands. They were not calloused like a crewman's. Lei Shi, what is your position or responsibilities?
I am what you would call an assistant or secretary, and I also translate.
You are a scholar?
Yes, Lord.
How many languages do you speak?
6 fluently, and have a working knowledge of 4 or 5 more.
Our crew, what specialized duties do they have?
We have a pilot, a carpenter, a mechanical repairman, and a cook. Our cook is also our medic. The rest are general crewmen.
Are any of you trained to fight or have military experience?
We all train with weapons and unarmed fighting. Some are better than others, but we all fight when we need to. The ones with military experience were lost when pirates tried to take our skyship in the storm.
One of the crewmen approached, bowing as he spoke to Lei Shi.
The cook asks permission to light the boiler. We will also need it to continue repairs.
Of course. Have him make a list of food and equipment he will need to keep us all well-fed. A well-fed crew is a happy crew, I said, smiling. Lei Shi translated. The cook smiled, bowing.
Yes, Shitori,
he said, and left to be about his duties. I thought a moment. I suspect everyone speaks common. Am I correct?
You are, Lord.
Then we will speak common unless there is something that needs to be kept private. Let the crew know.
Yes, Shitori,
he answered in common. Check with the pilot. Ensure he has all the maps he needs.
There is a full set in your quarters.
I frowned. I don't remember seeing them.
They are in the wall panels, along with more books and journals. I will show you.
I followed him to the captain's quarters. He went to the port wall, reached under a narrow shelf, and pulled a handle. A cabinet door opened. Inside were maps, navigation charts, and books. On the starboard side, there was a like cabinet. This one held books. That's grand, I said.
The last captain was a scholar himself. He concentrated his studies on chemistry and mechanics. He searched for books on what he called engineering.
A kindred spirit, I said. This made me think. Is the ship armed?
It is. We have one tripod-mounted, heavy long gun. It was stored, so they did not notice it when they searched the ship.
Show me. He took me below. On the port side wall, among the cables and gears, were 2 4-foot barrels that looked like pipes. Under it were the tripod pieces.
The 2 barrels connect to make one long barrel,
Lei Shi said. I looked at the inside of the barrels, and they were grooved. I chuckled. We'll keep that to ourselves for now. We will also be adding 2 belly cannons. They'll be installed before we leave. Do we have plenty of powder and shot for the heavy long gun?
It does not shoot the same type or size round, so we will need lead to cast our own.
A round is what you call a ball?
It is.
I nodded. I'll get the lead and more powder. That barrel, when connected, must be 8 feet long. What's the range of it?
Between 1,000 and 1,100 yards,
he answered. Well, that's going to surprise someone.
It always seems to.
I laughed. Okay. Since this ship's design is so strange to me, you'll have to teach me everything about it. If there is something special that we need, you must tell me. Consider me a student. It will not offend me. I wish to learn.
Yes, Shitori.
As the below-deck crew was working on the boiler, getting it to light, Lei Shi said,
Once we get the boiler lit and producing steam, we will inflate the balloons, lift the ship, then inspect and repair her.
Good. I'm going to my quarters. Give me a list of important things we need right away. Like food for the cook.
Yes, Shitori.
They brought in the former captain's personal gear and neatly stacked it on the floor of my quarters. I began sorting through it, setting his clothes aside. I would give them to Lei Shi, as they were too small for me. Now that I knew what to look for, I opened the other cabinets. There were 2 clothes cabinets, a weapon cabinet, and another storage cabinet that was empty. I tossed all the clothes and footwear onto the pile. The sleeping room had just enough room for the bed and a few places to stand while dressing. There was another clothes cabinet in the wall with a few clothes which I tossed on the bed. A key fell out of a pocket. Wonder what that goes to. Lei Shi probably knows. I'll ask him later. There was a door at the foot of the bed that opened to the washroom. It held a drain pan in the floor with an overhead shower and a seat at the back that was the privy. Lei Shi would have to show me how to use all this. I could hear the crew working above. They were in the process of inflating the top balloon and setting nets and rigging. Lei Shi entered the cabin with the supply list.
These are the things we need the soonest, Shitori.
Most of it was foodstuffs and other items the cook needed. I'll call for a wagon. You and the cook will go with me to get what he needs. I don't want to make the cook mad my first day, I said, smiling. He chuckled.
Most wise. He did not ask, but I could tell he wanted to accompany whoever was going.
The last cook I dealt with was called Cookie. What do I call our cook?
He is more than a simple cook. We call him Shifu, which means chef.
Shifu it is then. Would he usually take care of buying all the food and supplies to feed us?
He would.
Was he given his own budget to buy what was needed?
Some captains would do so. Others trusted no one with their money.
Call him in, please. Lei Shi left, and in a few minutes returned with the chef. He stopped in front of my desk and bowed. Shifu, you will be going with us to buy supplies. I want you to buy what you need. I set a purse of sovereigns on the desk in front of him. I don't scrimp when it comes to the crew or ship. You need not account to me for every penny you spend. When you need more, let me know. His face lit up, and he bowed deeply. Yes, Shitori. We leave in a half hour. Be ready. Yes, Shitori. He bowed and left. I take it his last captain did not trust him.
But the last captain trusted no one with money. You are sitting over his strongbox. The crew was not treated well when it came to pay.
I moved the chair out of the way and looked at the floor. Show me. Lei Shi came and showed me how to open the floor hatch, which held a locked strongbox. Hoping, I took the key from my pocket and slotted it into the lock. The lock was stiff, but it opened. Opening the box, we found several purses of gold.
That stingy tree sloth!
Lei Shi glared into the box filled with money. Then realized what he said in front of his new captain and forced himself to calm down. I'm guessing he always said how short of money the ship was.
All the time.
And I'm guessing he kept all the tally books. Lei Shi nodded. He was not only a stingy tree sloth, but he was also a thieving stingy tree sloth. Are the crew paid up to date? Looking disgusted, he firmly said,
They are not.
I handed him the key. You will keep the tally book now. Bring the crew's pay up to date. Do you have a place to work?
My bunk. he said, taking the key. I looked around my office. We'll get you a desk and chair. You were working here. There's plenty of room. He looked stunned.
Yes, Shitori.
Now, let's go get Shifu supplies so he can feed us. A sergeant and 2 crewmen accompanied us to the market. Shifu bought supplies while Lei Shi and I went to the scribe shop. I remembered seeing a scribe's trunk there that opened into a desk and held all the scribe's papers and files. It even had a folding chair that went inside the trunk. While we were looking at it, a clerk approached. "We have others in the back, if you care to look, my lord." We followed him to the back of the shop to see what he had. He had an older one, still in good condition, and it was bigger than the others. "This one?" I asked Lei Shi. He nodded. "We'll take this one. We'll also need paper, tally books, inks, pens, and whatever else my assistant requires." With everything paid for, I told the clerk we'd pick it up later on our way back to the ship. After meeting back up with the rest of our group, I figured they might be getting a bit hungry. After buying 6 sweet rolls from a street vendor, I passed the bag to the sergeant. "Take one and pass it on," I said. I got the last one in the bag. Seems everyone likes sweet rolls. Once Shifu finished buying what he needed, we picked up the scribe's trunk and headed back to the hangar. Lei Shi's scribe trunk was unloaded first. Motioning him to me, I said, "When you get set up, start a new tally book. Then pay the men all wages due them. Do that first before anything else."
Yes, Shitori.
When Lei Shi was ready, each crewman came in, bowed to me, then turned to Lei Shi. I was surprised that the men only took a little of their pay, leaving most of it on account in Lei Shi's care. When the pilot, Hikoshi, came for his pay, I asked, "Hikoshi, do you have everything you need to pilot our ship?" "I do, Shitori. Thank you for asking." He bowed. Next to come was Shifu. After he was paid, I said, "Shifu, I will eat with the crew and have the same food as everyone else." His eyebrows raised. "Yes, Shitori." After he left, I looked at Lei Shi.
"I'm guessing the old captain did not eat with the crew and wanted special foods." "That would be a good guess. He was from a higher social tier and cared little for the welfare of the men. He only cared about profit and his comfort."
Among my people, the clan leader eats after he sees his people fed, and he eats only what his people eat. That way he knows his people are being cared for. While we are on the subject, ensure everyone has cold weather clothes for the high altitudes. I'm sure they lost some, if not all of their cold weather gear in the attack. The cost of replacement will not come out of their pay. It is a ship's expense. I will not risk a man's life for the sake of profit.
"I will see to it, Shitori."
When dinner was called, I found the men standing behind their chairs, waiting for me. They bowed when I entered. This was something new to them. They would not know what I expected, and were probably afraid of making a mistake. "Brothers," they all looked at me. "This may seem strange to you, but among my people, the leader eats with his people. We will share hardships and dangers, and must depend on each other if we are to survive. Our meals will be shared together in camaraderie and respect. Forgive me if this is not what you are used to. I am not high-born. I was low-born, a half-breed. I fought my way to a better life. We are all fighting our way to a better life. I pity those who oppose us." When I finished speaking, I bowed deeply to them. They bowed in return. "Shifu, feed us, please." I took my seat, smiling. "Yes, Shitori."
He began bringing in the food. My little speech seemed to lighten the mood, and everyone seemed at ease. Some food was strange to me, but it was all good. Shifu, has anyone ever told you that you would make someone a good wife?
Oh, no, my lord. I've never heard that one before, he said, rolling his eyes.
Everyone laughed, including me. Every morning the crew did martial arts training led by Hikoshi. I started attending, enjoying the stretching and fluid movements. Since I was new to martial arts, the crew traded off giving me additional classes in the afternoon. They seemed to enjoy working with me. I know I enjoyed it. Work on the ship progressed, and in the evenings I worked on translating Seeker's large journal. They began installing the belly guns the next week along with stocking us with ball and powder. Extra lead and powder were bought for the heavy long gun. I got a note from Isla saying the recommended weapons master described as a rogue and cheat was no longer available. He had cheated the wrong person and, apparently, was not as good a fighter as he thought. Lamar had returned from Winford, and I updated him on recent events. It made sense for him to start his trading routes again. The first place he went was south to buy more bombs, which I had a feeling we would need. Every few days I had dinner with Isla and Elise. I would catch them up on the progress of repairs, and they would catch me up on all that was happening elsewhere.
We have heard through our spies that Lord Highreacher was killed, as well as Lord and Lady Winford,
Isla said.
King Edward has approved Michael as the new Lord Winford. There's scuttlebutt about the Westies refusing to cross the southeast border. Seems that anyone who crosses does not return alive. They're moving their efforts to the southwest border.
Most likely they'll encounter the same problem again. If I gave them some advice, it would be stay home. I'll need to see King Edward before too long and give him a full report.
King Michael will probably have a message for you to deliver when you go.
I nodded. I'll let you know when I'm ready. The ship was pushed out of the hangar and securely moored. She was raised enough to open all her sails to check rigging, pulleys, and gears. The rigging needed work, but the parts needed were common, so it was a quick repair. Quick being 2 days, but it could have been weeks. They finished installing the belly guns, and everything tested good. One book in my inherited library had pictures of different types of guns and cannons, the heavy long gun being one of them. The problem was the descriptions were in Far Western, which I did not speak or read. I had Lei Shi translate and read the description from the book, while I looked at the drawings. The long gun fired a multi-part round they called a bullet. The powder was contained in a shell. The bullet had a pin or button in the nose that connected to a striker in the hollow place behind the nose. The hollow place held either additional black powder or lucifers. Lucifers were some nasty stuff. Black powder exploded, but lucifers burned intensely hot, easily setting fires. Extremely dangerous, but it was encased in red wax and stored in barrels of water. The bullet was 2 inches across and 4 inches long. The shells were made from brass and were reusable. Why the lucifer stored in water? I asked. Lei Shi grimaced.
Because if the red wax breaks open and air gets inside, whoosh, the lucifers ignite. It's not a pretty way to die. We feel the wax to make sure it's still sealed before taking it out of the water.
Once the bullet was put together with the shell, it was loaded into the back of the heavy long gun's barrel. A cover sealed the barrel closed, and a striker ignited the powder through a hole in the back of the shell. I wondered why they didn't do the same thing to larger guns and cannons.
The book had a lot more details and overall information on other guns and munitions. Leishi would translate it for me after I finished Sika's large journal. All the repairs on the ship were now complete, and once Lamar returned with the bombs, we would leave. At dinner with Isla and Elise that night, we continued discussing our business. Overall, we were doing well with fall ships. Changing the subject, Isla said, "I have a message from King Micah for you." I nodded for her to continue. "He said there was no need for you to come see him, but to deliver this letter to King Edward." She handed me a small sealed satchel. I wondered if I had done something wrong by being demoted to letter carrier. "Don't read anything into it not being given the letter by him in person. He has a lot going on." I shrugged. "I'll take your word for it. I'll be leaving as soon as Lamar returns, which should be any day now." "Where will you be going first?" Elise asked. "Probably to Winford, but nothing's written in stone." Chapter 19. When Lamar arrived, we cross-loaded his cargo into the junk's hold. "I was able to get 20 bombs, 10 red, 10 black," he said. "Good. Give your crew a few days off, then choose a trade route. I'm heading to Winford. You can contact me there. Safe travels, brother." "Safe travels." I doubted the junk being here was much of a secret, but we waited until dark, then pushed it out of the hangar. Heat and air were pumped into the balloons, and we began to rise. Hikoshi took us straight up 300 feet before opening the sails. With all her sails out, she bit into the wind, and we were off. Since this was the first flight since being repaired, the crew were climbing all over the ship, double-checking everything. Without me telling them, they brought up the heavy long gun and set it up on the bow deck. There were slots in the deck where the tripod fastened to hold it fast. Once it was ready, it was covered with a canvas to protect from the weather. Something had been on my mind for a while. "Hikoshi, where did you land the ship during the storm?" He thought a moment. "East-southeast of here." "And the ship you fought?" "Same direction. She was in no better shape than we were. Let's go see if she was, unlucky." He nodded and turned the wheel to an east-southeast. It was now full-on winter, and at the altitudes we flew, it was much colder. The junk, for all its odd looks, was a good design. She handled well, was stable, and we were warm inside the longhouse. The highest point of the longhouse was the cockpit, which was enclosed and heated. The junk's looks aside, I was becoming spoiled. The deck watchers had the worst of it, but were warmly dressed. Before leaving, cold weather gear had been purchased and charged to the ship. The most important way to stay warm was to dress in layers and keep skin dry. Each man dressed in 3 layers. The underlayer was a soft cotton that trapped body heat but let sweat escape. Next came the middle layer of a woolen shirt and pants. Over that was an oilskin jacket with drawstring hood and oilskin pants. Footwear was long cotton socks, then woolen ones, and a pair of thigh-high oilskin boots. Hands were also covered in layers, first cotton, then wool. 3 days later, we arrived at the area where the ship went down. Area being the operative word. Hikoshi flew a zigzag pattern, searching for signs of a wrecked ship. There were no breaks in the tree canopy to be found, no burn marks, no debris. After 2 days of searching, we gave up and turned east for the coast. "I'm sorry, Shitori," Hikoshi said. I waved him off. It was a gamble. Sometimes you win, sometimes not. Down in my quarters, I busied myself working on the larger journal. The artwork was improving, as well as the lettering. Focused, I did not notice Shifu had brought coffee until the smell broke through my concentration. I smiled as I took a sip of the hot liquid. Shifu always had something hot to warm the crew. Done for the day, I closed my ink and journals. When sketching, it was best to be well rested. Tiredness would make things look sloppy. Best to quit early. I heard a shout and feet running. Flying out the door and up the stairs to the cockpit, I asked, "Trouble?" "Crewman Aito spotted something in the trees. He thinks it might be a piece of sail," Hakoshi said, his hands on the wheel. Grabbing the spyglass, I went on deck, looking in the direction that the watchman pointed. He was correct. It looked like a piece of sail. The ship slowed near where it waved in the treetops. Looking down through the canopy, we saw the crash site. The skyship was resting on its side. "Good eyes. Well done," I commended Aito, handing him a gold sovereign. Bowing 3 times, he beamed with pride.
"Thank you, Shitori."
"Hakoshi, hold the ship in place. I'm going down to scout." I began cinching my weapons harness and backpack tight while crewmen dropped a line into a treetop.
"Are you sure, Shitori? Maybe one of us should go instead,"
Lei Shi said. Putting my hand on his shoulder, I smiled. "The trees are my home. I'll be fine. You keep watch for other ships coming in. If you must, leave me. Return when you can. If all else fails, go to Lady Isla. I'll meet you there."
"Yes, Shitori."
Grabbing the rope, I jumped over the side and into the trees. From the lower limbs, I could see the crash site. To my surprise, it was a junk. I had always assumed it was a regular skyship. It had been over a year since the crash, with no indication salvagers had found the wreck. Not wanting to take chances, I jumped from tree to tree, circling the perimeter before going to ground. There were 20 or 25 bodies, or what was left of them. Nature had taken care of the remains. I couldn't tell for sure, but it didn't look like anyone survived the crash to walk out. Inside the ship, there was plenty to make salvaging worth the time. I climbed the tree over the crash site and waved our ship over. Yelling up, I reported, "No survivors, but plenty of salvage." They got busy setting up the cargo crane and dropped more ropes over the side. Now that they had a task, I stayed out of their way, continuing to scout the area, providing security while the men worked. Light things lying around loose were gathered first. Guns, both long and short, knives, and swords. Next task was the cargo hold. Except for Hakoshi and Shifu, the rest of the crew focused on lashing and hoisting cargo from the downed junk to ours. Lastly, the rigging and equipment was stripped out. The boiler was a total loss, having busted wide open when junk met ground. Lei Shi caught me staring at the boiler's innards.
"Shitori, is there something wrong?"
he asked, peering at the innards. "No, not really. I've never seen the inside of a boiler. Intriguing. It's like a double-hulled sea ship, except using 2 tanks, one inside the other. See the smudges on the inside of the outer tank? It appears the outer tank is where these black-looking rocks are lit to create fire which heats the inner tank, turning water to steam. Lei Shi, do you know what these rocks are?" I asked, picking one up.
"Yes, Shitori. They are what my people used to heat their homes. It's called hard coal. It burns well and provides abundant heat for a longer time than wood. I have not seen it used in a ship before. This ship must be a later design."
"Where does hard coal come from?"
"It is dug out of mountains, Shitori."
Look at these pipes. It's a bit hard to tell because of the damage, but the curved, broken pieces seems to indicate the pipes were wrapped around the outer tank. Long story short, more water was being heated from the same amount of fuel, the water inside the inner tank and the water in the pipes. What we have here is a more efficient heat source, hard coal, heating a larger quantity of water. Big improvement over current single-tank boilers. Ingenious. Please get my pen, ink, and sketchbook. I want to sketch the tanks and pipes. Also, ensure the crew gathers up these rocks.
Yes, Shitori.
Crewman Kato yelled.
Get Kosaku here, now! Everyone else, out!
My heart rate jumped. What's the problem?
The water surrounding the Lucifers is gone! They are exposed to air, Shitori!
Kosaku, who was the most experienced in dealing with Lucifers, came running. Looking inside the barrel, he said,
Looks like the lid came off and the water evaporated. The wax is still intact, Shitori. The cold weather kept it from melting. Water can be carefully poured into the barrel. This should take care of the problem.
Buckets of water were transferred down below, which Kosaku slowly poured over the Lucifers, then sealed the barrel with a tight-fitting lid. Since the ship had Lucifers, it was reasonable to assume it held other weapons as well. The search for long guns commenced. 2 were found, one on the bow wall and the other on the stern. Work continued on the salvage for 2 more days. It was like ants picking a carcass clean. Broken scraps were all that was left of the wreck. Heavy with cargo and salvage, crew morale was high. With this much salvage, everyone's shares would be larger. Not wanting to risk foul weather or a chance encounter with an enemy ship, we headed straight for Winford Keep. As we flew, ship work continued. The 2 heavy long guns were inspected, deemed operational, and mounted, one on the stern and the other on the forward end of the longhouse. Extra firepower could make the odds of surviving an attack greater. Other guns, both long and short, were also inspected. None had the new grooved barrels like the 2 heavy long ones, but were still decent. When we left port, there were only 4 long and 4 short guns. With the extras found on the wreck, each crewman could now have 1 of each. Brothers, they looked up from cleaning the guns. As you know, danger hunts the skies, and there may not always be time to arm ourselves from the weapons locker. We must be ready at a moment's notice, which is why I am gifting each of you a short gun of your own. Make yourselves belts and holsters, and if you like, add a fighting knife to it. This way we'll always be ready when danger knocks on our door, if he is foolish enough to do so. Once again, they were stunned to silence. Apparently, no one had ever trusted them to carry weapons all the time. To own a personal weapon was for the upper class and the rich. Now, they were the richest of crews. They all jumped to their feet, bowing deeply. I returned their bow. One shouted, "Long live Shitora!" The rest joined in. "Tora! Tora! Tora!" Leishi had shown me a painting of their tiger, orange and white with black stripes. Changing my fur color to match it sent them over the edge, and our battle cry was born then and there. Crewman Kato whispered to Leishi, who smiled and nodded. "Shitora, it is a great honor to name a ship, but only when all on board are honorable. We are honorable men, and so are you. With your permission, the men would like to name the ship Tora no Tsume, which means Tiger's Claw." An honorable name for an honorable ship. When the name is painted on the side, paint it in both languages.
yours and mine. Our enemies should know whom they fight. Raise your glasses. Tora no Sume, the tiger's claw. In one voice they replied, Tora no Sume, the tiger's claw. The weather held, and winds were fair. While underway, Leishi and the crew inventoried the salvaged cargo. On the 7th day, we approached the town of Winford. Looking down, it was easy to see railroad construction had continued, and was now miles short of the town. Winford Manor was, as last seen, a burnt-out ruin. Anger welled up in my chest as I thought of Lord and Lady Winford. My father once told me that depression was anger turned inward. Clearly, I was not depressed, and my anger would be turned outward on those responsible. Approaching what was now called Winford Keep, the tiger's claw came up the valley low and slow, our trading flags flying. Changing my fur color to gold and red, I stood on the bow in plain sight, since I have an aversion to being blown out of the sky. Nearer the estate, farms had been laid out and houses were being built. Closer, we could see armed guards patrolling the keep's walls. If we could see them, they could see us. Just before landing, I waved at Michael, who waved back. Hikoshi landed close to the main gate, and Michael came to greet us. At the bottom of the ramp, I bowed. Lord Winford. He grabbed me in a hug, laughing. What is it with you and ships? Every time you return, you have a different one. It was used. Got a good deal. The guy who sold it to me said it was only flown once a week by a little old lady. I chuckled. He punched me in the shoulder. Come inside. I turned back toward the ship and shouted, Leishi! Unload the supplies for the keep. Remain on watch for enemy ships. Yes, Shitora, he replied. I turned back to follow Michael. Shitora? He asked. Long story. It always is with you. He laughed. Entering the main gate, I saw windows had been installed in the keep. Well, I did tell him to use it as his own. There were more people here. Did you see the new farms as you came in? He asked. I did, and the railroad as well. Everything looked well underway. We have 10 families that have contracted to farm with us, and more on the way. The railroad is proceeding with no issues. We sat down at the table in the great hall. Frederick brought coffee. Welcome back, my lord. Thank you, Frederick. It's good to be back. I've missed all of you, and this place. When Frederick left, Michael commented, He must really like you. Outside of official duties, he never spoke much to anyone but family. He was the one who told me what had happened when I landed at Winford Manor. I asked after his family, then left the rest unsaid. Michael nodded and took a swallow of coffee. So, what have you learned? Well, let's see. Don't go shopping with women. They spend your money and make you buy new clothes they like. I smiled. Michael laughed. Yes, I've heard they do that. On other fronts, it was the Northers behind the raid on Winford. They're back in the Westies and pushing their expansion. From the shadows, they're the ones pulling strings. King Micah is, so far, stopping their expansion south. Well, between him and the Southern Cats, anyway. Then there is the new skyship he gave me. By treaty with the Northers, he can't sell, give, teach, or in any way advance any kingdom in getting skyships. The strange-looking ship sitting outside was captured and repaired. The original crew survived, which was good, because flying it takes special skills. It's called a junk, and does not fall under the treaty between Micah and the Northers. What I do with some other country's skyship is my business. So, here's the plan.
We are going to copy the technology from this ship and build our own. The first one will be a fighting ship. After that, we'll see what happens. The first thing we need to do is build a tall warehouse called a hangar. It will be big enough to fit 2 skyships. It will also double as our trading warehouse. If we can, we are going to make what are called heavy long guns. If nothing else, parts can be built elsewhere and put together here. I have a prototype. So Tink and I are going to measure all the parts and draw up plans to build them. I'll also send or take a copy of the plans to King Edward.
Ambitious,
he said, thinking.
We need to hire more people, especially carpenters.
Blacksmiths and metal workers as well. A mercenary company is needed to provide security while we build up our own forces. As far as the prototype long gun, we'll probably buy what's needed to start, but we must start now. Sooner or later, the Northers are going to take an active role in this war. We need to be ready. Frederick came in with a package. As he sat down, Michael grinned.
Forgot to mention, you have a package.
The letter that came with it was short. Major Bishop, you are hereby promoted to colonel and authorized to raise up a battalion of mixed mercenaries not to exceed 1,100 men. Included are all the necessary papers, seals, and stamps. This authorizes you to conduct your business as the Black Cat Mercenary Company, or in this case, battalion, in the Eastern Kingdom. Archduke Reginald R. Edwards, Secretary of Defense. There was an additional envelope with a letter and banknotes. The letter read, "This will be easier and cheaper than us having to send a battalion of the Army south." It was signed, E. Well, looks like Major Bishop has been promoted to colonel and given all the paperwork to recruit and hire up to 1,100 men. I counted the banknotes. There were 100,000 sovereigns worth.
That solves one problem,
Michael said. Partly, anyway. I still have to hire the mercenary companies. We went to the train yard to look at the engines and to see Tink.
It's good to see you again.
Before he could say anything else, I stuck out my hand and said, Colonel Bishop.
Ah, yes, of course, Colonel Bishop,
Tink said, giving me a quick wink. How are our engines?
Not bad. Mostly just scorched paint. Luckily, neither of them were in the buildings during the fire. The steam sawmill is running at 20% capacity. So far, so good.
Good. We have a new project to work on.
Oh?
We have a heavy long gun prototype. To produce more, every single part needs measuring, designs, and descriptions. The special ammunition needs the same. He smiled.
So, we're going to produce long guns along with special ammo. Sounds like fun. Count me in.
We moved the heavy long gun from on top of the longhouse to my cabin and inspected it. The manufacturer's name was on the barrel, Bandley from Marknell. None of us had ever heard of Marknell. Every aspect of the gun, firing mechanism, and tripod was measured and remeasured. I drew the diagrams, Lei Shi wrote the descriptions. Satisfied with the results, we did the same with the bullet, plunger firing pin, and shell. 3 copies of the heavy long gun design specs were made, one for each of the kings, and one to keep. There was a drawing of what was called a chemical element breakdown in my arms book. It looked like a group of 6-sided boxes and letters. None of us understood what they meant.
I might know a man who understands such things,
Tink said.
I'll write him and see if he will come.
It was obvious for the time being we would be buying the Lucifers. Michael set our building foreman to River's Fork to hire more carpenters needed to build a hangar. Boards from the steam sawmill were set aside to dry. A lot of wood would be needed, but we were off to a good start. Chapter 20. As I was going to have to play the part of a colonel, I needed a military uniform. To keep it simple, a copy of the Eastern Kingdom style of army uniform, but a darker green and the same rank insignia would do. Michael and I returned to the tailor in Winford.
Good morning, Lord Winford.
Good morning, Sir Tailor. This is my friend, Colonel Bishop. He is in need of your services.
Very good, my lord. Step over here, and we'll get your measurements.
I had another customer, a southern cat. Wonderful fellow.
That would be my brother, I said straight-faced, looking at Michael, who was mightily trying to suppress a grin. The tailor stopped and bowed.
I'm sorry for your loss. Your brother was well liked in Winford.
Now I felt bad. Thank you. He spoke highly of the people here as well. He took my measurements.
Now what kind of uniforms will you require, Colonel?
I'll need a formal dress uniform, a standard dress uniform, and 4 field uniforms, made in the standard Eastern Kingdom army style, but somewhat darker. 2 kilts and 2 vests in the same color are needed also.
You'll want the hats, gloves, and rank as well?
Yes, the complete set of everything. All of mine burned when our ship went down.
Yes, of course. We'll get started right away.
Make the standard dress uniform first, please.
Of course. I'll send word when it is ready.
Next, we went to the cobbler for dress shoes, dress boots, riding boots, and field boots. The dress boots would be made first. A dress weapons harness was ordered for my shotgun and knife. Who knew dressing a soldier would be so expensive? Pressing on, the blacksmith's shop was next.
Good morning, Lord Winford.
Good morning, Sir Smith.
How may I be of service?
Do you have the capabilities to make guns and gun barrels? He shrugged.
I can, but they would be rather crude. Allow me to refer you to someone who specializes in guns. Making barrels can be tricky, and the bigger they are, the trickier they are.
And cannon barrels? I asked.
Oh, now you're talking about a whole different kettle of fish. The right mixtures of metals, the right temperatures, the right cooling. Ugh. I would never even attempt it.
Where would we find someone to do that kind of thing? Michael asked. Tapping his nose with the tip of his finger, he pondered, then snapped his fingers.
The capital, I'm thinking.
Thank you, Sir Smith, Michael said, and we left. While I'm in the capital, I'll see what I can find out. I will leave as soon as I get my uniforms. I completed the translation of Seeker's large journal and went to the train yard to show Tink, who had built himself a small shed to live and work in. I have something to show you, I said. He wiped off his hands and turned to me. Handing him the translated book, he thumbed through it, stopping to read in a few places. Stunned, he asked,
Where did you find this? These are improvements on steam engines I've never considered.
There's more in there than just steam engine improvements. Read it, and we'll talk. He had already turned away, reading and nodding. I smiled and left him to his world. A message arrived that my uniform and boots were ready to be picked up. Of course, when I got there, I had to try everything on. Everything fit, including the shiny dress boots and dress weapons harness. The hat was going to take some getting used to. It was a dark green Balmoral bonnet with a black tory. On the left side was a feather hackle plume in black, and the Eastern Kingdom's badge on a lighter green cockade. The black signified I was a mercenary, while the light green cockade signified the Eastern Kingdom. The tailor assured me that the formal dress Balmoral would be even nicer. Back at the keep, Michael insisted on a fashion show. "Ugh, you are as bad as a woman," I complained. "You should appreciate my taking the time to ensure you look right before anyone else sees you," Michael replied.
Fine, I'll put on the uniform, Mother. I changed into the dress uniform and came out for inspection. Frederick was there with Michael. I stood at attention while they checked everything.
There are a few things missing, Michael said.
There are, my lord,
Frederick said.
You are missing the Windford clan badge, and I'd be honoured if you'd wear mine. I served for a time with a mercenary company as a first sergeant, who is called a top sergeant by his men.
I am honoured, I said, as he pinned it on my chest.
And you'll need these, Michael continued, fastening a colonel's rank insignia on the epaulets. They were father's, and I know he would want you to have them. Now you look the proper colonel.
I didn't know what to say. Thank you, both.
One bit of advice from my mercenary days, if I may, Colonel,
Frederick offered. Of course, Top Sergeant.
You are going to need a mercenary lawyer. Mercenary contracts are tricky and sticky, as ours used to say. And listen to your sergeants. They soldier for a living. Let them do their jobs. You tell them what you want. They'll make it happen.
Sound advice, and I shall take it.
We have one other piece of advice, and we have taken some liberties.
Michael looked at Frederick.
Top Sergeant, if you please.
Top Sergeant Frederick Mercer came to attention, commanding.
Sergeant Mercer! Post!
A young man in a dress uniform to match my own entered and stopped before us at attention. He saluted.
Sergeant Robert Mercer reporting, sir.
Immediately I recognized him as one of the carpenters on the keep renovation crew. I returned his salute. At ease, Sergeant. He went to parade rest and waited. Out of the horse-selling business, Sergeant? I asked.
At the moment, sir, but I can get them if need be,
he said with a crisp voice and straight face expected of military men.
If I may, Colonel,
Frederick said.
Robert served in a mercenary company. He knows what's proper, and pardon my saying so, he knows how to work the system. He'll make you a good dog rubber. A bit of a rogue, but a good lad to have when you're in a tight spot. Quick-witted, he knows when to keep his mouth shut.
He's also quick-footed, as evidenced by not getting skewered by a dodgy portcullis. I smiled.
That too.
As a colonel, it's expected that you'll have an aide, someone to look out for your well-being and everyday needs,
Michael said.
Since Robert is a lowly sergeant, no one will notice him. He'll see and hear things you will not. He'll also get things that you may have trouble acquiring. And above all, he'll watch your back. As your aide, he goes where you go, no questions asked,
Frederick remarked.
He's fitted out with a full kit, so he's ready to go when you are,
Michael added. They made good points, points I had not thought of. Besides, sometimes you need a bit of a rogue. I don't suppose you could get your money back from the tailor? I asked Michael.
I cannot,
he answered, smiling. Ah, well, then I suppose I shall have to take him. I grinned. Welcome aboard, Sergeant Mercer.
Thank you, Colonel.
We leave for the capital in 2 days. Get us 2 first-class tickets. I gave them a purse for expenses.
Yes, sir,
he said, taking the purse. I decided to give him a test and put him to work straight away. I'll be staying in the keep tonight. Find out which room I'm assigned and unpack my things. Tomorrow's dress will be field uniform. Taking that as his dismissal.
Yes, sir. I'll see to it.
He saluted and left to attend to his duties, as did his uncle, Frederick.
With as many shenanigans as Robert's been in, it's a miracle the sheriff has never been able to pinch him for any.
Michael chuckled.
That said, he's just what you need with as many hats as you wear. He's a good man. He'll stand, if it comes to it.
Thank you for thinking of this. I never would have. Now we just have to get used to each other and play our parts.
Oh, he's used to playing parts. That's why he never got pinched.
Michael laughed. During dinner, Sergeant Mercer stayed close at hand but out of the way. Once dinner was finished, he showed me to my assigned room. All my kit had been put away, dress right dress, alignment to the right, and squared away. Follow me, I said. Climbing an interior spiral stairway, we exited onto the top battlement. Completely alone, it was a good place for a private chat. If we are to be effective as a team, there are some things you need to know. Some of them you may have guessed. I have enemies, powerful enemies, and by association, Lord Windford has enemies, which is why Lord Highreacher died in the last battle. If my enemies think me dead, they will, hopefully, leave Windford alone. Sometimes I will be Colonel Bishop of the Black Cat Mercenary Company, or I might be Baron Lord Ducat of the Southern Kingdom, or I may be Shitora, captain of a foreign trading ship. But what I'm always doing is working to further the goals of Clan Windford, the Eastern Kingdom, and the Southern Kingdom, in that order.
Are you a spy?
He asked, wide-eyed. With a lifted eyebrow, I hesitated a moment. Well, I certainly hadn't thought of myself as one. But in a way, I suppose I am. But not in any official capacity. Both kings use me to pass information, and we are after the same thing. But I would not say I was their spy. Lord Windford and others have businesses with me, and we are in business to make money. I guess you could say, using the spy analogy, that Colonel Bishop, Lord Ducat, and Shitora are my covers. Few know all of them, and now that you do, it puts you in danger as well. At times, I'll have to make harsh decisions, and sometimes it gets bloody. That's the nature of the beast. I value loyalty and reward it, but I punish disloyalty even quicker, because lives are at risk. Letting him think on what had been said, he stared off in the distance, weighing it all. Decision made, he looked me in the eye.
I'm with you, my lord, no matter the end. I'm your sworn man.
He knelt before me, with head bowed. His sworn man oath was more than I had intended, but now that it was offered, I could not lightly refuse it. Placing my hand on his head, I accept you, Robert Mercer, as my sworn man. We assumed our roles and left for the train station. Robert took care of the luggage and carriage. I, as a senior officer, did little but give orders. On the way to the station, I gave him a wallet of money to take care of larger expenses. I would trust him, to a degree, until he gave me a reason not to. If that happened, I'd deal with it then. The 2-day trip gave us time to get to know each other a little. He could thankfully read and write. His military rating was bronze with a long gun, silver with short guns, knives, and hand-to-hand. Bronze being the lowest, next silver, then gold. Since I could only carry one of my grooved barrel short guns with my military weapons harness, I gave the other to Robert. Checking his knife, it was decent, but we'd look for a better one. When eating, we sat with our backs against a wall. If only one could do so, it was Robert. Most of the time, especially on the train, we had to watch each other's back. Robert kept watch during the day. I kept it at night. It was a boring trip to the capital. Last time was more interesting, but hopefully Venomous Snakes had not purchased tickets for this trip. Robert's experience was already paying off.
He took me to the military guest house near the palace. Here, officers and their aides could get a nice suite. Robert checked us in, and we went upstairs. The suite had 2 bedrooms with a sitting room between. Robert gave me the slightly larger one, as befitting my rank, he stated. After unpacking, we went down to the dining room for a meal. There were few others there. It was quiet, which suited me just fine. After dining, as we started back to our suite, a clerk stopped us.
"Excuse me, Colonel. There's a message for you,"
he said, handing it to me. Thank you. Once in the suite, I opened it. Robert, we have an appointment to see the king at 9 in the morning.
0900,
he corrected me. Right. 0900. At 0830, we presented ourselves at the palace, wearing formal dress uniforms. At 0900, we were ushered into the king's office. Entering, we bowed. Good morning, sire. Good morning, Colonel. Good to see you again. You've been busy in the south. The Westies keep us on our toes, sire. King Edward looked at Robert like an archer marking his target, then back at me. Not one to miss a cue, I said, "That will be all, Sergeant Mercer. Wait for me at reception."
"Yes, sir."
Then he bowed.
"Your Highness?"
"Sergeant," King Edward replied. Once the door shut and we were alone, "Come, sit you." "Thank you, sire. I have Lord Winford's letter about what happened. It pained me to hear of the loss of his father and mother. And seemingly all because they befriended me." He frowned. "Explain." I told him all I had learned, and most of the events that had transpired since last we spoke. He listened without comment until I finished. "So, the Westies have targeted lords at the behest of the Northers. This is new." He shook his head. "Usually, the aristocracy is left alone, or at most, captured for ransom. I believe the Westies are about to step up their assaults in the south. The Northers want everyone's attention focused here. They want the eastern and southern kingdoms to expand resources, confronting the west. In the meantime, the Northers grow stronger." Brow creased, he responded, "This is a dangerous game the Northers play. They manipulate others into wasting lives and material, keeping their own safe until the last move, when they sweep in and take all. Checkmate. Game over. This game is not over yet, Your Highness. It's our turn to move." Pulling design drawings from my bag. "This is a new type of heavy long gun. It fires an exploding bullet with a range roughly 1,000 yards. With a trained crew, it will fire 3 times faster than a normal cannon." He bent over the table, scrutinizing the drawings, looking up at me. "You have seen this?" "I have." He didn't ask if I had one, and I didn't volunteer the information. "King Micah sent this," I said, passing him the letter. When finished reading, he laid it down. "He says that the West is encroaching on our land, but Lord Ducat and Major Bishop stopped their latest deployment. He goes on to say because of a treaty between the northern and southern kingdoms, he can't sell us any ships. However, he suggested Colonel Bishop may have some insights about the treaty. We talked about it. As he said, he can't sell or help us directly in gaining a skyship. As luck would have it, Lord Ducat discovered one that crashed after a fight. It can be used as a pattern to build more." "And where do you plan to build these skyships?" "Winford. The farther away from the Northers, the better. When they find out, they will not be happy." He smiled. I like this plan. What do you need? A hangar's being built. Once done, it will provide an indoor location to build the ships. Colonel Bishop will hire mercenaries for security and defense. Blacksmiths and metal workers with experience making heavy guns and cannons will be needed, as well as shipwrights and sailmakers. We have the wood close at hand. What we don't have is cloth and iron to make anything else. One other need is miners who know how to extract a black rock called hard coal. The boilers use hard coal as a heat source. It burns hotter than wood, and for a longer time. I made a short, silent prayer that he would not ask how I knew this.
Oh, don't let him ask so I don't have to tell.
He stood and began to pace, then stopped to look at maps on the wall. This will be tricky. As soon as we start sending building supplies south, the Northers will hear about it. You are going to have to buy supplies offshore and smuggle them in. No mention of any of this in any messages. The same problem exists with the experts you need. As soon as experts in those fields are moved, the Northers will know. They watch us, just like we watch them. So far, the Northern Kingdom has not shared their skyship knowledge with the Westies. Who can say how long that will last? If I were king of the Western Kingdom, I'd be doing the same thing we are. Get skyships at any cost. To buy all this offshore and import it will cost, no doubt about that. The cost of not doing it will be higher. The kingdom will finance it. You just get it done. I stood, thinking. We can't build these new heavy long guns either. As soon as we do, they'll know. Next, they'll either bomb the factory, steal the designs, or both. Edward nodded. Exactly. He handed the drawings back to me. So, we import everything and carry on with our other businesses like nothing has changed. We'll say the mercenary company is to counter Westie incursions and to protect railroad construction. That's close enough to the truth. I tried to see other angles of the problem. Sire, do you have maps of the location of the Northern sky shipyards, black powder depots, and storage facilities? We do, he said, sorting through maps. Pulling one out, he pointed. This shows their capital. Here is their palace, the sky shipyards, the foundry, and powder depots. I looked at the map. Everything was bunched together, like eggs all in one nice, tidy basket. Someone must have thought having key functions, government and critical industrials, in one area would make them easier to defend. In the past, that would have worked. But this was not the past. It was abundantly clear. The Northers were overly confident in their game, the likely result being a war of miscalculation on their own doorstep. It was time to break some eggs. I smiled. Sure would be a shame if those facilities caught fire. As close as they are to each other, the whole place might go up in flames. It would, and we've tried. We can't get within a half-mile of the place. I'll give it some thought, I replied. Skyships will be more powerful than even a queen in this royal chess game. A chessboard is flat, limited movements to forward, backward, sideways, and diagonal. But skyships? Well now, that's a whole new game. Chapter 21. Sergeant Mercer fell in behind me as we left the palace. First, we change clothes, then have some lunch someplace where mercenaries gather. Yes, sir. I'll know just the place, Robert answered. Once we changed into standard dress uniform, we were off. It was a fair walk, but I was interested in seeing this side of the city. We wound up at a tap house called The Hound. Inside, we took a table out of the way and ordered. Robert gave a sidewise glance at a man at the next table. Disheveled and bleary-eyed, he and his friends looked hungover from the night before. "Whoa, whoa, look at the pretty kitty," one said. His friends laughed. Another fool trying to impress his friends. Not real bright. These guys had to relearn how to tie their shoes every morning. The tap room went quiet. Ignoring him, I began to eat. The mouthy one said something to his friend, who left the table. A few minutes later, he returned with a bowl of milk. "Try that, kitty," Mouthy said. The room waited for the explosion. Some stereotypes are true. I picked up the bowl and drank it. "Thank you. Have your wife bring me another," I said, pushing the empty bowl toward him. The room busted out laughing, while the fool and his wife looked angry. Robert stood up. "Calm down, mate. It was a good jest, but if you push it, I'll be up all night cleaning blood out of his uniform." "I won't hurt him too bad." Mouthy stood up. "It's not his blood I'm talking about," Robert replied. Mouthy started to draw his knife. Before he got it out of the sheath, Robert punched him in the throat, then slammed his head onto the table. Mouthy was down and out. Mouthy's wife, standing next to me, drew his knife, going for Robert's back. I let out a loud growl, freezing everyone. Robert now faced the man with the drawn knife. "Now you've done it," Robert said, loudly. "I'll have to find him a bloody hunk of meat to calm him down." "No," I said, continuing the menacing growl. "Just cut that one's leg off," I said, pointing to the unconscious Mouthy. "I'll eat it here." The three drunks grabbed Mouthy and got out as fast as they could move. Everyone was still quiet, waiting. "A free round for everyone! Compliment to the Black Cat Mercenary Company!" Robert shouted. The tap room cheered. Everybody loves a free drink. The server brought me another bowl of stew and a bowl of milk. I chuckled. "Sergeant Mercer," a man said, walking toward us. "Still stirring up trouble, I see. I'm surprised you haven't climbed the 13 steps to the hangman's noose yet." "In my defense," Robert started. "Save it for the judge," the man retorted. "The hangman don't want me, Top. I'm too scrawny." They both laughed. "Colonel Bishop, may I introduce Top Sergeant Bounty, the best top sergeant I ever served under." "The only top sergeant he ever served under," Top quipped. "A pleasure, Colonel." He offered his hand. "Take a seat, Top," I said, as I shook his hand. He sat down, and they brought him a beer. "So, you're back with the companies? I thought you'd cashed out and went home," Top said, looking at Robert. "I did. We've had some trouble with the Westies at home. Our clan lord hired the colonel here to take care of it. So, I hired on with him. Are you still with the Beast?" "No, unfortunately. He was killed on our last contract. The company will be disbanding. We were badly mauled anyway. It was a rough one. We lost half the infantry and half the cavalry." "Sorry to hear that. Did Patty make it?" Top shook his head. "Nor did his brother." "To absent friends," Robert said, raising his glass. "To absent friends." We sat in silence for a bit. "So, Top, if your company is disbanding, what are you going to do?" I asked. "To be honest, I'm looking for a new home. Me and the officers have been checking for upcoming contracts. I doubt we'll all stay together.
but we wanted to get the lads placed, if we can." I looked at Robert, who nodded his head just enough for me to see. "How many men do you have?" "Around 75 effectives, consisting of 50 infantry and 25 cavalry. Among the walking wounded, 40 cavalry and 30 infantry, more or less." "Animals and equipment?" "No animals. Probably 30% of the men will need equipment." "How many officers and NCOs?" 3 lieutenants, 6 sergeants, and 9 corporals." "Do you have a contract offer?" "We do. He's talking about packing it in, though." "A doctor and medics?"
"None." "What?"
Robert looked shocked.
"Doc and Stitch?"
Top hung his head. "As I said, it was a hard contract. Worst I ever served under." We need more men, but it was a start. These men had fighting experience. They waited while I considered. "Okay, Top, here's what I can offer. All of your men and officers can join us. There's no action at the moment, so that gives the wounded time to heal. I'll start effectives at winter garrison rates, and the walking wounded half that. As the wounded heal, they'll get a raise. The needed equipment will be replaced. It may not be new, but it will be serviceable. And while we're talking, I'm going to hire another 250 men. Some engineers, artillery cannoners, a doctor, and medics." He sat back, nodding. "A fair offer, Colonel. I'll talk to the men. Can you come to the company house tomorrow afternoon? Sergeant Mercer knows where it is." "We'll be there." He shook my hand. "Tomorrow, then." When Top was gone, Robert said, "Well, I've got a lot of work to do. I need to find good used equipment and horses." "Well, they haven't taken my offer yet." "Oh, they'll take it. You offered to hire both effectives and the wounded. They'll take it. Now I just got to keep you out of tavern fights." "In my defense—"
"Save it for the judge,"
he interrupted, laughing. Back at the military guest house, we spent the evening planning what was needed to kit out our new company. The next afternoon, we left for the meeting. Our route took us through the market district, which was as large as the southern kingdoms. It was a cold but sunny day. It felt good to have the sun on my face. We passed several skyships that were unloading cargo. I didn't recognize any of the flags they flew. We arrived at the Beast House, as Robert called it. Not sure how it got its name. It was their company's headquarters. Greeted, we were taken to a large meeting room. There must have been 30 officers present with similar uniforms, but varying colors. Top Sergeant Bounty introduced me.
"I have presented your proposal to our company. Since you were interested in hiring additional men, I invited a few other companies we've worked with in the past. All represented have fine records and a long history of completed contracts. With that said, we give you the floor to discuss details of your contract."
"Thank you, Top. I'm not sure you've shared what the pay is, so I won't rehash it. The mission is simple, but not always easy." That got a chuckle. Highly experienced soldiers like these usually weren't hired for the easy stuff. "We will guard the southeastern borderlands, specifically Lord Winford's. There have been multiple incursions by Westies. During the last raid, they killed the former Lord Winford. Then began killing any others they could find, including Lady Winford, housekeeping staff, tenant farmers, and their families. Killing innocents just for the sake of killing. There is also railroad construction underway. Those workers will also need protection. So far, there have been no direct engagements, just raids. Doubtless, that will not last. The West becomes bolder with each passing day. Phase 1 of the mission will be to guard Winford Keep, patrol the area around it, and guard the rail workers. At the same time, we will build barracks and other facilities to house troops. During Phase 2,
Palisades will be built, extending the keep's walls and reinforcing her defenses. I expect this contract to last at least 2 years, possibly more. Questions? A man stood to be recognized. Yes, I said, acknowledging him. Sergeant Major Danning, of the Danning Artillery Detachment. I was told you needed artillery cannoneers. Do you have any? Cannons, that is. He clarified. I do not. I'm looking to buy them, I answered. He nodded and sat down. Another stood. Captain Stein's cavalry. Top said you would supply horses for the beasties. Does that apply to everyone else? He sat down. I looked around the room, noticing how strained and weathered their faces were. You have all had a hard contract, some worse than others. Some may have finances put by to weather this storm, some may not. But consider this. You've made it home. You got your people home. Yes, you lost equipment, weapons, horses, supplies, all of which can be replaced. The one thing you can't replace, you brought home with you. That one thing was you. Gentlemen, I can buy horses, equipment, weapons, and supplies. What I'm looking for is trained men to use those things and officers to lead them. If you'll work with me on the cost of replacing what you need, I think we can help each other. I waited for other questions. There were none. Top, I said, giving him the floor once again. Right, he said. Let's make this simple. If you're of a mind to contract with Colonel Bishop, keep your seats. If not, have a good day. Everyone looked around to see who would leave. None left. Top turned to me. Colonel? Right, I said, standing. Do we have a contracting officer here? 2 raised their hands. Gentlemen, we need a general contract stating what we've discussed. When we get to the specifics of re-equipping individual units, we'll discuss percentages. Payroll clerks, I called out. 4 men stood. Ranking man takes charge and readies the rolls. I have banknotes for deposit, and we'll need cash on hand as well. Yes, Colonel. They got to it. Top Sergeant Bowney. Sir. Are you the ranking sergeant? Other than Sergeant Major Danning, I am. I nodded. You are now my Sergeant Major. Don't let me screw this up, Top. The hall roared with laughter. God help us, poor officers, someone said. The Almighty is busy, Lieutenant. But never you mind. I'll get you sorted out. Top shouted back over the laughter. Quickly, he got sections paired off and working. At my request, the officers gathered around me. Gentlemen, I know things have been and continue to be lean for you and your men. Once you are under contract, I will advance the first month's pay. Immediate relief swept their faces. I need 2 things. First, a list of needed supplies and equipment. Second, a plan on how to move this many men, horses, and equipment. Have the plan to meet day after tomorrow by noon. Movement will be by train to Winford as soon as possible. Get to it, gentlemen. There was a saying, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Now that orders were being carried out, I stayed by the side, letting men who did this for a living do their job. By mid-afternoon, soldiers started showing up from individual companies to lend a hand. Cooks had set up a mess tent and a chow line inside the walled compound behind the headquarters building. People would grab a meal, then keep working. At 2100, Robert and I left them to their work and returned to the guest house. By 0600, we were back on site. Breakfast was at the mess tent with everybody else. The lawyers had a basic contract ready for review.
It was pretty cut and dried, as this was a simple mission. The contracts were signed and funds made available for them to draw on. The Black Cat Mercenary Company now numbered 487 men. We had infantry, cavalry, engineers, medics, artillery, and support. The support included a blacksmith who was also the armorer. What I didn't have was a doctor. Top had assigned a lieutenant as the supply officer. He and 2 supply sergeants began buying used equipment. Our finance clerks, with a squad of armed men, went to the bank and cashed in some of my banknotes. Once again, I stayed out of the way until needed. When they presented the deployment plan, it showed at least 2 weeks were needed to be ready for movement. I added a caveat of not moving until we resolved the lack of field cannons on 2-wheel limber carts and a doctor with 2 wagons, one for medical supplies and the other for treatment. Used individual soldiers' equipment was readily available. Cannons, on the other hand, were not. Captain Stans was in charge of buying 300 horses, some to be ridden, others to pull cannons atop the limber carts. He was not satisfied with the quality of a quarter of them, but he said they would do. After 10 days into the operation, things were starting to operate smoother. We were still needing quite a few items, but we were getting there. We still only had enough long guns for half our number, which went to the infantry. The same problem was encountered with the short guns. The ones we had went to the cavalry and officers. Filling the gaps were short bows, crossbows, and lances. Primitive compared to guns, but in the right hands, were still deadly. Once ordered, it would take 4 days for our special train to arrive. Hopefully, the rest of the equipment would be available before departure. As they say, hope springs eternal. A soldier came to me and saluted. "Excuse me, sir. A message for you." I returned his salute and took the message. It read, "Take 22 horses and 11 drivers to the Outer Market Warehouse, number 36. It was signed, E. "Sergeant Major," I called out. "Sir?" Top answered, coming toward me. "Gather a detail of 22 horses and 11 drivers for a crosstown pickup. Include horses for myself and Sergeant Mercer as well. We leave as soon as they are ready." "Yes, sir." He turned and started shouting orders. In less than 30 minutes, we were on our way. We rode out of the city and circled around to the outer market warehouses. As we approached number 36, a man opened the main door and walked away, not looking back. I dismounted, handing Robert my reins, and went inside. There were 4 limbered field cannons, 4 artillery support wagons, a medical wagon, and a medical support wagon. Yes, finally got 'em. They were all covered in fresh mud, like they had just come in from a field exercise. They weren't new, but they beat what we had. "Sergeant Mercer!" I shouted. "Sir? Everyone inside!" As experienced soldiers, they did not need to be told what to do. They started hooking up horse teams to the limbers and wagons. In less than 45 minutes, we were on our way. Once back, all of it went straight into the walled compound behind headquarters. Top Bounty watched us roll in, shaking his head. "Is the sheriff going to come looking?" "Well," I said, stretching the word out for effect. "He may come, but Sergeant Mercer assured me he has papers on them," I answered, smiling. "Yeah, right. Save it for the judge. I'm not even going to ask." He walked away shouting orders to clean up our new equipment. Overall, it was a good day. Chapter 22. Robert and I returned to the guest house, deciding to eat dinner there rather than the mess tent. Passing by the front desk, the clerk said, "Pardon, sir. You have visitors in the sitting room.
Dr. Hunter and his son."
"Thank you," I acknowledged, walking toward the sitting room. There were only 2 people in the room. "Good afternoon, Dr. Hunter. I'm Colonel Bishop. How may I help you?" Oh, please let this doctor be looking for a job. "Good afternoon, Colonel. Actually, I'm hoping we can help each other. Will you sit, sir? Actually, my sergeant and I were on our way to dinner. Will you join us?" "Most kind, sir. We will." We went into the guest house's tap room, taking a table some distance from other diners. When our drinks arrived, I asked, "So, Doctor, how can we help each other?" "Well, sir, I heard you're in need of a doctor for your mercenary company, and are having little luck finding one." I nodded for him to continue. "I served in the companies as a medic, and after finishing medical school, I served again for a few years. I met a wonderful woman, settled down, and became a quiet civilian doctor. I lost my wife a few years ago, and my son William here is in medical school. I find myself alone and underfinanced to pay for the completion of his medical training. A small-town doctor doesn't earn much in the way of hard coin, mostly food and livestock traded for the care," he said, smiling. "Anyway, I propose a trade of sorts. If you will pay for the rest of William's medical training, I'll serve as your company's doctor for room and board, with a small stipend for necessities. Once he finishes, both of us will serve for 2 years, with salaries appropriate for our ranks as medical officers." Our food arrived, and we began to eat. "What's the cost of his training?" I asked. "The remaining cost will be 25 sovereigns." The cost surprised me. It must be a very good school. "It's the best there is, and he's doing exceptionally well. He'll make a great surgeon." "What do you think of this idea, William?" He looked at his father, then back at me. As father is fond of saying, sometimes you just do what you've got to do. I can't say I'm looking forward to being a soldier, but if you agree, I promise I'll be there for you. "Okay, you got a deal. Be at the Beastie's headquarters building in the morning to sign up. Then you'll need to inventory the medical wagon. I'm sure you're going to need things." We shook hands and finished our meal. Before they left, Robert gave them the address of headquarters. The next morning, I caught up with Doc as he was looking over the medical wagon. "What do you think?" I asked. "Well, all the surgical equipment is here, but that's all. We need medicines, bandages, and just about everything else," he answered. "Sergeant Major Bowney," I called. "Sir," he answered, walking toward us. "This is Dr. Hunter, our new doctor. See that he gets whatever he needs." "Yes, sir. Good morning, Doc. Bring your list, and we'll get you squared away." It took 21 days, but we were now on the train headed to Winford. Our ranks had increased to 520 as we gained the odd specialist when we could. Doc's son William came with us, as he had a few months before classes started again. The 2-day trip passed quickly, as the time was used to make an action plan of what needed to be done once we arrived. I had drawn a rough sketch of the keep's layout and train yard. A palisade wall made of logs placed vertical and side by side, with a dirt backing surrounding the train yard. This would give plenty of room inside to move around. Before the wall was constructed, a ditch would be dug that would lie in front of it. It was this ditch that would be used for the embankment behind the wall. Cannons could then move atop the embankment as needed. The train took us all the way to Winford Keep, using the siding tracks. Fortunately, we arrived mid-morning. Otherwise, we would have been up all night unloading the train. Michael met us as usual. "Welcome back, Colonel." "Thank you, my lord," I said, bowing as all the officers were with me. I made introductions and showed Michael a sketch of where we intended to set up tents and get started. He approved, and I set them to their tasks.
On the keep wall, Michael and I watched the unloading. "Any problems?" he asked. "Just the normal problems of commanding a 520-man mercenary company. And our friend? He's helping. But we have more problems. We're going to have to import everything, people and materials. If he sends one thing to us, the Northers will know shortly, and we'll have uninvited guests. Hopefully the mercenaries will make the Westies think twice about visiting. Well, you know what they say about hope. Yeah. It springs eternal. So, what's our plan now?" I showed him the sketches of the planned building projects. "We're going to need more lumber for the palisade." "Not a problem. Got plenty of trees, and Tink is looking for any excuse to run his steam-powered sawmill." The next few days were busy, tents being set up for temporary housing, cavalry beginning patrols, and infantry manning the keep's walls and guarding rail workers. Lei Shi took the third heavy long gun up to the highest battlement over the keep and set it up. The Tiger Claw's crew kept overwatch and manned the gun. Ting could not wait to talk to me. The first thing he said was, "Where did you get this book?" Smiling at his single-mindedness. "From battle spoils," I replied. "Uh-huh. Sure you did." He placed his face close to mine and enunciated each word. "Where did it come from?" I shrugged. "Not sure. Could have been from anywhere. I get around." "Looks like you translated it." "Yep." He gave me an exasperated look. "Oh, for pity's sake! From what language?" "Cat Clannish." His eyes narrowed. "Are you sure?" "Pretty sure." "Never would have guessed," he said, shaking his head. No matter. I've started using some of the designs on our steam engine parts. Improved efficiency and performance." "Great. What about your chemist friend?" "He's coming. Should be here by the end of the week." "While we're on the subject of steam, I want to show you something." Flipping open my sketchbook to the boiler of the crashed junk. "Tell me what you think." Tink carefully looked at the sketch, then at me, then back to the sketch. "Is this for real? This isn't some imaginary drawing?" "It's real." "Let me guess. Spoils of war," he said, sarcastically. "More or less." Tink studied the sketch a moment longer. Looking around to ensure we were alone, he whispered, "Cam, this is far beyond how we make steam for power. This has the potential to change everything. What are these black, randomly shaped things?" He pointed to the sketch. "That's the fuel source. It's called hard coal. Burns hotter and longer than wood." "Where's it come from?" "Mountains. Not sure if the mountains here have any, but get miners is on my to-do list." "Oh, this is impressive. But—" "Here it comes. There's always a but." "You've said it yourself. War is coming, and it's coming soon. Given time, this is doable. But not now. Looking at your sketch, there's a way to improve our single boilers." "Tell me." "It's the pipes. We've got plenty of pipes lying around. We bend them around our single boiler tanks like in your drawing. Even though we're still using wood to heat the water, we'd be using less. Means we could go farther before having to stop to get more." "Do it." "Consider it done." By the end of the week, I felt like I was juggling torches. I turned the daily operations of the mercenary company over to the ranking captain, so I could concentrate on overall plans. More workmen and laborers were coming in daily. The carpenters reported to James, our building foreman, while the laborers reported to the engineers. We were also getting more farmers to contract to sharecrop the land. I stood on the high battlement,
looking over all the activity. With this much activity, spies would be coming or were already here. Even with the cavalry patrolling, there was a lot of forest they couldn't scout. Cats were needed to scout the forest. Time to pay a visit to the clans. The other problem was our needed experts and materials had yet to be found. Maybe Lamar could take care of the materials needed to build ships. He would know more about it than I would, anyway. "Shitora!" the watchman said. I looked in the direction he was pointing. "Speak of the devil," I said. "That's one of ours. Captain Lamar is bringing in supplies." He nodded and set out the proper signal flag, letting everyone know a friendly ship was on the way in. Anxious to see if Lamar had any news, I went to meet him. "You've been busy," he said, looking around as he came down the ramp. "We have. How are things in the south?" "Quiet, which bothers me. There's been no trouble from the west and no bother from the northern skyships. My gut tells me this quiet won't last for long." "Then we do all we can while we can. I have a list of supplies that we need to build our own skyships. Don't buy them from the Southern Kingdom. Bring them in from offshore." He read over the list, nodding. "If there are needed items not listed, buy them." "Can I use another cargo ship to speed this up? Otherwise, it will take more than one trip." "Whatever you need to do, just get it done. Time is running out." They unloaded the ship and left right away. Their route home would go by way of East Coastal, picking up a cargo to take in. I envied him as he flew away. Michael and I stood in the keep's third-floor office, looking over my to-do notes. "Everything seems to be going smoothly," I remarked. "Cavalry is patrolling, infantry is guarding the rail workers, keep's walls are manned, carpenters are building barracks, and engineers and laborers are building the earth-backed palisades. Now might be a good time to visit the cat clans to recruit scouts." The warning horn sounded from above. "What now?" Michael's jaw visibly tightened. "We need a visual. Topside!" As we reached the battlement, I ordered, "Report!" "6 enemy ships approaching from the southwest, sir," the watchman replied. They were still a few miles away and starting to spread their formation. Some of the ships looked odd. I studied them through my spyglass. 2 were normal-looking ships, but 4 were wider than any I'd seen. Realization dawned. "See those wider ships?" I pointed. "Those are troop carriers." I looked down at the mercenary area. It was a hotbed of activity. These were professionals, skilled at large-scale fighting. The cavalry was already on the move, taking up position to the east of the compound. Artillery troops with cannons were in position, and the infantry was moving out. The 4 troop carriers were starting to descend, while the escort ships continued toward the keep. I recognized what they were going to do. My suspicions were confirmed as their cannons fired. Their rounds fell short of the keep, but the next time, they would be in range. The Tiger's Claw crew had not been idle. The gun was already uncovered and armed. "What round, Shitora?" "Explosive!" I shouted above the din of war. "Aim for the forward balloon! Bring 'em down!" They nodded and loaded. The gunner had his aim. "Ready! Fire!" I shouted. Fire belched from the gun as it fired. I thought he had missed, but then the balloon began to deflate. "Hit the second ship! Same way!" "Ready!" the gunner called. "Fire!" I commanded. I knew what to look for now, and saw the bullet hit the next balloon. They were losing altitude. "Put another round into each of those ships' forward balloons! Put 'em on the ground!" The gun crew loaded and fired.
The two ships were no longer a threat. They were on the way down.
Target the troop carriers! Put 3 rounds into their forward balloons! Crash them hard! Get them on the ground now!
The gun crew went to work, loading and firing as quickly as they could. The troop ships were losing altitude. One appeared to descend slowly, but suddenly slammed the ground hard. The entire bow section crumpled. Men, horses, and equipment went flying. Guess I was wrong about the slow descent. As soon as the carrier ships impacted, cavalry charged and infantry headed out to meet the enemy. The escort ships were also down, their crews doing all they could to repair the balloons and get back into the air.
Put an explosive round into the deck of that ship, I pointed. I don't want them to repair those balloons.
The gunner aimed and fired. That ended the repair efforts. They all took cover below deck. The mercenary cannons had repositioned to better cover the downed troop carriers. The Tiger's Claw gun crew had seen what we were doing, and every time the enemy would rally, recover, or resist, they would put a round in the middle of the group. Between our 2 heavy long guns sowing discord and the cavalry striking quickly, it was mostly over. The enemy was surrendering all over the field, and the skyships had struck their colors. There were still some small pockets of resistance, but our infantry took care of them in quick order. The gun crew and I watched the battlefield closely, in case any tried to rally. The total invasion force of 600 surrendered. Of that number, 30% were from the downed ships. Laying down arms, the enemy moved away from the ships. It was surprising that the crews left the ships intact. They didn't set fire to them or destroy any of the workings. I guess they were still in shock at their sudden and complete defeat. The doctors and medics, including the enemies, went to work on the wounded. The 4 skyships were fully loaded with guns, cannons, support equipment, and supplies. This would definitely take care of our shortages. "Well done," I told the gun crew. "Very well done." They bowed. "Thank you, Shitora." "Stay on overwatch. This may not be over." Frowning, I headed down to the keep wall. Chapter 23. Roughly 600 enemy combatants were captured. Most were Westies, but the skyships and crews were Northers. The plan had been to crush us. Part of the reason they failed was because their troops were not pros, but giving them their due, they weren't cannon fodder either. The other reason was miscalculation. They weren't expecting highly experienced fighters and pilots who were more than a match. Our operations at Windford had gotten someone's attention. That person judged the 600 men adequate to deal with the problem at Windford. Or so he thought. Now we had 4 more airships, much more equipment, and prisoners of war. The mercenaries knew what to do. Separate the Westies from the Northers, and then officers from enlisted. Interrogations began with the standard questions. Who, what, when, where, and most important, why. I stayed out of the initial questioning and waited for a report. My men were experienced, and as Master Sergeant Frederick Mercer once told me, let them do their jobs. "Sergeant Major Bounty, how many men did we lose?" As we were engaged with the enemy, he didn't salute. "None, sir. 6 wounded. I don't know who was directing the heavy long gun fire, but without them, it would have been a different story. I'll pass on your compliments." He nodded and went on his way, barking orders. Wagons were sent to collect the spoils. Hikoshi and Leishi from the Tiger's Claw inspected the Northern skyships for repair.
Those birds needed to be up and flying as soon as possible. Robert and I went to the mercenary headquarters tent and waited. Captain Rask, my second in command, came in. "Was that you directing fire from the high battlement, sir?" I shrugged. "Had a good gun crew." He chuckled. "That you did, sir. Their commanding officer was killed when the first troop carrier crashed. His second survived, a Major Bernard." "What were their orders?" I asked. "It was bad, sir. Real bad. They were told to take Winford, destroy all facilities, including the keep and warehouses, then destroy the town and raze the surrounding area as they withdrew back to the border. When I asked what he had been told to do with civilians, he replied, 'Same as the people here. Kill 'em.' When I asked why, he said they couldn't risk leaving anyone alive to tell who they were or which way they went. Like I said, sir, real bad." The rage welled up in my gut and moved to my chest. It's one thing for military forces to clash, but leave the civilians alone. Through clenched teeth, I growled, "Bring him in." He waved to a junior officer at the door who brought in Major Bernard and shoved him in a chair. "I assume you were part of the pirate's crew." My eyes bored a hole into him. Confused, he asked, "What? Pirates? What pirates?" "The pirate ships that attacked our keep and lands." He scoffed. "Those aren't pirate ships. They're Northern Kingdom sky ships." "I know the ships are from the Northerners, but we are not at war with them. That makes those pirate skyships." I pointed in the general direction of the skyships outside. "And as we are not at war with the West, that makes you," I thumped his chest with my finger, "pirates as well." "We are not pirates! We are soldiers in the service of the Western Kingdom." "So you're saying we're at war?" "I'm not saying anything." "So, your orders were to destroy Winford and the surrounding areas, kill everyone, including civilians, and then scurry your cowardly selves back across the border before the Eastern Army caught you. If you'd have done that, there would have been no proof Westies were involved." Walking behind him, I leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Which puts you between a rock and a hard place. You got caught. Let me ask you a question. Do you think your king is going to acknowledge you? Or will he let you and your men twist in the wind?" He said nothing, just stared straight ahead. "Get him out of here." The junior officer shoved him back out the door. "What of the rank and skyship commander?" I asked. "Not talking?" "Bring him in." Once he was seated, I asked, "Are you the leader of the pirate fleet, or is there someone else I should be talking to?" "We are not pirates!" he shouted. Touched a nerve there. "Yes, you are. Let's look at the facts. You are flying Northern skyships whom we are not at war with. You attacked us unprovoked. That makes you pirates." He started to talk, but I interrupted him. "Unless," I paused for effect, "the Northern Kingdom has declared war on the Eastern Kingdom." "Have they?" He remained silent. "You and your skyship crews have been found guilty of piracy. You are sentenced to death by hanging. Take him away." They escorted him out. "That should loosen some tongues," I said. "Probably will. Captain Rask agreed. Robert and I went out to see the sky ships. Hakoshi was at the escort ships, assessing for needed repairs. Hakoshi, what have you found? The 2 escort ships can be repaired and ready to fly tomorrow. All the troop carriers need work, especially 2 of them. I nodded. Use whoever you need to get those 2 escort ships airborne. I think the attack is over, but we don't want to get caught with our pants down. Yes, Shitora. Next, we headed for the troop-carrying sky ships. Have you seen the guns they were using? Robert asked. I have not. They are all the new grooved barrel type. I smiled. Thank you, Northern Kingdom. Tell Top to have all our guns replaced with the grooved ones, if they aren't already doing it. Yes, sir, he said, heading toward the headquarters tent. I continued and walked around the troop carriers. They were going to take some work, all right. Tink was there, looking at the sky ships as well. Tink, I want you and Lei Shi to inspect and document every detail about those escort ships. I want every item noted and how to build it. We are going to build our own sky ships. I want us to have enough information, design notes, and drawings to do it, even if we don't have these ships to look at.
I'll get started on it, right away.
Michael and I had dinner in the keep to discuss some ideas.
We seemed to have made quite the haul of military equipment from the downed sky ships, he said.
We did. Once the company has all its needs, including old guns replaced by the grooved barrel type, then the men in Windford Township should be armed. This is the 2nd time we've been attacked. We now have the means to equip and train the people in the township. By doing so, Windford will have its own militia. These mercenaries will not always be here, and neither will the sky ships.
You're right. They've got to be armed. Separate issue. What do you plan on doing with the prisoners?
Put 'em to work building palisades. Everyone works. No one eats for free.
And what of the sky ships? Do you think King Edward will take them?
Well, there's a chance he will. But just in case, Tink is studying and making design notes of 'em. Once he's done, we send word to the king that we have 2 northern sky ships for him, which will put us in his good graces and show him a return on his investment. And if we don't have the ships, the Northers won't be tempted to retake them.
What about the troop carriers?
We'll keep those if we can. They can be cargo ships as well as troop carriers. I'll meet with the company commanders in the morning for their input. The next morning, the leadership of the company sat in the headquarters tent as I explained my plans. Specifically, we would trade our older equipment for newer from the captured spoils. Additionally, the locals would be armed and trained, including the women if they desired.
Women, sir? Asked a 2nd lieutenant.
Before I could reply, Top interjected gruffly.
Women and children were killed when Windford was attacked. The devils who attacked here yesterday had planned to finish us off, then move on and do the same to the town and countryside. If civilians are attacked, they will need every able-bodied man and woman to fight. Besides, did you ever hear of a gun asking the person pulling the trigger, "Are you a woman? Because if you are, I can't fire." Does that answer your question, Lieutenant?
I choked back a laugh. Nobody can put a newbie 2nd lieutenant in his place like a top sergeant.
Yes, Top.
He sunk down into his seat, trying to disappear.
Colonel, please continue,
Top said, looking at me. Okay, moving right along. Regarding the prisoners, put them to work on the palisades. Am I missing anything?
Can we recruit men from the prisoners?
Captain Rask asked. I hadn't thought of that. I'm guessing you've done this before.
Yes, sir. We start making it known to them, separating the ones who are interested.
After that, we decide which ones will fit in with us. We usually get 25% of a group. I don't have a problem with recruiting from the Westies, but leave the Northers alone for now. I'd like to get a look at those heavy long guns you have, Sergeant Major Danig said. That can be arranged, I answered. What of the skyships? Captain Rask asked. The 2 escort ships will go to the king. We are going to give them to him before he takes them. By doing so, we stay in his good graces and dissuade the Northers from coming to take him back. The troop carriers we're keeping for our own use, but we'll need to get crews for them. I'm thinking a mercenary company with its own troop carriers would hire out for a much higher price. This drew some low-level murmuring and pleased looks. If there is nothing else, let's go to work. Hikoshi had the balloons on the 2 escort ships repaired and inflated, and all the supplies stripped out of them. The king had plenty of supplies. These were ours. From the same 2 ships, Sergeant Major Danig claimed 4 new standard cannons for his unit. Carpenters were assigned to help Hikoshi with repairs on the troop carriers. The goal was to get as many as possible quickly operational. Hopefully, we would have flight crews by the time they were repaired. Prisoners were put to work building the palisades under the watchful eyes of our infantry. It was amazing how fast work proceeded with the addition of 600 men. There was one bit of trouble. A group fought to get away when they heard they had been convicted of piracy, and their leader was to be hung. Our infantry had to shoot several. After that, there was no more trouble. Because of the shooting and rumors about hangings, men started talking about their mission and wanted to join the mercenary company. The lower enlisted said they were only told they were going to attack an enemy base. They didn't know who they were attacking, where the base was located, or anything about attacking civilians in the township and countryside. Most had figured it out by the time they got here, but assumed there was a war. The officers had been told war was about to be declared, and several operations like this one were planned. Since they had failed, I doubted the Westies would acknowledge them as anything but pirates. The Northers had just been told to pick the Westies up and drop them off. They were to provide cover fire as they were unloaded, then leave. I was betting these Northers would be forsaken by their king as well. I wrote a full report to King Edward, telling him we had captured 2 northern skyships. If he could send a crew, they were ready to be added to his new skyship fleet. I gave most of the details and sent the message by a mercenary courier. Tink, you have maybe 10 more days before the king sends crews to take the ships, I said.
Not to worry. We'll be through by the time they get here.
9 days later, a military train arrived at the keep. A courier gave me a packet as the train was being unloaded. Inside were orders and a letter. The orders read, Colonel Bishop, captains and crews are on the train you are receiving. They will take possession of the 2 skyships and depart for the capital immediately. Send the officers from the 2 pirate groups and all the northern skyship crews back to the capital on the train. Guards have been provided. Keep the rest of the pirates. If the mercenaries can recruit them, they will be pardoned. If not, hang them. Signed, Lord of the Eastern Kingdom Army. The letter read, Well done. Continue with the plan. Signed, E. There were also banknotes totaling 100,000 sovereigns. I must admit, our king wasn't a cheapskate. Captain Rask and Sergeant Major Bounty joined me. I handed Captain Rask the orders. He read them and passed it to the Sergeant Major. Take care of it, Captain, I said. Yes, sir. Sergeant Major, let's get the prisoners on the train. They left to carry out the orders. 2 hours later, the skyships lifted off, heading for the capital.
I sent the logbooks belonging to the ship's captains with them. The evidence in the logs doomed them. Once the train was gone, Captain Rask announced the king's decision. Hang for piracy, or join the mercenary company and be pardoned. It was no surprise that everyone left joined our company, which would give us over 900 men. For now, they would keep working on the Palisades. After that, they would be added to the company. It was made clear that deserters would be shot on sight. No forgiveness. No questions asked. Sergeant Major Danig found me walking the newly constructed Palisades. "Do you have a moment, Colonel?" "Certainly. Walk with me. What can I do for you?" "I may know where we can get more of those heavy long guns. And if not, I think I know where we can have them made." I stopped walking and turned to him. "Where?" "On the eastern continent. A war just ended there. There will be tons of equipment for sale, and most on the cheap. If we can't find what we want, I know a cannon maker that lives in the northern country. He's one of the best. And with the war having ravaged the country, I'm sure he's looking for work." I thought a moment. "When our cargo ships return, we'll leave. I want him to work for us. If we can buy some heavy long guns along the way, so much the better." It had been a little over a month since the prisoner train had left. Projects continued, and now that we had plenty of manpower to build our Palisades, the construction on the mercenary facilities sped up. As soon as the carpenters finished, they would start on the hangar. 2 of the 4 troop carriers were now repaired and ready to fly. The other 2 would need a good bit more work before being ready. A horn sounded from the high battlement. The flags told us that a friendly skyship approached. It was Lamar, returning with both of our cargo ships. They slowed and swung wide. With all the changes and 4 unknown ships on the ground, he wasn't taking any chances. I waved as the ships passed. Once satisfied all was well, they landed. Lamar looked grim as he came down the ramp. "Seems you had trouble too." "What do you mean, too?" I asked. "The southern capital was attacked. They bombed the skyship building yards and the powder depot. While that was happening, a group tried to kidnap Ladies Isla and Elise. The group was seen trying to get them aboard a ship. Palace guards attacked the kidnappers trying to free the ladies. Cam, Lady Isla was rescued, but the ship managed to get away with Lady Elise." I felt my anger turn to a dark, smoldering rage. "We think they wanted leverage to keep the Southern Kingdom out of the war." Lamar handed me a letter. Recognizing Isla's handwriting, I opened it. "Cam, I write this in haste. I know you have feelings for me, and the news of my betrothal may come as a shock. I must ask you to set aside any hurt I have caused you and help me get Elise back safely. The North will keep her as hostage to keep the South out of the coming war. They may even force her to marry King Albert's son, a brute. I beg you, return her to me. Signed, Isla." My rage was shocked to a standstill. Betrothal? To whom? "Cam, you need to know Lady Isla is not only King Micah's 3rd cousin. They've become engaged. They are betrothed." I took a breath to clear my head. "Lamar, I can't take the time right now to figure out what their betrothal means. The priority is get Elise back and make her captors pay dearly for having taken her. Unload your cargo, including all your red bombs. Take them to my junk, the Tiger's Claw. Go hire captains and crews for those 4 troop carriers." I pointed. "Then return as quickly as you can." He nodded
and started shouting orders. "Leishi, load all the Lucifers onto our ship. Tell Hakoshi we leave within the hour."
"Yes, Shitora,"
and ran toward the junker. Michael was here now. I handed him the letter from Isla. "Keep everything going. I'll be back if I can," I said. We clasped wrists.
"See you soon, brother."
"Captain Rask, continue the mission." "Yes, Colonel," he answered, saluting. I returned his salute, then headed for the junk. Chapter 24. I boarded the junk and took out the maps of the northern capital. Hakoshi joined me. "We are going to the northern capital. Have you ever been?" "I have, Shitora. A few times." "Good. This is a map of their city. Do you recognize the layout?" He looked over the map, getting his bearings. "I do. This is the main market where we always landed," he said, pointing. "The Northern King has taken a friend's daughter, who is also a friend. We're going after her. This is their skyship building yards. This is their powder depot and military skyship mooring and base. Firebomb them. Using heavy long guns, put Lucifer rounds into every skyship, starting with the ones in the air. Continue firing on the skyships until we run out of Lucifers, or they run out of ships. Before starting your attack run, I'll go over the side in my gliding suit. Once on the ground, I'll get to the palace and find my friend. When you've completed the attack run, head back to Windford the best way you see fit. Don't worry about me. I'll get home, or I'll be dead." "Yes, Shitora. We will not fail you." I looked up and saw the crew had joined us. They heard most, if not all, of what was said. They all bowed. Changing to my tiger colors, I continued. "Brothers, if this is our last trip together, it has been my honor to be your captain." I bowed. It took 3 days to reach the Northern Kingdom's palace. Arriving just before sunset, few skyships were seen. Our junk appeared nothing more than an ugly foreign trading vessel, nothing special or out of the ordinary. As we approached, it started to get dark. The crew had everything laid out and ready. The plan had been discussed a few times, and everyone knew his part. To avoid being seen, the ship could not pass too close to the palace. Hakoshi took the ship farther out into a higher altitude to increase my glide slope. This offered more concealment as I flew solo under the cover of darkness in a black glide suit. I needed every advantage to pull this off. Nothing stands out as much as a 6-foot cat wearing a suit with bat-like wings. After I jumped, they would descend and start the attack. I took off my clothes, turned my fur black, and put on the glide suit. None of my weapons went with me. If any were needed, there would be plenty available from the dead I planned on leaving. "Shitora, it is time," Hakoshi called from the bridge. I nodded and jumped over the side, spreading my arms and legs like a flying squirrel. This was my first jump from this height. No matter. I was committed now, and Elise's life depended on my success. The descent felt too rapid. Pulling up, it slowed, but I started losing altitude. Making out a pasture coming up, I aimed for it. Suddenly, the ground was rushing toward me. Landing was going to be rough. Thump! Followed by tumbling a few times. Finally, it stopped. Pretty sure I lost one of those mythical 9 lives, but nothing was broken. A quick eyeballing of the area revealed no one had seen or heard me. Off came the glide suit, followed by a hasty run to the closest trees. In the treetops,
I jumped from one to the next to get to the palace complex. The guard patrolling the inner wall took a left turn and disappeared around a corner. Now was the time. I launched myself from a tree over the wall and hit the ground running. Seeing a stable wall, quickly, I was on it, then jumped from roof to roof, working my way toward the castle. Boom! The first bombs hit the skyship building yards. Alarms began sounding, followed by troops pouring out of barracks, scattering in all directions, uncertain what to do. The Tiger's Claw was doing a top job of creating a diversion. Gotta love men who enjoy their work. There was no time to enjoy the show. I dropped down to a balcony. Peeking through the glass door, seeing no one, slowly, I opened the door. Whoever had been there was gone, no doubt watching the fireworks that were happening on the other side of the palace. Along with the bombs, I could hear the heavy long gun firing, then secondary explosions. Hakoshi and crew were tearing the place apart. I wished them well, and Godspeed. Exiting the bedroom, I saw 2 guards at the end of the hall, looking out the window, watching the fires instead of the hall. My padded feet made no noise as I walked right up to behind them. I drove my claws into the backs of their necks. Hope they enjoyed the show. It was the last one they ever saw. From the nearest door, probably the one they were supposed to be guarding, I could smell Elise's scent. Barely opening the door, a glass object shattered off the door frame, showering me with shards. I spoke in Clannish. It would not do to kill your rescuer. I heard feet running toward the door. As I pushed it open, Elise launched herself into my arms, hugging and kissing me. She let go and backed away as I closed the door. "What took you so long?" she asked in Clannish. I smiled until I saw her bruised face, busted lip, and torn clothes. She saw the change in my face and stepped close to me. "Who beat you?" I asked softly, though I was screaming on the inside. "The king's son, Al Jr." "Did he?" "No," she interrupted me. "He just beat me." She placed a hand on my chest. "Do you have traveling clothes?" I asked. "Yes." "Get changed. We'll leave when I get back." I turned and left the room, closing the door behind me. Once in the hall, I became a hunter and let my senses take over. As I eased down the hall, there was a slight scraping sound, and the wall opened. As a man stepped out of the doorway, I grabbed him by the throat, crushing it. Pushing him back through the door, it closed behind us. I dropped his lifeless body and listened for others. No one was with him. Studying the door he had come through, it had latches on both sides. Once I was satisfied they worked, I left, closing the door behind me and returning to Elise. Knocking softly, she opened it. "Ready?" I asked. She nodded and followed me back down the hall to the secret door. Closing the door behind us, I whispered, "Hold my hand. We move slow and quiet. If there's trouble, I'll drop your hand. You sit down against the wall." I felt her nod. Hand in hand, we moved down the passageway. Openings at the top of the passageway let in fresh air and some light. We could hear people talking as we moved along. There were fewer explosions now, but the amount of light coming through showed fires were still burning. It seemed to be a standard feature of royal residences to have secret passages with spy holes. This place was no different. We looked in a few, but the rooms were mostly empty, as everyone was still outside watching the fires. The passage slooped downward, and the air became cooler. Hearing shouting, Elise squeezed my hand. I stopped, and she put her mouth near my ear.
"That's the king shouting."
As we moved forward, there was a pinhole of light coming from a door. Elise peered through the spy hole. The occupants could be clearly heard.
"You said they would not attack once we had the hostage!"
The king yelled.
"I'm sorry, sire. I misjudged them."
"Misjudge them? You are the royal spy master! You don't get to misjudge an enemy! Now half the city is in flames! My powder depot is a smoking hole in the ground! My skyship yards are burning, and every skyship that was in the capital is now a burning pile of wreckage!"
I moved Elise out of the way and looked through the peephole. The king, and someone I assumed was Al Jr., were alone in the room with the spy master. Lifting the latch and throwing open the door, I stepped through, grabbed the king's head, and twisted. There was a loud crack, and his dead body dropped to the floor. Junior started to react, trying to draw his dagger. I grabbed his hand, holding it tight, keeping the dagger sheathed. My other hand grabbed his throat. "You're the dung stain who likes to beat women, aren't you?" Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the spy master moving toward the door. I kicked the desk hard, sending it sliding across the room, pinning him to the wall. "Don't leave yet. The party's just starting," I growled. The prince made choking sounds while beating on my arm, trying to break free. Elise stepped into the room, looking down at the dead king's body.
"Well, that takes care of one problem."
The prince's face was bright red, and his eyes started to bulge.
"I can pay you!"
He gasped out.
"You want that rich? There's not enough money to pay for what you did to her,"
I said through gritted teeth.
"But I'm a prince!"
He choked.
"Well, Prince, you'll never beat another woman as long as you live,"
I said, crushing his throat. He dropped to the floor and choked to death on his own blood. Elise looked at me and nodded. She looked at the spy master and said,
"Convince me you shouldn't be next."
I growled at him, showing teeth.
"Ooh, my friend here thinks you'd be better as a live snack."
Elise clapped her hands in a gleeful, childlike way. To her credit, she was a talented actress. He held his hands out.
"Wait! I can pay you!"
"Oh, that offer didn't work out so well for the last guy," she said with a very noticeable look at the prince's dead body.
"I have banknotes! The king's banknotes! Diamonds, gems, jewelry, gold, information, whatever you want, I can get it!"
Elise pouted. "Now you're just saying things you think I want to hear." "Lunchtime!" I grabbed his shirt, ripping half of it off.
"Wait! Wait! Wait!"
he said, moving away from me as far as he could.
"You have something to add?" "I'm not lying! In the king's office, in his safe, is where he keeps banknotes rather than lots of gold. Though there is some gold there, too. There are also gems and other valuables. I know where the key is."
Elise knelt and searched the king's body. "You mean these keys?" she said, dangling them.
"No, one of those opens a strong box where the safe key is stored. I know where the box is."
"If I chew his arm off, he'll tell us where the box is," I said,
growling.
Yes, but the last time you did that, all the screaming gave me a headache, she answered. If you were lying, he can eat you upstairs as easily as here. I'm not lying.
How do we get to the king's office? I asked.
Back through the secret passages.
I dragged the bodies of the king and prince into the passageway. Taking the king's signet ring, I gave it to Elise. The spy master was patted down for concealed weapons. He had a knife strapped to his right calf, which I confiscated.
Let's go. Any tricks, and you're dead.
I kept my hand on his shoulder in case he tried something. Back into the secret passage we went. It was a short walk to the king's office.
Open it, I told him.
Inside the office, Elise tossed the keys to him. He moved to the bookcase and opened a small concealed door. Unlocking the box, he took out a safe key. I took it and passed it to Elise, who unlocked the safe. Inside was all the spy master described. I pushed him into the desk chair.
Sit. Don't move,
I ordered, as though he was a trained dog. Switching to Clannish. If we're taking all this, we'll need a bag or backpack. Check the king's rooms and see what you can find. Elise nodded and went into the next room. Gone several minutes, she returned, dragging a trunk. I chuckled. Tell me, Spy Master, do women ever pack light?
Not in my experience,
he answered. Okay, I said in Clannish. I can carry that, but we won't be running anywhere.
We'll not be running. We are walking out the front door,
she answered in Clannish. My eyebrows rose. Okay. Mentally, I had to take a beat to process her plan. She wanted to waltz out the front door with a 6-foot cat carrying a trunk loaded with stolen loot, a spy master afraid of being eaten, and critical structures and skyships firebombed to smithereens. What could possibly go wrong? I watched the spy master as Elise loaded the trunk. I don't know how many banknotes there were or what they were worth, but there were several stacks of them. There were bags of gems, gold, and jewels. She took them all.
You'll want those files, too,
he said, being ever so helpful.
They contain state secrets, design plans for our newest weapons, steam engines, and skyships.
Elise took those as well. When she was finished, she closed the trunk and sat down on it, crossing her arms. She looked at the spy master.
I assume you'd rather live through this and retire somewhere quiet? If at all possible. Good. We are going to walk out the front door of the palace, enter a carriage, and go to the train station where we will board the royal train and depart. We'll let you off when we are clear the city. If at any point we fail, no matter who else dies, rest assured, you will be the first.
He frowned, thinking.
Or we could go out through the lower passage to the canal. Once there, we could take a boat, then go to the train station. After that, you go your way. I'll go mine.
She considered the option. Making the decision for her, I punched the spy master in the temple, knocking him out. The front door is too risky. Everyone will be on edge after tonight's attack. The canal is a better option. Besides, I don't trust him.
Neither do I. You need traveling clothes. Check the king's bedchamber. His wardrobe is there.
Elise was right. In the king's bedchamber, I rummaged through his clothes until I found very nice travel clothes and boots befitting his station. She found a cloak and a travel bag somewhere while I unlocked the office door. Leaving it locked would have caused suspicion when the king didn't answer and could not be found. Busting down the door, guards would have immediately searched the secret passageways, finding a trail of bodies, courtesy of yours truly. Picking up the trunk, we headed for the lower passages. It was slow going, and we had to backtrack a few times. But heading down, there was a large iron door. Looking through the spy hole, no one could be seen. Setting the trunk down, I opened the door carefully and stepped out into a grotto. At the end of it was the canal. Returning to the passageway, I whispered, "It's clear. Follow me." I hefted the trunk onto my shoulders, grateful it wasn't heavier. Once inside, I sat the trunk down and peered around a corner. There was a small cargo pole boat a few paces away. I motioned for Elise to stay and walked toward the boat. A lad, leaning against the gunwale stern, was asleep. Picking up a pebble, I tossed it at him and spoke, lowly. "I need a ride," I said, showing him a silver coin. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he stood.
At your service, sir."
Give me a moment. There's another passenger. Not dallying, I returned to Elise. "We have a ride," I said, picking up the trunk. "Step lightly. Sound will echo in here." The boat had a small covered hold for cargo.
You can go below and be out of sight, sir."
As Elise went below, I slid the trunk in behind her. Exercising caution, I sat on it so I could see the pole man and still be out of sight. "You've done this before," I commented. He smiled.
"A time or two. This is a good place to pick up fares. We keep our mouths shut about it. How far do you need to go?"
I thought a moment. "How about selling me your boat?" He glanced at me, looking at the king's purloined clothes and boots.
"I could do that, but me and my boat are known along the canal and river. Seeing the boat without me would cause a stir. You're better off paying me to ferry you."
"Wise," I said. "What's your name?"
"Name's Samuel, but they call me Sammy."
"Well, Sammy, pull on." All was still quiet as we moved along the canal. After an hour, Sammy spoke up.
"So, her father doesn't approve of you?"
It took me a second to understand what he meant. Elise snickered behind me. The lad had handed me a good cover story. "He does not, and he beats her. Though I'll admit she needs it on occasion." Elise smacked me on the back. "We finally had enough and decided to make it on our own, but she wouldn't leave without her things." He nodded.
"I thought so when I saw the trunk. My Sally is the same way. I asked her to marry me, but she said not until I had a nice place to put her things. I either need a proper pole boat or a house. But she's a worker, my Sally is. She sews, works for her mother, who has her own dress shop. And I've been saving too, mind ya. I've got my account at the bank, and the amount is coming along nicely."
"She would live on a boat with you?"
"She would if it was a proper one and big enough. But it takes a lot of money to buy one of those. I may have to move up a step at a time, from boat to boat, you understand. I've got my eye on a used 30-footer. She needs some work, but I can make 3 times the money with her."
"Does she have enough room for you and Sally?" I asked.
"Oh, there's the rub, you see. Could make a deal with the money I have as a down payment and pay the rest as I have a load."
He shook his head.
"But there's not enough room for Sally to be comfortable with her things."
"Have you thought about buying another boat this size and hiring a man to pole for you? You could haul twice the cargo, and the cost would be much less than the larger boat. Then your money would build faster." He frowned, but kept poling. I could tell he was thinking. After several minutes, the frown became a smile.
"And I know just the boat I could get too. Old Donald would sell me his. He wants to quit the canal. It needs a bit of work as well, but would do. Oh, yes, indeed, it would do.
He pulled on in silence, still smiling. Chapter 25.
If I was taking my betrothed and leaving, and if her father had money, I wouldn't go to the train station. He'd be watching there. And after last night's attack, I definitely would not go to the skyship moorings that would cost a fortune, and every copper in the city is there protecting the rest of the ships. No, I'd keep to the canal, and then the river.
How far could the river take us?
I could get you all the way to Bigsby. That's near 100 miles. Barring trouble, we'd be there by tomorrow morning, I'm thinking.
At what fare? I asked.
Not wanting to take advantage, but we both have our needs.
I nodded. 2 gold? Elise stuck a hand out toward him, holding 2 golds and 2 silvers.
We'll buy a 2-day supply of food for the trip. My greedy, skinflint father can pay our fare.
Sammy took the offered coins.
Thank you, lady.
We stopped long enough to buy food and were off again. Once we got into the river proper, the current picked up, and all Sammy had to do was steer. By mid-morning, we arrived in Bigsby. I was on deck checking out Bigsby, trying to get a sense of how big it was, when I laughed. Sammy, can you whistle loudly? I asked, turning to him. If you can, whistle at that ugly, beautiful skyship, I said, pointing. He shrugged and started whistling. I started waving at the tiger's claw moored beside the river. The crew waved back and seemed to be excitedly talking to each other. Sammy, let's go ashore. I have friends here. He nodded and turned us toward shore. The junk crew helped beach the boat. As Elise and I stepped off, the crew bowed. Elise threw back her hood and bowed in return. I'm glad to see you. But what are you doing here? I asked.
This is the way I would have come in your place. We thought we'd give it a try.
Lei Shi replied. Elise asked Lei Shi,
Would you be so kind as to have a crewman take my trunk from the cargo hold of the boat? Certainly, my lady.
She took a purse from the trunk and handed it to Sammy.
Go buy a proper boat for you and Sally. Consider it a wedding present, for you have given me mine.
He took the purse, bowing.
Oh, bless you, lady! Bless you both!
She closed the trunk, and the crew carried it aboard. Hakoshi! Let's take the lady home, I shouted. Yes, Shitora.
Shitora?
Elise asked.
Loosely translated,
Lei Shi said.
It means Lord Tiger.
I changed my fur to tiger stripes.
Ah, I see. I like it,
she said. We boarded the ship and began to lift. I, for one, was glad. Shifu pulled out all stops at dinner. The table was set with a white cloth and decorative settings, and the men wore their best. As always, the food was wonderful, and everyone was in good cheer.
Shifu, the meal was wonderful. Thank you,
Elise said. Shifu bowed. Thank you, lady. It was a pleasure to cook for you. She looked around the table.
My thanks to all of you for helping in my rescue. When I heard the explosions and saw the fires, I thought the whole Southern Fleet had arrived.
She raised her cup.
To the crew of the Tora no Tsume, the Tiger's Claw, none braver, none more honorable. Tora no Tsume.
All raised their cups. Tora no Tsume! That started the celebration, the drinking, and the singing.
Elise laughed, clapped, and joined the singing. She was the lady of our ship, and we would do anything for her. I realized then how much I cared for her. She was a special lady. The thought surprised me. I had always liked Elise, but something had changed. Maybe it was that Isla was now betrothed to the king and removed from me. I wasn't sure, but my feelings for Elise had changed. Oh, her age was a factor. She was too young. Later in the evening, we sat in my office drinking hot tea, enjoying the company.
"So, you jumped from the ship and glided down to the palace?"
she asked. Yep, glided right down to a perfect landing. She stared at me.
"You bit it, didn't you?"
I landed like a pig, bouncing and rolling in the mud, I said, laughing. Her laughter joined mine and made a nice sound. Wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, she joked,
"Oh, I wish I could have seen it."
I'm glad it was dark. She smiled at me.
"Thank you for coming for me. I felt in my heart if anyone came, it would be you."
Not really knowing what to say, "You are welcome" found its way out of my mouth.
"You know about Mother and the king?"
I nodded.
"They have been in love forever and would have married, but the king's father wanted alliances and forced him to marry another. She bore him no children and died of the fever 2 years later. Of course, Mother had married Father by that time, and we know how that turned out. Anyway, I know you cared for her."
She may have thought she was too old for me. Life goes on.
"It does,"
she said, looking away.
"How old are you?"
18 summers.
"Your people marry young, do they not?"
Yes, some at 16. She was silent for a time.
"You may have noticed, I am strong-willed."
What? I feigned surprise.
"I know,"
she said, holding up her hands.
"that surprises a lot of people, but it's true. And I don't think of myself as a traditionalist. I choose my own path. Admittedly, this has caused me some trouble, but that's who I am. So hear me out. I'm 16. I know you thought I was younger. Mother always tells people that to keep away unwanted suitors who want our money more than a wife."
Sometimes I'm a little slow, but it finally dawned on me where this conversation was headed. I suddenly realized what a deer felt like when I was closing in on it.
What I'm trying to say, and I'm doing a poor job of it, is I'm in love with you and want to marry. I don't care what anyone thinks about me marrying a cat. I love you for you."
I sat in stunned silence. Leaning toward me, she smiled.
"You can talk now. I'm not going to ask if the cat's got your tongue, because obviously it does."
You have given this a lot of thought. I would be lying if I said I didn't have feelings for you, and they grow by the day. But you are royalty. What will your mother and the king say?
"I'm not sure. Hopefully they'll be happy for us. Besides, I'm not that royal. I have 2 male cousins closer in the line of succession than I. On top of that, you are a lord and filthy rich."
So you are after my money?
"Of course,"
she laughed. I joined her laughter. I did like her. I liked her a lot. Mother always said it was best to like someone before you loved them. It made things
easier.
I know I have sprung this on you suddenly, but I wanted it out in the open before we reached home. I don't expect an answer now, but consider it with all your heart, and give me your answer before we reach the capital."
She got up, went to the bedroom, and closed the door. Laying awake on a sleeping mat in my office, I got up and walked the ship, thinking, just letting my mind wander. I tried to imagine each possible question and outcomes of different answers. All I accomplished was getting a headache. I laid down on the roof of the longhouse and watched the sails, the stars, and listened to the wind. When we were a few hours away from the Southern Kingdom capital, Hakoshi had a crewman hoist the emissary streamer and flags. Elise joined me on the bow, and I took her hand. "I accept your proposal," I said. She jumped into my arms, holding me tight.
"It will all work out," she smiled. "One way or another."
"I'm sure it will." We came in slowly, and Hakoshi landed the Tiger's Claw at the hangar where the royal yacht was stalled. By the time we moored, a royal escort stood by to take us straight to the palace. The throne room was full of courtiers. Elise and Isla ran to each other, hugging and holding each other tight. I bowed to King Micah.
"Thank you, Lord Ducat, for bringing Elise home to us," he said.
"Yes, thank you. Thank you so much,"
Isla added. The throne room broke into applause. After a few moments, the king raised his hand for silence.
"Once again, you, Lord Ducat, have done us a great service. What boon, what reward would you ask? A ship? A fleet of ships?"
he asked, smiling, putting on a show for the court to show his generosity. I looked into his eyes. "The only thing I desire is the hand of Lady Elise in marriage." Instantly the smile left his face, and there were gasps throughout the throne room. Elise left her mother's side to come stand beside me. Isla went back and stood beside the king. No one made a sound, awaiting the king's decision.
"I'm sorry, Lord Ducat. I cannot grant your wish,"
he finally said.
"Other plans have been made for Lady Elise."
"So, history repeats itself,"
Elise said, stepping forward.
"That's exactly what your father told you when you wanted to marry my mother, and we see how that turned out. Elise, you don't understand. If you marry Prince Albert, war will be averted, saving thousands of lives,"
Isla said. Elise balled her fists.
"You would barter me to a brute who beats women, who beat me."
"Few marriages are perfect," the king said. Without turning her head,
"I'll meet you on the ship,"
she said in Clanish, and stormed out of the throne room, through the door leading to the royal quarters. No one made a sound. The king and Isla stared at me.
"She will get over her anger,"
the king said. Did you ever forgive your father?" I asked. He said nothing. "Goodbye, Your Highness, lady." I bowed, turned, and walked out of the throne room. No one interfered with me as I walked back to the ship. As I approached, the crew were already standing by the mooring lines, ready to lift. I leapt aboard. They cast off, and the ship began to rise. "I'm assuming the lady is already aboard?" I asked a crewman. "Yes, Shitora, and she's got a full head of steam," he warned with a smile. "The good thing, it's not aimed at us," I answered, smiling back. "Hakoshi,
Take us to Windford. Full sails.
Yes, Shitora.
I went to my cabin to check on her, but the door to the bedroom was closed. I took that as a sign she wanted to be alone and left her that way. I turned my mind to other problems. I didn't think the Northers would bother anyone for a while, but we needed to stay watchful. King Edward now had a pattern that he could build skyships by, so maybe he would leave the troop carriers to us. The Westies' support from the Northers would dry up, which would stop their expansion, or at least slow it. But I was still going to keep an eye on them. My plans had not changed. Skilled artisans, cannon makers, metal workers, and armorers needed to be hired, and Sergeant Major Danning and I still had a trip to the eastern continent to hire the cannon maker. Elise came out of the bedroom in late afternoon, and we ate dinner alone in my quarters.
"So, what's our next step?"
she asked. "Well, now that we have eloped, the first thing we should do is find a priest or a captain to marry us," I said. She smiled, taking my hand, squeezing it. "I left some things to be done when I got word you had been taken, but nothing is written in stone. So, what would you like to do?" She sat back, thinking.
"There is a city on the coast of an island. The water is crystal clear, and the food is wonderful. I want to go there."
"Then I shall take you. But I'll need to swing by Windford on the way." Epilogue. Lord Michael Windford sat at the third-floor office desk reading dispatches and messages. There had been no news from Cam yet. The signal horn sounded from the high battlement above, so he went up to see for himself what was happening. "Report," he said, coming up beside the lookout. "Looks like the Colonel's skyship is approaching, my lord," the lookout answered, handing the spyglass to him. Michael took the spyglass and sighted in on the skyship, seeing Cam on the bow of the skyship with a woman standing beside him. "I believe you are correct." He watched as the skyship approached, but it didn't act like it was going to land. As the skyship passed over the keep, Cam dropped a packet with a red streamer attached. Cam waved as the skyship turned east and continued on. By the time Michael made it downstairs, Sergeant Mercer had arrived with the packet. Opening it, he found a letter inside. It read, "My dear friend, I collected the blood debt owed us. I doubt the Northers will be bothering anyone for a long while, but keep an eye on the Westies. They now have no Northern support, but they are a stubborn people. We left the southern capital in a rush. I asked King Micah and Lady Isla for Elisa's hand. He said no. Long story short, we eloped. I'll leave the story there. I'm sure you'll be questioned. This way, you don't have to lie. Carry on with our projects as you see fit." It was signed, "Your friend, C." Michael smiled, closing the letter. "What's he done this time?" Robert asked. "The usual, kicking over anthills to see what will happen." Michael chuckled. King Edward sat listening to his spy master's report. "Powder depot destroyed. Skyship building yards burned to the ground. Military skyship moorings and base burned to the ground. 90% of the Northers' military skyship fleet destroyed. King Albert, the Crown Prince, and their spy master missing and presumed dead. The reports on the number of skyships that attacked their capital range from 10 to 100. No flags identifying the attackers were seen. No attacking skyships were downed. We have no reports of any attack fleet leaving any port. The report from the Southern Kingdom says that a group tried to kidnap King Micah's cousin, Lady Isla, and her daughter.
They failed to capture Lady Isla, but took her daughter, Lady Elise. Our best guess is that the Northers will use her as a peace hostage or marriage alliance."
The spymaster ended his report. King Edward chuckled, looking at his chessboard. "Keep me appraised on events, but I think the North regrets taking that hostage. I believe they've been rooked." King Micah stood looking out the window of his office, while Lady Isla read the spymaster's report. He heard the papers crumple, and Isla crying quietly.
"I was wrong," he said without turning. "I should have asked more questions before making the decision. Hopefully, they won't hold it against us too long."
Isla left the room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Micah sighed.
To answer your question, Cam, it took me 10 years to get over my anger at my father, but I never forgave him. Hopefully, Elise is a better person than I.
"Tell me, husband, do you think Shifu is upset that we've been eating out so much?"
Elise asked. "Nah, the crew needed a break. We all did," I answered. "And you were right. This is a wonderful place."
"I can't believe we bought this place."
"Are you kidding? It's perfect. It's near the harbor, near the beach, near the market. It has its own skyship moorings and warehouse. I may never leave this place."
"You lie. You know you'll be ready to go before long. You've got too much going on, and you want to see Michael sometimes. Besides, you'd get fat if you stayed here,"
she said, laughing. "Cats don't get fat," I said.
"And I suppose you don't lie either."
"That is correct. I don't lie. I give tactical misdirections." She shook her head, laughing. Sammy stood by the tiller of his new 40-foot pole boat, watching the cargo being loaded. Sally came back and joined him.
"She's a grand boat, isn't she?"
he asked.
"She is,"
Sally answered, smiling.
"Lord, bless the ones who blessed us." "Amen,"
Sammy said. This has been Lord of the High Reaches, written by James Haddock, performed by Daniel Wisniewski. Copyright 2021 by James Haddock. Production copyright by James Haddock.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.